Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Premanandi Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivajagacharya Stotra Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhai Chanarvinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivajagacharya Stotra Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Kori Vaishnav Vrind Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki प्रेम तक हो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मथुरा धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी की Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Book Distribution Ki, Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glory to Shri Guru and Shri Guru Angad Mohan Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome everyone to this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class. Today we're reading from Canto 3, chapter 29. Two verses here, number 30 and number 31. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Rupa Bheda Vidastatra ततश्चोबायतो दतः तेषां बाहुपदा श्रेष्ठाः चतुष्पदस्ततो द्विपात् रूपाभेदविदस्तत्र ततश्चोबायतो दतः तेषां बाहुपदा श्रेष्ठाः चतुष्पदस्ततो द्विपात् रूपाभेदविदस्तत्र ततश्चोबायतो दतः तेषां बाहुपदा श्रेष्ठाः चतुष्पदस्ततो द्विपात् Rupabheda, distinctions of form. Vidaha, those who perceive. Tatra, than them. Tataha, than them. Cha, and. Ubhayataha, in both jaws. Dataha, those with teeth. Tesham, of them. Bahupada, those who have many legs. Shreshtaha, better. Chatupada, four-legged. Tataha, than them. Dvipat, two-legged. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Abhay Charan Ravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Better than those living translation, better than those living entities who can perceive sound are those who can distinguish one form and another. Better than them are those who have developed upper and lower sets of teeth. And better still are those who have many legs. Better than them are the quadrupeds, and better still are the human beings. Purport. It is said that certain birds, such as crows, can distinguish one form from another. Living entities that have many legs, like the wasp, are better than plants and grasses, which have no legs. Four-legged animals are better than many-legged living entities. And better than the animals is the human being who has only two legs. So we're doing 31-2. I'm going to read the verse to myself and then translation and purport. Tato varna cha chatvara tesham brahmana utamaha brahmaneshu api vedagyo hi artagyo bhyadika tataha. Translation. Among human beings, the society which is divided according to quality and work is best, and in that society, the intelligent men who are designated as Brahmanas are best. Among the Brahmanas, one who has studied the Vedas is the best. And among the Brahmanas who have studied the Vedas, one who knows the actual purport of Veda is the best. The system of four classifications in human society according to quality and work is very scientific. This system of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras has now become vitiated as the present caste system in India. But it appears that this system has been current a very long time, since it is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. Unless there is such a division of the social orders in human society, including the intelligent class, the martial class, the mercantile class, and the laborer class, there is always confusion as to who is to work and for what purpose. A person trained to the stage of understanding the absolute truth is a Brahmana. And when such a Brahmana is Vedagya, he understands the purpose of Veda. The purpose of Veda is to understand the absolute. One who understands the absolute truth in three phases, namely Brahman, Paramatma and Bhagavan, and who understands the term Bhagavan to mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is considered to be the best of the Brahmanas or a Vaishnava. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Gyananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Shri Vishakanvitam Cha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatirubhascha Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Vitnam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna. I'll read the translation again. Today we're reading from Canto 3, Chapter 29, verse 30 and 31. Translation for verse 30. Better than those living entities who can perceive sound are those who can distinguish between one form and another. Better than them are those who have developed upper and lower sets of teeth, and better still are those who have many legs. Better than them are the quadrupeds, and better still are the human beings. Verse 31. Among human beings, a society which is divided according to quality and work is best, and in that society the intelligent men who are designated as Brahmanas are best. Among the Brahmanas, one who has studied the Vedas is the best, and among the Brahmanas who have studied the Vedas, one who knows the actual purport of Veda is the best. So today we read these two verses, and we're progressing on from the verse yesterday, which was verse 29. I'll just read that just to give it a context. Among the living entities who have developed sense perception, those who have developed the sense of taste are better than those who have developed only the sense of touch. Better than them are those who have developed the sense of smell, and better still are those who have developed the sense of hearing. So in verse 27, just prior to that in that section, we see how Lord Kapila says one should see me residing as a super soul in everyone's heart and offer respect. And specifically, he broke it down to friendly behavior and charitable gifts. And in that later purport, he writes that we should maintain the sense of equality, but treatment should be with discrimination. Which means, and he gives an example in that purport about even though the super soul is residing in the heart of a tiger, we don't go and embrace the tiger. We rather offer the tiger prasad, and similarly we treat other living entities with compassion. So again, the point that's mentioned there is equality, but treatment with discrimination. In verse 30, the last part of the translation, or even in the purport, is better than the animals is the human being who has only 2 legs. In Bhagavad Gita chapter 3, verse number 16, Krishna says, one who does not follow the sacrifice lives a life of, what does he say? If you don't live a life of sacrifice, what's the life that you're living? Of sin. Right? He's quite boldly declaring. So, once I was hearing a class by His Holiness Bhakti Vigyan Goswami Maharaj, and the title of the class was what actually drew me into it was emotional intelligence in the Bhagavad Gita. And he said this term emotional intelligence of late has become such a fad everywhere you go, emotional intelligence. Obviously there's IQ, which is treating our intelligence as in terms of in being able to perform certain tasks, but there's also emotional intelligence, which is also being given a lot of importance in today's day and age. And he said Krishna spoke about it 5,000 years ago in the Bhagavad Gita. And the verse that he says that Krishna speaks it, any guesses where does Krishna speak it about? In chapter 3, verse number 34, one who regulates attachment and aversion. So what does emotional intelligence means? You have to be situated, have a fine balance between attachment and aversion. So Maharaj was actually describing this, and what he was trying to get to is that, human being, what he said, Krishna says in the Gita, if you want to live happily in this life, yes, you can. So don't worry, all the Hare Krishnas telling you, don't enjoy in this life, just offer everything to me. They are crazy. But you can enjoy living a life of sacrifice. That's what is Krishna's message in the Gita. So the cycle of sacrifice is actually what elevates us or distinguishes us between an animal. So even though we are in the body of a human, a lot of times we hear this phrase, live in the moment. I'm pretty sure when devotees are just, go out in the streets, and when you give someone a book, I'm happy now, just I'm living in the moment, let me experience the thrills that I'm about to experience, just don't get in my way. However, living a life of sacrifice means you're forsaking those present pleasures or present indulgence for a future benefit. That's considered to be a life of sacrifice. So, for example, a child may not want to wake up in the morning to go to school. However, the parent, the duty of a parent is to somehow or the other persuade the child to go because it's for the future benefit of the child. So the sacrifices the child is making, also the parent has to make, is for a better and a higher purpose. So ultimately we see that Krishna says that Bhoktaram Yagatapasam Sarva Loka Maheshwaram. I am the benefactor of all sacrifices. So living this life of sacrifice actually and connecting it to Krishna gives us the highest pleasure or the highest reward. Now coming to progressing on from in verse 30 it says the human being to the Prabhupada writes here, among human beings, the society which is divided according to quality and work is best, and in that society the intelligent men who are designated as Brahmanas are the best. So Brahminical culture, I was hearing a class by His Grace Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, and you were saying Brahminical culture, it's a culture that facilitates the rising of consciousness or the cultivation of Brahminical qualities or preserving the Brahminical qualities. And we'll discuss it in a bit. He gave a beautiful class on what Brahminical, he gave a historical context, what Brahminical culture was and how was it preserved. But getting to what Brahminical culture is, Krishna describes it in the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse number 42. Samodamas tapas saucham shantir arjamamevacha jnanam vijnanam astikyam brahma karma svabhavajam. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom and religiousness. These are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. In the second canto, there are these two words that are given a lot of emphasis. One is Shreyas, the other is Prayas. Prayas is short-lived and Shreyas is long-lived. His Holiness Sachinandan Swami writes, I was reading a book that I've been reading recently, and he was describing it in this book. Everyone in this world is accustomed to getting something for a much cheaper value than what it actually is meant to be. So, we take great pride if we acquire something so valuable beyond its, way below its market value. So, Maharaj was saying that, this culture that's come about also extends onto our spiritual life. When we want something, when we see these qualities like peacefulness, self-control, austerity, truthfulness, we all want these qualities, or we aspire to have these qualities at a very, at a little or nothing of a sacrifice from our end. So what he said was prayers. He said that Prabhupada said that those who want the Brahminical qualification just for the sense of prestige, for them, it's just as cheap as going to the marketplace and getting what he said was 2 paisa thread. I'm not sure what it is here, but just get that thread and get it, that'll be the end of the story. But Maharaj was saying, Sachinandan Maharaj was saying that there's no cheating in spiritual life. And he's saying there's no cheating. You can't cheat anyone in there's no, in the material realm you can exploit someone to get something off of them, but in spiritual life there's no cheating, because the audience in spiritual life, or the ones that are actually judging our spiritual life, are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the sages, or the representatives of the Lord. So in their audience, because they are the Lord is Kshetragya, he's seated in everyone's living, he's residing in everyone's super soul, and the spiritual master is actually a representative of the Supreme Lord. So they can't be, nothing can be hidden from them. So that is prayers, where we want an immediate benefit, and we aspire for that, And then there's Shreyas, long-lived. So something um, that we know that if we were to acquire it, it'll actually yield us longer-term benefits. So historically, I was listening to a class by His Grace Chaitanya Sharan Prabhu, and he said there were Brahmanas are those that whose heart is situated in transcendence, whose very purpose in life is to achieve Brahman. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagwaneti Shabdite. So there, as Prabhupada writes towards the last bit of this verse number 31, one who understands the absolute truth in three phases, namely Brahman, Paramatma and Bhagavan. So he said there were two kinds of Brahmanas. One was the Raja Pandita Brahmanas, and then the other kind were the Vanachari Brahmanas. So the Raja Pandit Brahmanas, the example that's given there is of Vashishta Muni during the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra. So what these or this class of Brahmanas, where they had to maintain a certain amount of proximity to the king or to the kingdom. You can call them as the advisory cabinet, or however you may best describe them. So they would be close to the king enough where the king would rely on their counsel to be able to carry out certain, day-to-day functions and to get advice. Surprisingly, even Ravana had a panel of Brahmanas. So each time, Ravana was going and conquering, the Brahmanas, even though they knew that what he was doing wrong, they still actually advised him. And he said in the previous ages, yagyas were less of a religion and more of a technology. So for example, at some point today, or wherever we hear a class or we hear a kirtan, and we hear it not being in present, not being in that physical presence, but we hear it through some other medium, through YouTube or through live streaming of Zoom or any other such channels. That's actually technology that's allowing you to access something which is not ordinarily in your control. So these, even though some of these Brahmanas that were present there with Ravana, even though they've been corrupted in their self, their interest is not, the very nature of a Brahmana is to working for the pleasure of Lord Vishnu. But these Brahmanas were able to invoke certain demigods and to invite in certain higher powers to be done. So they usually, with these Raja Panditas, there'd be at times where there'll be a conflict of interest, where because they're so closely because their means of, I wouldn't say livelihood, but the king is providing for their necessities. To some extent, there'll always be this, you can say this conflict, inner conflict that they have to deal with. The other kind of Brahmanas were the Vanachari Brahmanas, or Vanachari sages, or the forest-dwelling Brahmanas. They would actually, even though, as we understand, in the previous ages, the kingdom would not only mean the city, but also it would extend it out to the forests and whatever was under the king's reign. So in this, it doesn't mean that these Brahmanas were completely independent. They would also rely on the king for protection against aggressors. So we see in the pastime again of Lord Ramachandra, Vishwamitra, he performing a sacrifice, but at the same time he needed help. So these, because they'd be a bit further away from the king, their advice would, the king would actually call on them for some counsel, because of their distance would give some perspective or some different perspective, and their perspective would not be tainted by self-interest, because if I'm not directly dependent on the king, then naturally there'll be something, I'll be able to give something that's a bit more objective. However, we need to balance out in both of these two classes of Brahmanas, is that in the second class of Brahmanas who are living in the forest, because they're so far away from the kingdom, they're actually far away from actually what's even happening in the day-to-day affairs of the kingdom or the state. So sometimes the advice would be taken as not too practical. So even going down to most recent, during the reign of Lord Buddha, even though he was a king and he gave up his kingly duties and embraced monkhood, the kings would still actually go to him, even though he was living far away, for some advice. So these were the two kinds of brahmanas that were actually, that we study, that we hear from the shastras, that actually existed, and they actually work, they function in a holistic way to actually give support to the other varnas. So now coming back to the qualities of brahmanas as described there, Srila Prabhupada, when he first came to America, in one of these his recorded conversations, he said that I've come here looking for brahmanas. So what does he actually mean? Is that he was actually coming here to look and recruit and to empower those individuals who had those Brahminical qualifications for him to carry on his mission. And Brahminical culture is actually centered on three aspects: education, culture, and devotion. So when we read this verse from the Gita, there are these certain qualities: peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. So when we hear of these qualities, at times it can be encouraging, but a lot of times for us it can be discouraging too, because we don't have, we find ourselves falling short on these qualities. So Sama, how Sachinandan Maharaj writes that to actually develop these qualities, one should invest oneself in the modes of Sattva Guna. So through the practice of Sattva Guna, these qualities actually manifest. Sama, peacefulness. How do we cultivate that? By understanding, or gradually we understand that by everything is moving under Krishna's control. Thereby we offer our words, mind, and activities even when things are going wrong. Dhamma, self-control. And it is described that, self-control, to become self-controlled, it's better if one can achieve satisfaction and taste in one's own spiritual practices. Tapas, austerity. Interestingly, austerity, as we understand, Krishna describes austerity of three kinds in the Bhagavad Gita. But then interestingly, what our acharyas described is the practice of yukta vairagya, meaning utilizing everything in Krishna's service. Saucha, purity, internal and external cleanliness. There was one pastor of Prabhupada where I was listening to, and he said that, yes, internal cleanliness is we keep ourselves clean by chanting, and external purity is by bathing twice a day, or whatever it is that can help us. If we're doing deity worship, then as many times as we're doing service, to actually enter the altar with clean set of clothes. But he also meant that we should actually cultivate the externals, meaning making a habit of the externals. And in one pastime, Srila Prabhupada saw some devotee that was eating and didn't even wash his hands, just took a handkerchief and just wiped. And that devotee was a Brahmana. And Prabhupada said, what nonsense is this? You should, as soon as you're done eating, you should go wash your mouth, wash your hands, and then proceed with other duties. But this person was just wiping his hands with a handkerchief. So Prabhupada said that these actually help, because especially when we come to the stage of process of deity worship, Prabhupada said deity worship is founded on two principles. One is cleanliness and punctuality. Shanti, tolerance. This can be a bit difficult, especially for us practicing sadhakas, it just, especially, depends on what stage we are in, is to forgive the minor and larger injustices and continue to serve. There's a verse by Lord Brahma in the 10th canto, Tatenukampa Sumikshamano. And he said this can only come if one practices serious bhajan, which means seriously endeavoring to actually develop a taste for the holy name, to develop compassion for all living entities, and to actually somehow coming to that stage of understanding everything is, as it was described earlier, everything moving under Krishna's control. Arjavam, honesty. Actually, Srila Prabhupada translates this in many places as simplicity or freedom from duplicity. There's a pastime in the 10th canto that deals with Krishna blessing the wives of the Brahmanas. Just last week, I was very fortunate to hear a class by His Holiness Devamrita Swami, and he was describing the intricacies of this pastime, and he was saying, as it said here, we said Dhamma, self-control, which means the opposite of self-control is no control. You're just giving a free rein to your senses. He said, as this pastime unfolds of Krishna, the cowherd boys, the Gopals tell Krishna, we are hungry. So is it that the boys are wanting something for their own sense gratification? And he said, no. The boys go up to Krishna and tell him we are hungry because they're actually thinking it's been so long that we've been playing and Krishna must be hungry. But unless we say we are hungry, Krishna won't heed to our request. So they go and tell Krishna we are hungry. And then at that time, Krishna tells them, okay, in this nearby village, there are these brahmanas who are performing a Angisira sacrifice, which is a sacrifice, yagya, that's being done to be promoted to the heavenly planets. You go there and tell them that you've been sent by Krishna and Balaram. And then right away he says, but actually don't mention my name, mention Balaram's name. And he says, these brahmanas, they actually don't even utter my names, my or Balaram's name, Krishna or Balaram's names. So you just tell them that Balaram is hungry. And the reason he says is that you go and tell them because these are brahmanas and they are such, what we can consider to be, as Prabhupada translates them to be, as smarta brahmanas. You go and tell them that take Balaram's name because they are brahmanas, they wouldn't consider anyone less than brahmanas to be worthy of offering the food to. However, in Krishna's pastimes, Balaram is considered to be born to Vasudeva, and Krishna is born to Nanda Maharaj, as it's described there. So because they may consider Balaram to be on the higher caste, so they'll probably heed to your request. So he said, you go and tell them, take Balaram's name. And then when they go up to Balaram, when they go up to the Brahmanas, they offer the prostrated obeisances and then they glorify them. It's interesting how in each of these pastimes in Vedic culture, the moment you approach someone is that you offer words of praise. You give them, that culture of respect is seen all over. So they go up to these brahmanas and they tell the brahmanas, since you are the knower of religious principles, we have come here and, by the order of Krishna and Balaram is hungry. Can you please offer some food? Now the brahmanas, as the pastime unfolds, they are expert in chanting mantras and performing sacrifices, yet somehow or the other they don't know the essence of it. And it's described here in this verse that we just read in 31. When such a brahmana is Vedagya, he understands the purpose of Veda. The purpose of Veda is to understand the absolute. So the brahmanas give various reasons wherein they go and the brahmanas tell him that, look, yes, but firstly we haven't eaten yet, and because we are doing the sacrifice, we are not able to eat, so we can't give you anything. So the boys return back dejected, disappointed, and Krishna tells them, don't worry. That's the nature of begging or collecting. Sometimes you may not get what you're looking for, so don't be disappointed. Go to the wives of the Brahmanas, to the Brahmapatnis. So when they go there, and he tells them, you just tell them that Krishna and Balarama are hungry. Please offer the foodstuffs. They'll offer everything to you. And as per Krishna's instructions, they go up to the wives of the Brahmanas and they tell them, look, Krishna's Balarama hungry, and they right away just. Now, what the acharyas described is that even though the wives of the Brahmanas didn't undergo any of these ritualistic ceremonies or purificatory processes, they were purified just by hearing of Krishna from the elderly gopis who would pass through the village. Just by hearing, they actually developed such a strong attraction to Krishna that at the moment they heard, they just said, they went out in the middle of the night. I mean, they gave all their foodstuffs, and then in the middle of the night they went to see Krishna, and Krishna then teaches them on Vedic etiquette and tells them, your wives, you've left everything to come to me. You please go back to your husbands and assist your husband in completing the sacrifice. And the wives tell them, because we've left everything to come, because they were stopped by their family, by their husbands, by their relatives to come see Krishna, but they didn't take any of that into consideration. They just left and came to see Krishna. And they come to see Krishna, and Krishna is here telling them, hey, go back. And they just tell them, look, our hearts, in our hearts we just accepted you, and please, don't let us go. And he says, no, you go back, and when you tell them that, I've accepted the offering, your husbands will accept you. And fairly and surely, when they go back to their husbands and describe to them what happened, their husbands feel a great deal of regret of what's actually happened, and they somehow are lamenting or repenting for what actually is done. And they said, to hell with all of our training, that somehow that we couldn't be able to recognize that these two boys are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And they're glorifying their wives, that their wives, that our wives are so much more, they are actually teaching us of how, or what does it mean to actually be a devotee of the Lord, and how to recognize the presence of the Lord by offering everything to them. So it is described, the moment these Brahmanas have this realization and they want to go and to Krishna, at that very moment they realize that if we go, then King Kamsa would come to know, and we would be killed, or we'd be, there'll be some calamity that will come to us. So they actually stay back. They don't go. And it's described that in contrast to that, to the wives of Brahmanas, they forsake everything. They put everything at risk just to go see Krishna. But these Brahmanas, even though they were educated, and then they realized that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet they stayed back. So what I was getting to was this, because the wives were imbued by this quality of simplicity, or that gave rise to bhakti in their hearts, to pure devotion in their hearts. So they were simple in their endeavors, in their thoughts, and in their desires. There was nothing else that was stopping them from going to Krishna and to worship him fully. So these qualities are mentioned here. There are three other qualities. One is in the same verse of 18.42, jnana, knowledge, which can be fortified by hearing from scriptures, reading scriptures. Vijnana, which is application, sharing the Shastra with others, sharing the application of the Shastra with others, and astikya, which is religiosity. So these are the qualities by which the Brahmanas work. And again, we see Krishna loves the Brahmanas. Namo Brahmanaye Devaya Go Brahmanaye Jagaditaya Krishna Govinda Namo Nama. So Krishna is the protector of cows in the Brahminical culture. So we have to understand that Krishna loves the Brahmanas. However, there are these different gradations of Brahmanas, and as we've been seeing all throughout, the gradation of living entities, which culminates in one who is considered to be the best of the Brahmana or Vaishnava, is in verse number 36. You'll see that who is the best is one whose interest is not outside of mine, which means that the interest of the devotee, of the person, and Krishna's interest are one. So I'll stop here. If anyone has any questions, comments, or reflections, anything as such. Okay. Yeah. Oh, can you see the last bit? Where do we see? Where in the Gita? So yeah, so like I said, Bhagavad Gita 3.34. I'll read out the verse for the benefit of everyone. Uh, 34. Yeah, I'll just do this right here. I'll just read the English. There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion, because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. So if you look at, there are two aspects here, attachment and aversion. We are too attached to something, or we are averse to something. Right? Both of them are, as Krishna says, it's not ideal. Let's say if I'm attached to, my job or to something like that, eventually at some point or the other, whatever setback I may receive from that or whatever it may be, it'll affect me or my ability to move further. Aversion is where I just, somehow or the other. So aversion is seeing it not in, as we see everything comes from Krishna, and the perfect, application of Krishna consciousness is to engage everything in Krishna's service. So we see everything as being connected to Krishna. Aversion is like, I'm not seeing this as attached to Krishna. And yes, now, obviously we understand that in those regulative principles we refrain from certain things. But outside of that, if I'm averse to something and I'm just, because I'm just going to avoid it completely, that means that I'm not seeing it as part of, my service to Krishna. And attachment is where I'm just overly attached. So we hear of that quite a lot. It can be to like I said, an example that I gave, to a career or to a family. When it's somehow or the other, everything is. What does that Rupa Goswami say? Vairag yukta anasakta se vishayam yada. So in that verse it is said that everything is meant to be seen as service to Krishna, or how I can engage. That's perfect yukta vairagya. So emotional attachment, as Krishna is describing here, is how to see everything in that spirit and just having a healthy balance between these two. That's what it gets to. And in fact, I'll give an example, because Maharaj, Bidhoran Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj, said that in modern day society, how did this term of emotional intelligence come into being, or how did we even understand it? There was a study that was done of, I can't remember the age of the kids, but I think they were obviously, I would say, under the age of 10 or something like that. There was a group of kids, and it was in a classroom where they gave, the teacher or whoever was conducting the experiment, they said that, they had chocolates there for the kids, and he said, all the kids come and grab whatever you like. But for those that don't take it, you will be getting, they gave like some future benefit. If you don't take this now, then as a result, as a reward, we'll be giving you, I can't remember what the reward was, but maybe I can add to this, where it was something like, you'll be getting free passes to something at a much later time. So either you come and take this chocolate now, or if you don't, then you'll be getting this much later. You'll be getting something better much later. So it was described 20 years later, those kids who actually didn't take the chocolate or whatever it was, they turn out to be much more successful in life in all aspects, materially, in their relationships, and whatever you call it, because they had this self-discipline about themselves. So that's how this term of emotional intelligence, like this whole study or this whole arena of emotional intelligence came about. Because they understood that if I just restrain, so the restraint of senses, but if I just restrain myself just for a little, just because there's a future reward for it, then I'll be able to get this. So that's how Maharaj was describing this whole. Yes. Ravishankar Prabhu, yes. Yep. I was hearing a class with Romapad Maharaj, and he was describing his interaction with some university students at a very prestigious university in America. And he said that there were 3 people that approached him. One came from an Indian background, and actually was born in a family of Brahmanas, was chanting his Gayatri, he's like, so. And the other 2 were, obviously, he said, he didn't describe much about their background, but it seemed to be that they came from somewhere outside of India. So maybe they were Americans or whatever it is. And he was saying that all 3 of them were speaking different languages, as in they were trying to ask a question that suited their own perception. And all of them were speaking different languages, but their aim was one: impersonalism. He said, you have to understand that how each of them, he was saying that it was so stimulating in a sense, because each of them was speaking a different language, but yet they were, all rivers just come, a river, and then they merge into the ocean. It's all of these different concepts that we hear about. And he said that that at that very moment, he was actually speaking to someone, and that person just stopped him. Do you believe Krishna is the only way? And Maharaj was saying, you stop back and you basically just explain to them these 3 levels of realization. One is Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. So Brahman, obviously we understand it's all pervading. So it's the moment you understand that things are not, there's a higher Brahman realization, as Srila Prabhupada describes it in the context of a train. When a train comes, he just sees light. So there are 3 people who are standing by the railway track and just sees, a train coming from a distance. But the first person just hears sound and just sees light, and person goes back and says the train has come. And the second person then basically sees that there are different compartments that are coming through, and he says, oh, the train has come. And the third person sees it and says, and he sees people coming out of it, and he sees the conductor who is conducting who is actually overseeing the functioning of the train. So now, are each of those people wrong by saying that the train has come? No, right? The train has come. So similarly for us, for in a layman purposes, that in my at least reading and understanding of it, and like I said, many of us have realizations on this, but Brahman is the all-pervading energy. So a lot of times this is very prevalent in today's culture, where there's a superior power beyond us. So I may not be able to control everything that I can, but there's a higher power there's, or the law of the universe, there's something that's actually controlling us. The Paramatma level is, yes, there's something controlling us, but that something has intelligence, which means that there are laws that are not just set into motion. Someone has created those laws. And Bhagavan is, yes, someone has created those laws, but so that someone is a person and has a personality, and, has, Krishna is a person. It has his likes and dislikes, and ultimately it takes us to the point where we want to serve him, because our constitutional nature is to serve. So we serve, we have to serve, and that service is actually perfected when it's reposed in Bhagavan, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Actually, if you see everyone in this world today, different philosophies, or a big number of, followers of even different traditions, they mostly allude to this impersonal concept just because they don't want to surrender to a person. There's somehow or the other there's that hesitation that, surrendering to a person means that I have to subordinate myself, and it'll just be a life of just eternal servitude, but just someone just imposing their will on me. And because of that, there's a whole plethora of different philosophies that have come about just sitting in this umbrella of impersonalism, and somehow it's Triguna Vishaya Vera, as Krishna says, somehow they have to transcend these modes. So that's how I see it. And as we see, Srila Prabhupada explains it in I believe in chapter 2 of the first canto, Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavati Shabdite, first canto. And yes, so see, Brahman realization, the four Kumaras were, Brahmavadis. So you see Prabhupada describing this Brahmavadis. They're actually, they're recognized by Krishna. It's not that they are not recognized. They are recognized. But to their credit, they want to stay there. They know there's something higher, but then they want to stay there. So that's totally, Krishna is reciprocating with them and giving them their desire. Where things start to differ is that, the Mayavadis, where they say, everything's Maya. Even when Krishna comes into the material world, he's influenced by Maya. So that's the problem that people face. Kamsai Prabhu. Yes. Yes. Desire to please Krishna and Krishna's devotees. That I think it was Devamata Maharaj here, and I think was it here where he was saying it's an art to deal with how do you deal with non-devotees, but it's an art again to deal with devotees. So Maharaj gave a beautiful seminar, I think some time ago in New Zealand, about Vaishnava Sadachar, or how Vaishnava deals with others. Yes, in some places, like for example, I've been reading this book by Sachinandan Maharaj, and he's writing these qualities do manifest in. So there are 26 qualities of a devotee, that Prabhupada writes. But that one quality that actually triumphs over everything is Krishna Eka Sharanam. That is exclusive surrender to Krishna. And again, as we understand, Krishna is not alone. Krishna is with his devotees. So that quality, if that's, if we surrender to that understanding that, Krishna is the controller of everything, and somehow the other, I endeavor in my service, then all these qualities do start to manifest over time. Thank you. ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवतम की जय, शिल प्रभुपाद की जय, पिता गो प्रेमानंदी, गो भक्त वृंद की, सुभक्त शास्त्र की साधना स्वामी मंदिर
Like that, it's given. So here, when you come across those verses, Acharyas explain that they are all eternal associates of Krishna. Shiva, Brahmaji, he is a pure devotee, Sridevi, everyone. But the reason why Krishna actually sometimes says, you are more dear to me than everyone is, because they have always been devotees. They didn't have to go through the trials and tribulations which that particular devotee in question had to go through. So Krishna appreciates that. So much endeavor, so much difficulty you had gone through. Oh, you are so dear to me. So in that context he says. And the other demigods offering prayers and even ignoring goddess Padma. Brahma, terrified, begged you to approach Sri Narasimha. So Brahma asks Prahlad Maharaj to approach Narasimhadev to offer prayers. And when you fell at the Lord's divine lotus feet, the Lord stood up and raised you from the ground. He put his lotus hand upon your head and began to lick your entire body. Now again, this is another very intimate dealing of Narasimhadev to his devotee Prahlad Maharaj. Now Narasimhadev is behaving like a lion. How would a lion take care of its cub? Okay, or a dog would take care of its puppy, or a cat licking its body. So Narasimhadev is picking him up. First of all, he is touching his head, and Prahlad Maharaj feels so enlivened. And same effect you will come across when Dhruva Maharaj, when he sees Prishnigarbha, he doesn't know how to offer prayer, then Prishnigarbha, he touches his shanka on his head. Same thing it's given. For 1000 celestial years, Gajendra had to fight with crocodile, who was Huhu. 1000 years he couldn't drink. Prabhupada says crocodile was actually chewing rather. So it's feeling very much nourished, taking, and it's also in the water. So simultaneously he is drinking also. Have you got that experience? Sometimes you'll be carrying so many things. And then you'll feel thirsty. Prabhuji, somebody will actually help you. You can still do. That's what the crocodile was doing. Simultaneously he's fighting with the Gajendra, but because it's in water, it's also getting its food. Some huge crocodile, fishes would go straight into his mouth. He's drinking water. He's feeling nourished. On the other hand, elephant is in the water. He has no food. 1000 years, no food. So it just kept on going back and forth, very tired. And he finished offering prayer. So when Vishnu comes, it's mentioned Vishnu just touched him slightly like that. And he immediately became relieved from all his bodily distress. He becomes rejuvenated. So here, Brahma is also, or rather, Narasimhadev is also now holding Prahlad Maharaj as if touching not enough, embracing not enough, rocking back and forth is not enough. He is now licking. He put his lotus hand upon your head and began to lick your entire body. So that reference is in Brihad Naradya Purana. Hare Krishna. When Lord Hari, with most attractive and clever enticements, tried to offer you the supreme abode, you showed no interest in liberation, which is prayed for by Brahma and by everyone else. Rather, you asked only devotion to Lord, birth after birth. Responding to your Lord's love, you agreed to assume your father's throne, which is Hiranyakashipu's throne. As you told Lord Narasimha in your prayers, by doing this, you wished to help deliver all the people. You are still on that royal seat, fixed in meditation on Lord Narasimha. You once went to Naimisa forest to have darshana of Narayana. We are touching on this pastime last week. Once Lord Pitavasa, who is the presiding deity in Naimisharanya, Prahlad Maharaj goes to see him, but on the way, he comes across a renunciant who is carrying bow and arrow like a Kshatriya. So he thinks this person is a pseudo-Kshatriya or pseudo-renunciant. So he starts to fight, saying, I swear I'll defeat you. And then they both started dueling, engaged in a duel. And then at the end of the day, they both take a break and they both take rest. Next day again they continue. So this way the fight was going for so many days. Prahlad Maharaj was not able to defeat him. And finally one day morning, Prahlad Maharaj does his puja. After offering the garland to the deity, he then goes to fight. And much to his surprise, he sees that personality wearing the same garland he offered to the deity. That's when he recognizes this is the same Lord who I came to meet here. Then he falls at his feet, prostrating obeisances. At that time, he asks for forgiveness for not being able to recognize the Lord and fighting with him. Vishnu, he feels very blessed and he embraces him. And then Prahlad Maharaj says, my dear Lord, I have already, as part of my Kshatriya duty, I already made a vow that I will defeat you. What will happen to the vow now? And then Vishnu says, oh, don't worry, I'm always defeated by you. Don't worry about the vow. And then he takes him. So he says here specifically that you are not only staying in one place in Sutala planet meditating on Lord Narasimha, you also get the darshan of the Lord in other places as well. Likewise, you will come across another pastime of Prahlad Maharaj meeting Naranarayana Rishi. Okay, in Badrika. Badrika was also known as Vishala. In some places in Shastra, you will come across this place. Likewise, like Dwaraka is already ancient, but there is another ancient name for Dwaraka. It's called Kushasthali. You will come across some places where that term is used. It's actually the same place. Okay, like just like we have Kasi, Banaras, Varanasi. Same, every name is already ancient, but there are more ancient names than that. And later on also you will come across Prahlad Maharaj in one of the reasons when he refutes, he says, Narada Muni, he says, my dear Gurudev, you are calling me as the most fortunate. Actually, many newer devotees, they had much more mercy than me. I am just a very tiny speck compared to them. And if you read the purport, newer devotee, he refers to Hanumanji. Compared to Prahlad Maharaj, Hanumanji is just a recent devotee. So you can imagine how old Prahlad Maharaj's devotion must have been. How ancient, how senior Prahlad Maharaj must have been. So he says, compared to me, many newer devotees like Hanuman, he says like that. Okay, so here, Sri Parishit continued, having said this, Narada, the ocean of ecstasies in devotion to Lord Hari, began to dance. That intimate servant of the Lord shouted, conquered by us. Sri Narada then said, O best of Vaishnavas, why should I say that Lord Mukunda has been conquered only by you? Your grandson Bali, chief of the Daityas, has also conquered him. By your grace, Bali keeps the Lord as his doorman. So he says, repeating the words of Lord Shiva, that because of Vishnu's relationship with Prahlad Maharaj, his son benefited. His grandson benefited. Great-grandson also benefited. Son is Virochan, grandson is Prahlad Maharaj. Bali Maharaj. Great-grandson is Banasura. They both benefited. So currently, Narada Muni is now shifting his focus to Bali Maharaj, saying, simply to favor you, Supreme Lord has come and staying at your grandson, which is Bali Maharaj's doorstep as the doorman. From now on, I intend to stay here permanently with you. By your power, I shall certainly be able to overcome the curses I received from Daksha and others. What curse did Daksha give to Narada Muni? Anyone knows? So Daksha, he has 10,000 sons. They are called Haryashvas. Before they could ascend the throne, he sends those 10,000 Haryashvas to go and do tapasya in the forest. This is the induction. So in those days, there is no election to choose king. They send the prospective kings, first of all, to prepare themselves spiritually. So they go to forest to do tapasya. So while they are going on the way, Narada Muni meets them. Now, reason why I laugh, you'll come to know if you don't know this story. Then Narada Muni meets them and he gives big brahmachari class. At the end of the class, all 10,000 choose to take sannyas straight away. So rather than getting ready to become king and go back, they all become sannyasis and they don't go home. Daksha gets upset by Narada Muni. Then next time, again Daksha, he does tapasya. Now he is blessed with another 1,000 sons. They are called Bahulashvas. So then he sends them, go to the forest, do tapasya and come back and ascend the throne. These 1,000 sons go. Narada Muni interrupts them again. But this time, Narada Muni doesn't waste time. He says, see, I don't want to talk much. You see, your brothers are there, just go and have a chat with them. So So this time the 1,000 sons go, they also become sannyasis. Daksha, when he hears his second attempt also failed, he gets very upset. And then he curses Narada Muni. I curse you that you will never be able to stay in one place for more than 3 days. Then Narada Muni says, thank you, that's exactly what I wanted. Then he starts his traveling Sankirtan. That's the starting. Now here he is saying, Narada Muni is remembering that actually Prabhupada also says in one place, I have 108 palaces throughout the world, but I can't stay in one place because of the curse of the parents of my disciples. Like that Prabhupada says in one place. Likewise, all Hare Krishna devotees, we will all carry this curse of Narada Muni. Prabhupada says, which means we have to keep on traveling and sharing this knowledge of Krishna consciousness. So here, from now on, I intend to stay here permanently with you. Narada Muni is telling to Prahlad Maharaj, by your power, I shall certainly be able to overcome the curses I received from Daksha. So he is humbly putting himself. You are a great devotee, Mahabhagavat. You can help me counteract this curse which Daksha gave me. So by your mercy, I can permanently stay here. He's saying like that. Sri Parikshit said, unable to tolerate hearing his own praise, Prahlada lowered his face in embarrassment, bowed down before Narada, and respectfully addressed him in a quiet voice. And now you will see the refutation of Prahlad Maharaj. Now Prahlad Maharaj, unlike, if you see in the past, when we saw Narada Muni heaping praises on, let's say, Lord Brahma, Brahma would first close all of his ears, all the foreheads, and then at one point, Brahma actually tells to Narada Muni, because who is Narada Muni to Lord Brahma? He is his disciple, he is his son. So he tells him, Vishnu Maya, this is very complicated. Because of that, sometimes truth becomes Maya and Maya looks like truth. Sometimes even we get influenced. Indirectly he is saying, you considering me as the Supreme Lord is effect of Maya on you. This is how he is chastising his own son. Understand? Likewise, when he goes to Shiva, Shiva has a more friendly relationship with Narada Muni. Because Shiva treats Narada Muni as his brother. Shiva comes as son of Lord Brahma. Narada Muni is also son of Lord Brahma, so they both deal with each other as brothers. So the refutation will be more on a friendly, banter style. Indra is a different case. Indra treats Narada Muni as Deva Rishi and he refutes on that platform. Prahlad Maharaj's position is very unique because his own Diksha Guru is coming and glorifying. How can you tell to your Diksha Guru that what you are saying is wrong? Understand, this is the predicament of Prahlad Maharaj. So Prahlad Maharaj, I was hearing glorification actually of my Guru Maharaj by one devotee. And then he was saying, once Prabhupada actually went to meet Srinathji Prabhu's father in Mumbai. And at that time he told Srinathji Prabhu's father that you see all these Westerners who have come here taking up Krishna consciousness, please arrange for them to stay here permanently. Arrange for citizenship for them to stay here. So then Prabhupada, to emphasize how important they are, Prabhupada says, they are not ordinary people, they have come from spiritual world. And then he points at my Guru Maharaj and he says, you see that boy, he is eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. And then Srinathji Prabhu's father says, sure Swamiji, we will do. And then later on my Guru Maharaj says, when they were coming back to wherever they were staying, my Guru Maharaj asked Prabhupada, I am so sinful, I am so fallen, I just come from hippie culture. And you are saying I am eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada immediately retorted back saying, don't doubt the words of your Guru, like that he says. And my Guru Maharaj says, that was the last time I inquired about it. So when your Guru says something, it is true, you have to just take it. You don't refute back. It's for the same reason Arjuna, he comes down from the position of being a friend of Krishna, he goes down and he says, Sishas deham shadi mam tom prapanam, which means, so far whatever you have said, I may agree, may not agree, I can refute, no problem. I may have even sarcastically spoken to you, but from this point onwards, whatever you speak, there is no question of arguing, I'll just accept it. So Prahlad Maharaj's position is unique. Why? Because his own guru is telling him. Now he can't openly refute. He can feel humble, but he can't openly refute. So if you carefully read Prahlad Maharaj's responses, he will refute the glorification, but he won't refute in the same tone as what Brahmaji did or Lord Shiva did. He will refute indirectly by throwing a different light on each one of those facts which Narada Muni had mentioned. Does that make sense? So he won't say what you're saying is wrong. He would say, actually Gurudev, he will then divert his attention to someone else. Because of that reason only it happened. How could it happen because of me? How could it have happened because of me? This is how he will go one after the other. We'll go through Prahlad Maharaj's refutations here. Prahlad Maharaj said, my Lord and spiritual master, please reconsider everything you have said. A young boy simply cannot understand correctly the science of devotional service to Krishna. So that's the first refutation he is giving. My Guru Maharaj, recently in one class, somebody asked, why are we not giving initiation, Harinam Diksha to kids? Then my Guru Maharaj is responding, well, kids usually lie. So you can't, it's a 4 regulator principle, chanting 16 rounds, have you chanted? So my Guru Maharaj says, that's why we don't give. They need to grow, become a little more mature to be able to take that responsibility. Then only you can. So here, first point Prahlad Maharaj is saying is, a young boy simply cannot understand correctly the science of devotional science of Krishna. He is saying, when Narsinghadev came and offered his blessings to me, I was just a 5-year-old boy, and whatever I did, you are my spiritual master, you asked me to do, I did, and he came. Where is my credit? I didn't even know what I was doing. This is the first point he's saying. Second, he's saying, still when one receives instructions from great souls, those instructions have the power to awaken one's higher understanding, and then one can engage in devotional service to Lord Hari. Therefore, it is not a sign of greatness that ordinary persons like me can persevere despite terrible disturbances, give spiritual enlightenment to children, behave like saintly persons, show compassion to suffering souls, or refuse the boon of liberation. So he's saying, I was just a little boy, I didn't even know what I was doing. You just told me to follow, I just followed. It's because of me trying to follow you, Supreme Lord being pleased, he came down and he blessed me. Where is my greatness here? Merely from these symptoms, the best of the saints do not conclude that Krishna has given a person his mercy. Krishna's mercy, blessed Narada, appears only in a truly worthy servant. So he is saying, like Narada Muni, he said, even when you are young, have you seen that artwork of Prahlad Maharaj dancing with his friends, raising his arms, and all the little kids also they do. So here Narada Muni is saying, you chanted and danced. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, merely from these symptoms, raising up and chanting and dancing, we do it as a part of our sadhana bhakti. So that's the whole point of sadhana bhakti. Prabhupada, he says in one place, Vaidhi sadhana bhakti means you do because I ask you to do. That's it. I here refers to Guru Tattva. Spiritual masters say, Shastras say, Krishna says, we follow. That's it. Whether we like or not, it doesn't matter. That's Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. Okay, you chant 16 rounds. You have to do. You feel like, will we ever feel like chanting 16 rounds? It's not possible. So there is no question of what we feel. It's Vaidhi means, comes from Vidhi, rules which we simply follow. When you drive on the left side of the road, I feel it's a bad idea. You can feel whatever, you still have to drive on the left side of the road. Otherwise, you will be penalized. So this is Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. So Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, one of the items of worshipping is you chant and dance in front of the Lord. Like that, I was just doing my duty. This is not a great symptom of my elevated status. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying like that. Merely from these symptoms, the best of saints do not conclude that Krishna has given a person his mercy. I have never performed any real service for the Lord like Hanuman and others. Now he is slowly dropping the name of Hanuman. He'll come back again to Hanuman later. Now this is a very, very important point. Let me go back to that point of feeling. Prabhupada in 26 Second Avenue, that's the very first ISKCON temple. They are still renting their place actually. The very same place where Prabhupada started ISKCON. You can still go there and see. So, Prabhupada one day when he walks, everyone bows down. And then one disciple of Prabhupada, Gargamuni Prabhu, if I am not wrong, he doesn't. Prabhupada calls him, why are you not bowing down? Then he says, Swamiji, I don't feel like. Then Prabhupada says, no problem, you keep bowing, naturally feeling will come. You know? And then true enough, after 2 weeks, Gargamuni Prabhu, then he goes to Prabhupada and he says, Swamiji, now I feel, and Prabhupada smiles. Now you are making progress. And Prabhupada says, this is Vaidhi Bhakti. Imagine when your spiritual master gives you Diksha, at the time of initiation gives. So you chant when you feel like. Next day itself, you will forget where you put the beads. You know. Nobody will chant. So Vaidhi Bhakti means, Prabhupada says, that's why Diksha is a very, very important thing. 4 personalities, Prabhupada says, we take initiation in front of. Hari, Guru, Vaishnava, Agnidev. 4. Supreme Lord in the front of deities, in front of Guru, in front of all the assembled Vaishnavas, as well as in the presence of fire, Prabhupada says. So whatever we actually promise, we have to uphold, no matter what. So here he is saying, I have never performed any real service for the Lord. Now generally there is this thought process. Sometimes you will see, even among devotee circles, we tend to get lazy. We think, let me first become very perfect, then I will preach. That's not the mode of Prabhupada. Prabhupada's point is always, whatever you know, you preach that much. And you still keep hearing. So sometimes you will see argument also, if I preach, I'll expose myself to Maya, then I'll fall down. So what should we do? People also cite, this is why even many Prabhupada's disciples also fell down. But there are devotees who are not preachers, they also fell down. What can you do? That's the refutation for that. But once when this point came to Prabhupada about, actually Giriraj Maharaj, he writes this. He tells to Prabhupada, please bless me so that I don't fall down in Maya, like that he says. And then Prabhupada told him, fall down in Maya, you are always in Maya, like that Prabhupada says. Like Adi Purush Prabhu, he was giving this point, I think last week's class, he was saying, soul is very, very tiny. How tiny it is? It is so tiny you cannot cut it anymore. It's that tiny. We are already fallen. Where is the scope for falling down more? You understand? So we have nothing to lose. All these are lame excuses. This doesn't reflect mood of Prabhupada, doesn't reflect mood of a parampara at all. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached, Prahlad Maharaj preached, everyone you take, Shukadeva Goswami preached, Prabhupada preached, so we also need to preach. Whatever little we know, we should start to preach, but then whoever wants to preach, empowerment will come. Krishna will give that empowerment. We also read Prabhupada's books, we hear from other devotees. So this is how we learn. Each one teach one while being taught by one. So this is our principle. So we don't wait until and sometimes again another school of thought, I'm talking only in devotee circle. Another school of thought is, what's the point in preaching all this when the ultimate goal of life is in Nirjan Bhajan? Who said that? Prabhupada didn't say that. In one place, there is a conversation. I can even share it in the WhatsApp group, not WhatsApp group. What do we have? Google group. I'll share in that. There is a conversation. Tamal Krishna Maharaj is asking Prabhupada, Prabhupada, so Prabhupada says, so you keep preaching now, when you grow old, at that time you can retire. Then Tamal Krishna Maharaj is asking, Prabhupada, when do you say somebody is actually old enough to retire? Prabhupada says, that depends. And then Prabhupada is saying, I'm 80, I still don't feel I'm old enough. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj is saying, Prabhupada, if you say you are not old enough, then nobody can actually say that they are old enough to retire. Prabhupada says, yeah, like that, which means Prabhupada doesn't want anyone to retire. What's the point in retiring? Retiring means to go back to Maya. Retiring from what? From Krishna consciousness. So we can't. So we have to be very, very clear. This whole idea of I will just sit to focus on my bhajan, and then what do we do? And what is the guarantee that we will actually progress that way? Because our whole point of bhakti starts and ends with what Prabhupada said, period. We can quote zillion other acharyas, zillion other Vaishnava Shastras only. None of them have any potency on us. Our only hope to practice Krishna consciousness is we have the order of our spiritual master, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. And we have to simply take that and we have to follow. That's it. Whether I am qualified or I am not qualified, that's up to my authorities to decide. That's not for me to decide. Okay, so we have to be very, very careful because it's a very lazy man's excuse, to be honest. Each one of us, we have our capacity to do, yes, not everyone may be able to sit in Vyasasan and give class, fine. Not everyone may be able to distribute books, fine. Do something, preach to your neighbor, preach to your friend, preach to some other person who comes to the temple and do. But suddenly if we show humility, saying, oh, I'm not qualified. Who said we are qualified enough to pick the plate to take prasad? Mahaprasad. We have to be consistent in how we think, correct? There we think, no, I am qualified to actually take prasad. Who told you that? So be consistent everywhere. Understand? So we should not be lazy. It's just a very, very, sorry, what? Lame excuse. Okay, that doesn't reflect the mood of Prabhupada at all. It's a very selfish way. Remember, prayena deva munaya svavumukti kama. The funny part here is, even by focusing on our own liberation, still there is no guarantee that we'll get liberated. At least let us try to please Prabhupada. That's all we can do. Okay, Harinama I can't lead, just to go with them, what's the problem? Isn't that what's given in Bhagavatam with Lord Ram? It's mentioned there are people who pleased Lord Ram by glorifying him. There are people who pleased Lord Ram by doing Homa. There are people who pleased Lord Ram by doing good to all the other prajas in Ayodhya. And there are people who did nothing, they just were in the assembly going with the Lord Ram. That's all they did. Even they also get liberated, it's given. At least we are here, do something there. Okay, nothing, okay, come to temple, at least sit and chant here. You don't need to even go outside. At least sit and chant. If a new person comes, they will feel inspired. But if we sit here, sometimes have we seen some devotee would very happily sing Harinam and everyone sits and watches nice musical performance? Happens. All the time it happens, unfortunately. So that's not the proper mood. The whole mood itself is wrong and Krishna consciousness will go dry if we do that. If we want mercy, in whatever capacity we have, we should be giving mercy. Otherwise, Krishna will be thinking, this devotee have already given mercy. What's the point in giving him or her more mercy if the mercy is not going out? If we become like a conductor, electricity comes, superconductor. We pass it on, then more will keep on passing through us. Kadam Kana Maharaj gives a beautiful analogy. He says, our position is like station we have set up to give water, nectar to people who are coming from the desert, parched desert, totally thirsty. And each one is coming with a cup, mercy, please give me some water. And he says, so you have this big trough full of nectar, bottomless trough, unlimited nectar, and you are given a pitcher. Have you seen? In festival days we do, big one. Charnamrit goes out like that. Like that you have a big trough. And you have people standing in queue. So Maharaj says, you scoop it and then you give. Okay, next. And next. And he says, between two people coming, there will be some gap. During that time, you also can drink some. In this way, whoever who distributes mercy, they have access to unlimited mercy. Understand? Whoever just holds to it, Krishna will be thinking, anyway, chanting 16 rounds, shelter of Guru, anyway, you're not taking risk for me. You are anyway safe. Why should I give you more mercy? Understand, more mercy, more resources, more help is needed only when there is a need. If Krishna's name alone is enough, once japa alone is enough for one to go back to Godhead, then sit in your room. You can be in the temple, you can be in your home, you can be anywhere, doesn't matter. On the other hand, whoever takes the risk to come out of their comfort zone or even stay in the comfort zone. You don't even need to come out. At least inside the comfort zone, let us do something. Okay, otherwise we can come, sit, hear, or even don't come, sit online and hear, or don't hear at all about Prahlad Maharaj. We are not even following even a tiny bit of what Prahlad Maharaj is saying. Every day we are singing, we are glorifying Prahlad Maharaj. Unfortunately, we will all be clubbed under the category which Prahlad Maharaj is saying here. Prayena Deva Munaya Svavamuktigama. He is not bothered. Maunam Charanti Vijane Na Parartha Nishta. 2 times he is condemning. 2 times he is chastising them. Svavamuktigama. They are only selfish. They are worried about them. Na Parartha Nishta. They are not worried about them at all, others at all. Both means the same, but he is saying it 2 times. Okay, so here he is saying, I have never performed any real service for the Lord. He is saying, Hanuman, he did so much, my Lord. Practical service he did. I just sat down and meditated. How is this a great service? You praised me because he caressed me and showed other signs of affection. But some consider such affectionate behavior merely a false show of Maya, and others just a display of his pastimes. I think today we read that verse. Sarvehi ami vidikarastava satvadamno brahmadayo. That's the one. Vayamivesha nachod vijantaha shemaya bhutaya utatma shukaya chasya vikriditam bhagavato ruchiravatara. He says, Prahlad Maharaj says, my Lord, you coming down here in the form of a lion and displaying all this wonderful pastime, showing even your unparalleled rage, is simply a display of your pastime. Why are you doing? Third line he says, Shemaya Bhutaya Shuka Atma Shukaya, he says. Shemaya Bhutaya Uta Atma Shukaya. Shukaya means happiness. Atma Shukaya means one's own happiness. So why is Narsinghadev coming down here to display this pastime of half man, half lion, ripping the body of Hiranyakashipu, so on and so forth? He is saying that is simply for Shemaya Bhutaya Utatma Shukaya. Simply for his own pleasure he is doing this. So he is saying, you have praised me because he caressed me and showed other signs of affection. But actually my Lord here refers to his Guru. He is saying he came down, Narsinghadev came down and displayed those pastimes just for his own happiness, as part of his pastime. You regard those affectionate displays as natural symptoms of his love, but I consider them no more real than a dream. Why is he saying this as a dream? Sometimes, why do you think people take selfie? Okay, someone goes, let's say, for vivid they go. Again you'll say one photo, this angle and then that angle, alone, and then 20 people together, Hare Krishna. And then they give flash poses also. Have you seen that? They keep clicking, so many of them. Why? Because everyone knows this moment is going to be very short-lived. And they want to capture it, save it, so they can register it for posterity. Otherwise, how will it look? It will look like a dream, correct? Something that happens so fast. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you regard those affectionate displays as a natural symptom of his love, but I consider them no more real than a dream. Why? Yeah, it was there, it looks like a distant dream. Lord came, but he was there only for a short time and he's gone. So this one feels like a dream. How is this a symptom of real love? He's asking like that. And by the way, that happened when I was 5 years old. Do you remember? How old are we? Here Prahlad Maharaj was tens of thousands of years old when he spoke this. Remember, this pastime happened in Satya Yuga. Prahlad Maharaj being saved by Lord Narsinghadev. But this particular conversation is happening in end of Dwapara Yuga. When Krishna is in Dwaraka, that's exactly the time when this is happening. Can you imagine how many hundreds of thousands of years would have passed? And if I ask you, what were you doing when you were 5 years old? How many of you remember? And how old are we? Okay, 80? I'm talking my age. No, even we don't remember. Okay, even though 40, 50, 60 years later, we don't remember. So he is saying, that feels like a distant dream, my Gurudev. The Lord truly gives his mercy. Saintly authorities believe when he grants the right to render various kinds of service. Very important. Truly gives his mercy. So how can we understand whether we are recipient of Lord's mercy? When we have seva to do. When we have service to do for the Lord, and that service can be anything. Bhakti Bazaar shop, cleaning the temple, cooking, book distribution, giving class, attending Harinam, making garlands, anything. Making sweets, eating sweets. Service. Service is Lord's mercy. Who is the true recipient of Radha Gopinath's mercy? Whoever who does service for them. They are the true recipients of mercy of Radha Gopinath. When he grants the right to render various kinds of service, a blessing he gives to such devotees as Hanuman, nothing else counts as his mercy. Furthermore, Sriman Narasimha performed his pastimes not to favor me, but to protect the demigods, his devotees, and deliver two of his eternal servants. We'll come to that. He also wished to uphold the truth of the words of Brahma and of others, such as Brahma's sons, and fully display the greatness of devotional service. These were the only reasons for his pastimes. In one verse, he puts so many reasons. First point, he is saying, I am born in Asura family, Hiranyakashipa. Hiranyakashipu's son, Asura Varya Dehinam. Nasadu Mani Asura Varya Dehinam. When Prahlad Maharaj addresses his father, he says, oh, best of the Asuras. Try saying that to a devotee will feel offended, correct? But here, he is addressing his father, oh, best of the Asuras. Prahlad Maharaj is identifying himself as, my father is a great Asura, I am also born in Asura family. Krishna, as Narasimhadev, he gave me his mercy simply to proclaim the power of devotional service, that, look, even somebody born in Asura family, how even such a person can be elevated to the platform of devotional service. Simply to do that, he gave me this favor, that's all. There's nothing so great about me. He wanted to establish about the supremacy of Bhakti Yoga process, that is why he chose me. And second point is saying, he didn't come down specifically only to protect me. He protected me, and then he gives a list of reasons. He says, he came to fulfill the words of many of his devotees. I am but a significant one. First devotee he is saying is Brahma. Brahma, when he appeared in front of Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyakashipu asked for a boon. Initially he asks for immortality, and Brahma says his usual reply, look, even I am not immortal, how can I make you immortal? So then Hiranyakashipu, then he comes up with a series of conditions. One of the conditions he says is, may I be not killed by anyone created by you. So Brahma says, Tatastu. To fulfill that promise, Supreme Lord himself came. Second promise he is saying, when I was in the womb of my mother, Kayadu, and my father went to do tapasya, Indra at that time imprisoned Kayadu, taking her to the prison, and it was you who interrupted him, and at that time you told him not to kill my mother because she is carrying a great Mahabhagavat in her womb, which is me. Simply to fulfill your word that some Mahabhagavat is there, Narasimhadev made me as a pure devotee. So it's not for me, it's because Narada Muni said that. So he is saying like that. Third thing he is saying, he came down to protect his two gatekeepers, Jai and Vijay. We have Jai and Vijay here also. They were cursed by the four Kumaras, and as their true master, he has assumed this form, he can personally deliver them. Fourth reason he is saying, four Kumaras, after they curse Jai Vijay, they request Vishnu to reclaim back them just after 3 births. So simply to fulfill their words also, he has come. Fifth reason he says, Hiranyakashipu in Bhagavatam itself, there is one section where Hiranyakashipu says, this boy, he is talking about his son, Prahlad, he says, this boy, no matter what I do, he is unmovable. Okay, he is not moved from his resilience, determination to practice bhakti. He is exhibiting so much power, I think it's just gonna finish with me getting killed. He himself predicts. So he says, Hiranyakashipu, even though he is in a demoniac form, still he is your pure devotee. In spiritual world, because he predicted that he will be killed, you came down to kill. In fact, one Acharya writes, there are many instances where people cook so much bhoga, try to offer to Supreme Lord, whether he takes or not, only he knows. But here, after killing Hiranyakashipu, Narasimhadev climbs up and sits on the throne. Nobody invites him to sit. But the throne was made by Hiranyakashipu. So Narasimhadev, remembering his relationship with him as Jai Vijay, he goes and says, "Hey, this is made by my pure devotee. No matter whether he invites me or not, I'll go and take." So he goes and sits down there on the throne. Honacharya writes like that. So like that, Prahlad Maharaj says, "My Lord, these many reasons are there for Supreme Lord to come down to enact that pastime. I am but just one, tiny cogwheel in this whole dynamics, basically." I'll finish with this verse. "O greatest of devotees who have nothing material to possess, when the personality of Godhead gave me a kingdom, I understood that I had not received even one atom of His mercy." Why? Because he feels, yes, I wanted to stay here to deliver all of the people as a full-time preacher. But Lord Narasimhadev, by giving the kingdom of Hiranyakashipu, which is very vast, I feel I'm entangled in my family material duties. Because of that, I'm not able to do bhakti properly. So I don't see this as a favor of the Lord. So he continues like that. Few more verses. And then he tells to Narada Muni, Hanuman is a better devotee than him. And then Narada Muni goes to Kimpurusha Varsha to meet Hanuman. And then Hanuman will give. So in this way, you can see Prahlad Maharaj, he is not directly refuting, but he is throwing a different light everywhere. He is saying, yeah, that is true. And by the way, these are the extra reasons. This is also true. By the way, these many reasons are there. Like that. This way, he is belittling his own position as a pure devotee of the Lord. And instead, he is glorifying Hanumanji as the greater recipient of Lord's mercy. I'll finish here. Any questions or comments? After 1,000 years, he started to recite. So his whole realization comes after 1,000 years. So there is the tug of war that keeps on going back and forth. And then Gajendra is realizing, he's looking around, my relatives, wives, kids, even my friends, all they can do is just to howl, asking for help. Nobody can help me. Then he says, there is only one person who can help me. Gajendra didn't even know who he was praying to. Okay, so he just says, one who is all powerful. At that time, it's mentioned, Indra thinks maybe it's me. And then he says, one who is all powerful, who is the creator of even Indra. Then Indra is thinking, hey, that's not me. And then like that, it says, oh, one who is the creator of this universe. Brahmaji is thinking. And then he says, one who creates even this universe and Brahma. And then Brahma is like taking a step back. Like that, it goes to Shiva. Shiva is also taking back. And finally, all his descriptions suit for only one person. Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagavan ki jai. And then they come down. Yeah, thank you very much. That prayer is for me. And then Vishnu comes. Yes.
Provide us some
Yeah, good question. How should we take if a guru glorifies a disciple? Two things come to my mind. I was once, Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Maharaj was here in person in one of the devotees' home. And Maharaj gave, initially there was Kirtan, Maharaj gave a class. And after the beautiful class, Maharaj says, okay, now we have come to to my favorite part of my Vyasa Puja. It was his Vyasa Puja. And he says, my favorite part of my Vyasa Puja is to hear glorification about me. And then he laughed and he says, I know you must be in a state of shock hearing me say that. And then Maharaj qualified what he said, and he said, throughout the year, I run around trying to think that I'm being useful in Srila Prabhupada's mission to fulfill the order of my Guru. Now when I hear you glorifying me, telling me how I played a significant role or whatever tiny role that is in your life, that's what gives me hope that yes, I didn't waste my whole year last year. I did something useful in the service of Prabhupada. So there is some hope that Prabhupada will accept my service. You understand? So that's one thing to actually remember. Second point is, whenever a guru glorifies a disciple's proper mood to accept that is, I am insignificant. It's only due to the mercy of my guru that I was able to do something. In fact, I was just engaged in his hands as just an instrument. Through me, he is doing. That's all. And my only credit here is, I am the fortunate recipient of his mercy. That's all. And if the disciple maintains that mood, then on one hand, the disciple can accept the acknowledgement of the guru that the disciple is indeed doing something useful for guru, but at the same time, the disciple won't get carried away by the egoistic feeling that like, yeah, I did something great here. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he exemplifies what's the proper mood to get empowered. Another analogy comes to mind. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's given that the path of bhakti which a devotee takes is like a snake. It's given. Snake doesn't go in straight line. Have you seen? It goes. So you don't know at every step what is the will of Krishna. You have to keep bending. So that analogy is given. Anyway, side point. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, at the beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he says, I am so fallen. Even if somebody hears my name, they will lose all their punya. He writes like that. But then at the end of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he says, whoever reads this book and worships Lord Chaitanya, they'll be blessed with the eternal seva of Radha Krishna. But whoever tries to understand Radha Krishna without going through Chaitanya as given here, even if he is Lord Brahma, he cannot understand Krishna. Like that he says. Now as he become proud, initially before writing the book, he feels very humble, but after writing the book, haha, I finished. Not like that. A Vaishnava simultaneously feels incapable and confident also. Incapable on his or her own capability to be able to do, but at the same time very hopeful and confident that by mercy of Guru, that's why we say Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Kirim, by mercy of Guru, one can, even a lame person can scale great mountains. Even a deaf and dumb person can actually become a great orator, like that. So simultaneously we need to understand these 2 points. Alone I am incapable, but by mercy of Guru anything is possible. And if for some reason, somehow, if I end up doing something good, it's not because of me. Remember, my position is this only, but by mercy of Guru I am able to do here. So whatever credit that's due here is simply because of my Guru. Prabhupada's mood was like that. In one pastime it's given, one disciple of Prabhupada, he's saying, have you seen photos of Prabhupada sometime walking into the room and everyone is bowing down? Have you seen it? So in one instance, they were doing Premadwani, Prabhupada ki jai, jai, like that. As Prabhupada is walking, and at one point, one disciple says, he was bowing down, and they are all saying, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, and they are all saying jai. Prabhupada is also saying jai. And then this devotee is saying, huh? He's looking up. Then he's saying instantly, looking at Prabhupada, he had this realization that he's telling to his Prabhupada. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he's saying jai, like that. Okay, so this is the proper mood. So we don't, for accepting, to think that I am the doer, that's on platform of false ego. To think that I'm not the doer is also on the platform, I can't do it. That's also on the platform of false ego. That comes under the category of people I told you, oh Prabhuji, I'm so fallen, I cannot do anything. Prasadam Allaman, I'm qualified, That's both are false ego. We are not qualified at all. Like one disciple goes to Prabhupada and says, Prabhupada, I'm the most fallen, please protect me, I'm the most fallen. Prabhupada says, you are not the most anything, you are simply insignificant. Like that Prabhupada goes. Prabhupada had very interesting answers. In one place, one devotee, there was a tree that was leaning on a neighboring property. So devotees tell him, if you don't cut the branches, the tree can damage the building. So this devotee ends up chopping off all the branches. There was only a trunk. Big trunk left. Prabhupada goes to the temple after a long time. When he goes there, he looks at it, in Dallas temple. When he looks at it, Prabhupada gets upset. Who did this? And then he calls the temple president, he chastises him. And the temple president says, no Prabhupada, it was leaning back, the tree is already dead. Prabhupada is saying, tree dead, look at the green twig coming. Prabhupada is noticing that also. If it's dead, how can a fresh green twig come? Unnecessary. And then he goes, and then this devotee bows down to Prabhupada in his room and he says, sorry Prabhupada, was I offensive? Prabhupada said, not offensive, ignorant. Prabhupada says like that. Prabhupada was very precise when he corrects people for what purpose. Okay, so we have to understand that alone we cannot do anything. Alone we can't even practice bhakti. We can't chant Hare Krishna. We can't be Hare Krishna. But by mercy of Prabhupada, mercy of our spiritual masters, we can do whatever little we can. Same way, alone we can't preach. So same understanding we have to extend to that also. Alone we can't preach. Alone I can't be a Brahmana. Alone I can't do any seva for Radha Gopinath. But by mercy of Prabhupada, mercy of my Guru, I am able to do. So I should do something at least. Not that when it comes to taking mercy, I am most fallen, I cannot do, alone I can't do. And then when the Guru says, okay, I have given you mercy, go and do. No, Gurudev, I am unqualified. That's false ego. False humility. That's not benefiting anyone. It doesn't benefit Krishna, doesn't benefit Prabhupada, doesn't benefit any fallen conditioned soul. Okay, so finding that balance is always good. Okay, we understand alone we are insignificant, and we also understand anything is possible by mercy of Krishna and Guru. And through them, yes, it is possible. And if a credit comes, we give the credit back to the Guru. Gurudev, it's only because of your mercy I'm able to do. Please kindly keep engaging me in your mercy, in your service, like that. Okay? Hare Krishna. Yes, Mataji.
This tune which we are reading, I find it hard to kind of match the speed or everything together. Is it possible to slow down or maybe point that out?
Yeah, you can do. Anyone likes to read the verses? You can read even before the class starts. You don't need to wait for me. You can use the mic and you can just... That's fine. There are only few people even after I come. It doesn't matter. You can just start. No, you can take turns and start. So you start, and then whoever wants to, even you can, if you want to start reciting, you can start. That's what we used to do before COVID. Many things before COVID I have to remind everyone. So you recite, you can take turns, you can do, and then after you finish reading, we can start the class. You don't wait for me. So you start the recitation beforehand. If anyone of you want to do kirtan, sit and do kirtan, no problem. Okay. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Sri Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrind ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Shri Radha Gopinath's devotees ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Prahlad Maharaj's mood won't be to directly refute, but instead he would throw a different perspective on that glorification. Which verse did we cover till last week? 26 we finish. Thank you, Prabhu. 27. As the Lord says, when I wish to favor someone, I make him lose his opulence. Yes. So Narada Muni had glorified Prahlad Maharaj that you are the most favored devotee of the Lord. But we study in Bhagavatam, Yasyaham anugranami harishyatva dhanam shanai tatojayam tajantesya swajana dukha dukitam. If Krishna wants to favor someone, what will he do? He'll take away everything from them. And then because the person, they lose. If you have any doubts about it, go through the lyrics of Chaurashtakam. The whole song is about how Krishna is a thief and how devotees are binding him in their heart. You have done so much, stole so many things away, we'll catch you, like that. So, Krishna, if he wants to show some special favor to someone, he will take everything away, slowly. And then the relatives, when they understand that the person is bereft of any opulence, bereft of the riches, which they once used to possess, they are also take step back. And Krishna says, so that way, because I'm Dinanath, Dinabandhu, naturally people who have nothing, they will end up coming and taking shelter to me. In Purana, there is a story actually of once Narada Muni going and asking Krishna to favor two people in the same place. In a kingdom, there is a great king who is a Vaishnava, who engages all his wealth in the service of Krishna. On the other hand, there is an old widow lady whose only means of sustenance was her cow. And whatever milk she could get from the cow, she was selling them and maintaining herself. So Narada Muni, being touched by the devotion of these two devotees, he goes and he recommends to the Supreme Lord. We all need that recommendation. That's why we pray to Prabhupada, pray to Vaishnavas, pray to Srimati Radharani. Always we don't go directly to Krishna. Sitaram, Lakshmi, Narasimha, Radha Gopinath. So we always worship our Divine Mother to get their blessings, their recommendation. So here Narada Muni goes and puts forth the request to show favor to those devotees. Krishna says no problem. To the rich man, he gives more riches. And as far as the old lady is concerned, Krishna liberates the cow. So now she is left with nothing. So Narada Muni is shocked, because normally you would think one who is already having riches, Krishna would give them something else, and the one who is poor, we would think Krishna is going to give them riches. But in this case, it was the opposite. The person who had the riches, Krishna gave him more, and the person who is totally dependent on the cow, Krishna took away that cow also. So then Krishna explains that this king who's already engaged nicely, engaging all his wealth in my service, engaging all his senses. Yesterday I was giving Bhakti Shastri class, I asked this question. Rupa Goswami, he gives for Navida Bhakti, there is a verse, Sri Vishnu Shravane Parikshita Bhavat Vayasaki Kirtane, that verse. He lists the Navida Bhakti and he gives one person who epitomized each one of those Navida Bhakti. So I was asking, who is the one who epitomized deity worship? Then one devotee answered, Ambarish Maharaj. I said, Ambarish Maharaj, you can answer for all of them. Then I asked for distressed, they gave something else. I was telling them, see, distressed, I can even put Ganesham Govindadas. I need Shastric example. One who came to Krishna consciousness because of distress, we can put anyone in that name, but tell me something which Rupa Goswami said, not what you and me think. Shravanam, who's the example Rupa Goswami gives? Come on. Parishit Maharaj. Kirtanam. Good. Shravanam Kirtanam. Vishnu Smaranam. Remembering Krishna. Padasevanam. Fantastic. We are doing well so far. Archanam. Prithu Maharaj. So for deity worship, whoever doing deity worship, garlands we make, we do arati, bhog offering, he can always pray to Prithu Maharaj. His Leela is given in 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. He is Saktyavesh avatar of Supreme Lord. He comes along with his consort, Archi. They both lead in a very exemplary life. Prithu Maharaj is also known to have performed 99 Ashwamedha Yagya, 100th Yagya when he was supposed to do, Indra gets insecure. And then you know that Leela. So, Prithu Maharaj, he is known for his deity worship, Archanam. Prithu Maharaj also offers beautiful prayers to the Supreme Lord. One prayer which is commented by the Acharyas as one of the most intelligent prayers you can ever offer to the Supreme Lord is, he prays to the Supreme Lord when Supreme Lord asks, so what boon do you want? Prithu Maharaj prays, my Lord, just like how a parent would actually give, a father and mother would give the child, fully understanding what the need of the child is. Similarly, please give me what you think is best for me. Nice prayer, right? Takes a lot of surrender to offer that prayer. Normally we have our own list of desires. But Prithu Maharaj offers that beautiful prayer. So you pray because many things we are asking, we ourselves don't know whether it's good for us. Correct? If only Hiranyakashipu knew that Narsinghadev is going to come and rip his body, do you think he would have asked for that? He would have said like, no, normal killing is fine. You take Ravana. If only he knew that Supreme Lord will come in human's body to kill, he would have added humans also in that list when he asked for immunity from Lord Brahma. Okay, so here, when we offer our prayers to the Supreme Lord, we should understand that whatever Supreme Lord gives us is simply for our own benefit. It takes some conviction, it takes some maturity to understand that. Just like how, as parents, we won't desire, think of even anything bad that can possibly happen to our child. Similarly, Krishna is our Supreme Father, Aham Bija Pradapita. If we think we are so perfect in our parental relationship with our child, why do we not understand that Krishna being Achyuta, Krishna being the perfect parent, why do you think he will fumble in his role? That's our problem. We are ready to put faith in us, ready to put faith in our parents, ready to put faith in our own role as parents. But when it comes to putting the same trust on Krishna, we are having big problem. We think like, yes Krishna, but you don't know what I want. Excuse me, how would you like your kids to actually say that to you? What? How dare you show that attitude to me? Imagine if Krishna, instead of playing flute like this, if he shows like this, we have a problem. So, here Prithu Maharaj is exemplifying how we should offer prayers to the Supreme Lord. My Lord, you please give me what you think is best for me, just like how a parent would do for a child. So when Krishna fulfills our desires, that's his blessing, his kripa. If Krishna doesn't fulfill our desire, that is his protection. Just like a child may ask, give me a knife from the parent, or they may play with it. Parent would actually take away the sharp item. The parent withholding something, holding back something is their protection to the child. Same way, when we ask something to Radha Gopinath may not give us. It's simply because of their own protective mentality towards us. Actually, in one place, Prabhupada is telling to Harishauri Prabhu that actually whatever you ask Krishna, Krishna will give you. Then Harishauri Prabhu asks, really Prabhupada? Prabhupada says, yes. In timing, there may be some difference. Like, how big is the difference? A few lifetimes? Possibly. There are Puranic stories where somebody actually asked Krishna, Krishna, is that what I asked you? Krishna says like, yeah, you asked me before, but that's not what I meant. Well, I took it this way, you know. So, darshan is there. So, we have to understand, offering prayers to the Supreme Lord, we simply come and we follow in the footsteps of Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj, even when the Supreme Lord is pushing him. No, you should ask boon from me. Prahlad Maharaj says, no, my lord, I don't want. You compare that attitude to that of Karma Kandi. They go, the only relationship they want to have with the Lord is only based on something. Dhanam Dehi, Putra Dehi, something material. This is their relationship. When that is cut, there is no more relationship. Material relationship, that's a what relationship do we have with the government? Are they taking care of our spiritual welfare? Vedic times they do. Currently, no country actually is doing that. What relationship do we have with our boss? Material relationship only. If they stop the pay, we won't go to work. So, if you think about it this way, we can gradually and naturally come to this conclusion that only with Krishna we can have that eternal relationship. Prithu Maharaj, Archanam, Vandanam, who exemplified it? Akrura. So Akrura, if you see, Kamsa, he hears about Krishna Balram. He also hears first-hand information about them when he sends each one of the different demons to kill Krishna. But these demons, instead of killing Krishna, they end up being killed, one after the other. So when Kamsa comes to know about it, Kamsa sends Akrura. Why is he sending Akrura? Akrura is uncle of Krishna and Balaram, for a start. Prabhu, don't show your back. So Akrura is Krishna Balram's uncle. Akrura is also known to be honoring his word. If he makes a promise, even someone like Kamsa can trust him. It's one thing to trust your friend. These days we don't even trust them. That's a different thing. But it's one thing to trust somebody who your relationship is in good standing. But if someone as demoniac as Kamsa, if he puts the trust on someone who is good, you can imagine how much trustworthy the person must have been. And you will see Kamsa putting same level of trust to one other person. Who is it? Vasudev. When Kamsa was about to kill Devaki at that time, Vasudev stops him and tells him, don't do this heinous act. It won't befit you as a great king. Instead, what you do, you let your sister live, and then I promise that every child that is going to be born to us, I will bring. And for Kamsa, that is satisfying. Yes, Vasudeva is a man of his words. I'll follow his suggestion. So that's what he does. So here he sends Akrura, and he also makes a beautiful golden chariot. Because he is thinking Krishna Balram, they are just ordinary young village cowherd boys, and he's thinking we can lure them, showing some gold. So this is his attitude. So now Akrura gets on the chariot and he starts to drive. It's mentioned in Bhagavatam, Akrura's body, it got on to this golden chariot. Akrura's mind, it boarded his mental chariot. So even though from Mathura to Vrindavan is not very far, Akrura, after getting on the chariot, he was going on his meditation. Oh, I will go, I'll see Krishna, I will see his lotus imprints that is going to be on the ground. And then when Krishna looks at me, he will first smile and he will call me Akrura uncle, like that. So his mind is on Manorath that way. And then his body is in the physical chariot. And the horses of the chariot, they are having good time. Whole day they are going grazing here, grazing there. So they took the whole day. Finally they reach in the evening. You will see the pastime. That's why it took such a long time. He actually left after Mangalarati. But it takes a whole day. Imagine from here, you to go to Paramata, you take that long. That's pretty much how long must have been. But then when he goes there, gets down, there he sees the lotus footprints of Krishna. It's mentioned in Bhagavatam that when Krishna was very young, all the symbols of his lotus footprint, because he's a small boy, very, very tiny little child, so the impression won't be that clear. But because Krishna, when he's grown up, by the time Akrura came, Krishna was a 12-year-old boy. So at that time it's mentioned that each one of those symbols within his lotus feet, they were very well pronounced. So when Akrura looks at them, he offers beautiful prayers. You can read the section in Bhagavatam. Dasyam, who is the example? Hanuman. We'll come to Hanumanji later today. Dasyam, Sakyam, Arjun, Atmanivedanam, Bali Maharaj. Okay, so these are Navida Bhakti, different types how we can worship. But there are exemplary kings, Raja Rishis, Ambarish Maharaj. He mastered in all the 9. It's mentioned Ambarish Maharaj was such a great king. Despite having to manage the whole Bhumandala, he was coolly sitting in one place. Where? In Vrindavan. Whole day he'll spend only in the temple room, cleaning, cooking for the Lord, doing arati, dancing for the Lord, everything he would do. Whenever he hears his army general coming and telling there is some problem somewhere, all Ambarish Maharaj would do is pick up his bow and he'll just do a tiny twang, ting, and that vibration will go to every nook and corner of his kingdom. As soon as even anyone who wants to do something wrong, when they hear that, they'll keep quiet. No, if we go ahead with this, that king will come. He is protected by the Supreme Lord. And they know very well what happened to Durvasa Muni. Sudarshana Chakra will come next. Sometimes you want to do something wrong and you think like, no, better not. So like that they think and they keep quiet. It's mentioned like that. So very efficient management. There is one quote of Prabhupada. Prabhupada says in management, there is 4 styles. Active intelligence, lazy intelligence, active unintelligence, lazy unintelligence. I'll first speak about unintelligence. It's easy to understand, very close to our heart. We'll relate to that. Unintelligent, somebody who is doing something stupid. Actively, if they are doing it, it's bad for everyone. Lazy, unintelligent. They are unintelligent and they are not doing anything. Again, what needs to be done won't be done. So then you have passive intelligent. Someone who is intelligent, but they created the system in such a way that things will just go on automatically without them having to do much. Then there is active intelligent. Somebody who is intelligent, but they have to run from pillar to post to get things done. Prabhupada says of these 4, lazy intelligent or passive intelligent is first class management. And Prabhupada says active unintelligent is dangerous. So Ambarish Maharaj was actually doing lazy intelligent management. He was sitting in one place, he was doing everything, but then things are going on automatically, even without him having to intervene. So here, this is what happened with Akrura. He is going to Vrindavan from Mathura. This Leela happened. So here, coming back to this verse, Harishye taddanam shanai. If Krishna wants to favor someone, just like how he took away the cow of the old lady, Krishna will take things away from him. Avanti Brahmana's prayers, if you read, you will see Krishna takes away if somebody wants to do. Why is Prahlad Maharaj quoting all this? Because just now, Narada Muni had glorified him saying, don't you know, or do you remember, my dear Prahlad, Supreme Lord himself came and he ordered you to take the kingship of this whole world, inheriting from your father. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you see, this is what Shastra says. When Krishna wants to favor someone, what does he do? He takes everything away. What kind of favor is this when Supreme Lord is giving everything to me? This is his point. O greatest of devotees who have nothing material to possess, when the personality of Godhead gave me a kingdom, I understood that I had not received even one atom of his mercy. Understand? So he is saying, I want to do full-time devotional service. And he is asking me to be the king. How is this any favor for me? So this is his point. As the Lord says, when I wish to favor someone, I make him lose his opulence. Such statements as this are evidence. And so also are the statements of his exalted devotees. Just see how my worship of the Lord has been eclipsed by my attachment to ruling my kingdom and by my ties to family members, servants and others. For not crying over this in remorse, I should be condemned again and again. So this is the attitude of Prahlad Maharaj. Why else would I have fought against the renowned Lord at Vishala, as I had reverted to low conditioning of my birth? As we were touching on this point last week, there is one instance we say Prahlad Maharaj fought with Pitavasa, Vishnu. When he was on the way to Naimisharanya, there is another instance of his Leela also with the Naranarayana Rishi also, you will see. So Vishala is another name of Badrikashram. Text 30. The demons in their teachings are always inclined to bad scholarship about the truth of the self. Because of my association with such demons, even today my understanding is not free from the degraded element of dry speculation. Normally, material tendency is, even if you go to a temple, Radha Gopinath is merciful, you can come anytime and you can take darshan. You can go to some temples like Tirupati, very difficult to take darshan of the Lord. You have to stand because lakhs of people go to take darshan, very difficult. I once went to Pandharpur after Padayatra, Alandi to Pandharpur. Took us like 18 days, about 270 kilometers. I was going with the Pune devotees, there are like 200 of us. So every day we would go walking like about 18-20 kilometers doing Harinam throughout the day. And then after 18-19 days we arrived there, we did a big Maha Harinam on the occasion of Ashada Ekadasi. To take darshan of the Lord in Pandharpur, Vittal, especially during Ashada Ekadasi, is practically impossible. I stood in the queue for close to, I think, 28 hours or something. In between, I took a break just to take prasad, came back again. And finally you go in front of the Lord, you, did I say 28? It's 14, sorry. It's, I mixed the numbers. 14 hours I had to stand. I went the previous evening, next day morning, evening we went at 4 o'clock, next day morning, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock like that. Yeah, it took me close to 14 hours. And then I finished a good portion of Prabhupada Leelamrita, going. Some places you recollect with some activity. So we had that 8-volume one, and we were like a group of brahmacharis. We took turns. Each one is reading one book, and then it just went. So like that I remember. Once I went from Mumbai to Kolkata, I finished Ramayana throughout. I was reading Bhaktivikas Maharaj's Ramayana book. So you will come across like that. So here finally you go. That's one deity in the whole world where they will actually let you to go and touch. Let you to go put your head on his lotus feet. It's self-manifested deity of Krishna. He stands like this, so you can go. Anybody, Prabhu's Matajis, they allow. Everyone can go and you can put your head. And my mentor told me, this is in Pandharpur. Okay, Vittala. So when, like my counselor told me that when you go there after standing for such a long time, you go put your head on his lotus feet, then at that moment you will understand, yes, this is all worth it. 14 hours standing in the queue and doing. My mentor told me another thing, because you have to walk in the sun during the whole journey. He said, when you go, you meditate on Vittala. And after 20 days, when you go to Vittala, he'll make you to look in the same color as him, like that. Very, very merciful deity. Anybody can go. It's the Mula Murti, Archa Vigraha. They'll allow you to go in and they can do. With him, the mode of worship is also different. They do everything open. They'll feed the Lord, everything. They won't put any curtain. So he's like Patita Pavan. Enjoy whatever darshan you want. Okay, you watch me eating prasad or boga. So everything they do, we can go there. Beautiful place. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had gone. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's brother, Vishwarup, he disappeared from that place. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he goes during the whole South Indian tour to Pandharpur also. There is a beautiful river also, Chandrabhaga. ISKCON has a beautiful temple there as well on the banks of the river. So here he is actually saying the demons in their teachings are always inclined to bad scholarship about the truth of the self. Because of my association with such demons, even today my understanding is not free. So any temple you go to India to visit the temple and you take darshan of the Lord is not very easy. Pandharpur is, I was giving example, Tirupati is so hard, Pandharpur is also hard, but you will get to touch the Lord actually. I was reading on this point. Prabhupada is writing in Gajendra Moksha that when Krishna is pulling Gajendra out, he first pulls Gajendra out and then he simultaneously releases Sudarshana Chakra. Sudarshana Chakra comes and cuts the head of the crocodile. Hoo. So that's the Gandharva king who became crocodile. It cuts his head. And then Shukadeva Goswami says, because Krishna touched Gajendra, anyone who is touched by the Lord are sure to get liberated. So immediately Gajendra also got liberated. He also went back with the Lord, back to the spiritual world, attaining Sarupya Mukti. Now Prabhupada is writing in the purport that here is a proof how much one gets benefited by doing deity worship. If someone, when we are doing deity worship, we have to understand that we are directly dealing with the Lord. Just like here, simply by the touch of the Lord, Gajendra, he got liberated. Similarly, Prabhupada says all our pujaris, when they are worshipping the Lord, touching the paraphernalia of the Lord, they are also in a very fortunate position to be liberated by the Lord, Prabhupada says. Okay, and Prabhupada says, not only doing deity worship, whoever even chanting the holy name of the Lord, because the name of the Lord is non-different. Whoever who is doing any kind of devotional service to the Lord, same purport Prabhupada writes, all of them will be equally benefited. Like that Prabhupada says. So normally, when we go to a place like that, our tendency is somehow or other, let me get ahead of the queue. This is our general tendency. Somehow fight with everyone and then in front of the Lord go and say, Trinada Pisunichena, my Lord. I'm the most humblest of the humblest, my Lord. So we lie even to the Lord also. Unfortunately, this is our position. But if you see great personalities like Prahlad Maharaj, great personalities like Ambarish Maharaj, personalities like Haridas Thakur, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, rather than their position as Goswamis, they still like to remember their connection with their background, with their roots, and they still take that as an opportunity to remain humble. Haridas Thakur, he has never gone to Puri temple inside. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, they won't even go through the main door. They go through roundabout way along the beach sand it's given. Like that you will find many instances. Like you take even Swarup Damodar. Slightly unrelated point, but we can understand, we think somehow or other if I go to Vrindavan, everything will be fine. Nothing will be fine. When disciples asked Prabhupada, should we come to Vrindavan? Prabhupada says, no, there are already enough monkeys. Like that Prabhupada says, in one place, 3 days you can go to Vrindavan. Prabhupada says, if you go there, first day, second day, you will start to get familiar. Third day, you should offer pranam and you should leave. Because the benefit is more, Prabhupada says, if you don't maintain a proper consciousness, offense also will be more. Prabhupada says, benefit is multiplied 1,000 times, aparadh is also multiplied 1,000 times. Risky, right? Big gambling. So Prabhupada says, so that's why Vrindavan, we should be careful. You go there only with the proper mood. And if you read the section of Akrura visiting Vrindavan, there you can see Prabhupada explaining about this should be the mood. Akrura, right from the time he got on to his chariot, he was meditating on Krishna. He was meditating on, when I see the Supreme Lord, this is how I'll actually offer prayer. This is how the Supreme Lord will reciprocate. And true to his meditation, when he gets down, what does he see? He sees the lotus imprints of Krishna, Gopinath on the land of Vrindavan. And then he sees the dust of Vrindavan that's raised by the hooves of the cows in the horizon. And then he sees Krishna Balram coming. If you meditate on that, then you will see. And then guess how Krishna addresses Akrur? Akrur uncle. Same as what he thought about. So Krishna is very, very personal. Okay, so we have to understand that. Devamrita Maharaj, I was hearing one class, he was saying that when Ajamila, when he was about to leave his body, at that time he was scared. he didn't know what is going to happen. And he's seeing all these disfigured faces, people with disfigured faces coming with the noose. And he could understand, yeah, I've read about these guys, they are going to take me to heavenly, hellish planet. Thinking this way, he is very scared and he is looking at his son, Narayan, and he is calling him Narayana. And Maharaj said that as soon as he calls Narayana, he suddenly sees 4 personalities. And then he is looking on one side, there are these 3 Yamadutas who are ready. And Maharaj says, Krishna is so personal because Ajamila, he committed offenses, sins, Deha, Vak, Buddhi, using his body, using his mind and using his words. Because of that, Krishna sent him 3 Yamadutas. And now, because Ajamila chanted Narayana, Na, Ra, Ya, Na, 4 syllable, Krishna sent 4 Vishnudutas. Krishna is very, very personal. Whatever you do, Yetamam Prapadente. Krishna will be very, very proportionately reciprocating with us. But then Krishna goes back on the promise also. Later on, when Krishna speaks to gopis, he says, yeah, in Bhagavad Gita I have said, Yetamam Prapadente, but your devotional service is so high, I can't reciprocate. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, see, Krishna going back on promise now. So Krishna is always sweet. That's why Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, he says, the path of the Bhakta, to attain Krishna Prema is like the path traversed by a snake. It will never be straightforward. Going like this, it's in Chaitanya Charitamrita it's given. So this is how it will be. What Krishna is going to do, nobody knows. Just like, can you imagine what Narada Muni would have thought when he sees Krishna liberating the cow? Did I say the prayer right? Krishna, I actually meant him, not her. This is what we'll think. But that's Krishna. What he does, only he knows. We don't know. But we need to put the trust, fully understanding, thank God, at least one person is in control of my life. Because nothing seems to be going right. How many of you feel like that? Thank you. It's not me alone. So it happens many times. So here, Prahlad Maharaj is associating himself with all the demoniac kings, saying, my Lord, this is my lower birth. He is telling to his spiritual master Narada Muni, why are you glorifying so great? I am not so favored. You are calling me favored because Krishna gave me kingdom. Krishna, normally when he shows favor, he takes the kingdom away. So how can any pure devotion appear in me that would signify the Lord's mercy? I see proof of my lack of devotion when I ponder the wickedness of Banasura. He is now associating himself with Banasura. Because Narada Muni glorified Banasura, Krishna spared him because of his relationship with you. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you are calling me devotee. Prabhupada says, Palena Parichayate. Correct? You judge a tree by his fruits. He is saying, if I am so great, look at my grandson. Great grandson. He is number 1 demon. He is actually a avowed enemy of Vishnu. He is a Shiva Bhakta and he takes vow that I'll be against him because he has this grudge against Vishnu that it's given in Shastra actually. One of his friends actually tell him that, what happened to your father Bali Maharaj, Krishna has imprisoned him. And just to make sure that he doesn't escape, Krishna is standing as door guard. Like that he says. But here we see glorification that Vishnu is protecting his kingdom. Same act, but everyone is having their own interpretation. But this is how demons see. So Banasura has that grudge against Vishnu. So here Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you are calling me great devotee. Look at what my great grandson is doing. He is a vowed enemy of Vishnu. How is Krishna favoring me? Imagine you go offer prayer to Supreme Lord Krishna. Krishna, please give me a devotee child who is like Prahlad Maharaj. And Krishna gives you Hiranyakashipu. How will you feel? How will you feel? Krishna is favoring you. That's what Prahlad Maharaj is saying here. I have heard some say that now after arresting and imprisoning Bali, the Lord stays here in Sutala as the doorman just to keep him captive. You see, this is what Prahlad Maharaj is saying, what demons are talking about. Krishna's reciprocation. Prabhupada says, when Krishna, many times we may think, how many of you think like this? I should have been born 5,000 years ago. I would have just caught hold of Krishna's lotus feet. How many of you think like that? Prabhupada says, Don't worry, Prabhupada talks about it 50 years ago. There were devotees who thought like this also. Prabhupada says, when Krishna was physically present 5,000 years ago, Prabhupada says, hardly 30-40 people know that he is actually Supreme Lord. In 125 years, after showing so much Leela, Prabhupada says hardly 30-40 people only know. So 100% we won't be in that category. So it's not about that. Sometimes we may think, 500 years ago, only if I was there, at least I would have taken shelter of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even Columbus appeared 500 years ago. Actually, if you see, he discovered America. What would have done, You might have been born in some other place. Nobody knows. So we have to understand, Prabhupada says in one place, same opportunity that is given to Arjuna, same opportunity that's given to Shubhadra Maharani, same opportunity that's given to Yashoda Maya, it's also given to us. So we need to understand, Krishna is there, Krishna is still accessible through his Leela, Krishna is still accessible through his name, Krishna is still standing right here. All we have to do is come and take darshan of Radha Gopinath. Stand in front and then allow Radha Gopinath to look at us. We are seeing them, they will also see us. And whenever we come in front of them to take darshan of them, it's mentioned all our ocean of faults, all our ocean of suffering will get dried up. Simply by coming in front of the Lord and letting the Lord see us. So that's why when we come to temple, we should come properly dressed. Sometimes people come with beach shorts. That's not a great thing. Singing kirtan, we should follow proper standard, at least wear devotional clothing when you are singing at least. Leading the kirtan, for example. So the more serious we are, come properly, in a presentable way, because we are coming to take darshan of a king and a queen. Imagine you go for an interview. How will you go? Disheveled, without taking bath? Yeah, I thought I'll actually wash my hair, but just changed my mind, We don't do that. You go in the best presentable form. Narendra Modi is coming. Okay, there'll be hundreds of thousands of people going. Everyone properly dressed as if he is coming for a one-to-one audience. He won't even turn in your direction. Still, we are so calculative when we actually go. We are coming to take darshan of Supreme Lord. How much more careful we should be. To that extent, we take devotion to Radha Gopinath seriously. To that extent, Supreme Lord also will take us seriously. To the extent we take it lightly, remember Krishna, yayatamam prapadente. Krishna will reciprocate in exactly same way. Putana, how many of you know who is Putana? She is a demon who came to kill Krishna. So in the previous life, she is actually thinking when Krishna as Vamanadev, he is taking away the wealth of Bali Maharaj. At that time, she is the sister of Bali Maharaj and she is thinking, if only, I have heard sister, I have heard her as a daughter also. One of that, she is related to Bali Maharaj. At that time, when she looks at Vamanadev, she thinks, oh, he is looking so cute. I wish he is born as my son. But then as soon as she sees Vamanadev taking the wealth, she thinks, if only he happened to be my son, I would kill him, like that. Krishna made a note of everything. Okay, mother, and then killing, like that. So the next life, she gets born as Putana. And she takes baby Krishna, she is feeding him her milk. At that time, remember, Krishna remembers, okay, this is my mother, tick. And then he goes, okay, killing. She is trying to kill me, I will also kill her. He kills her back. So Krishna reciprocates perfectly. She wants to treat him as the child. Krishna, despite her being in the body of a demoness, Krishna is still accepting her milk. But then she wants to kill, Krishna is accepting that also. Krishna is saying, no problem, Krishna is killing. Prabhupada says, when in first canto, when Prabhupada is writing about Bhishma Dev's prayers, there Prabhupada says, Bhishma Dev, he is related to Krishna in virya, in chivalry. So Krishna, he gets pleasure by fighting with Bhishma Dev. So Bhishma Dev, understanding what Krishna wants, Bhishma Dev is also fighting. And Prabhupada says, whatever arrow which Bhishma Dev shot, which hit Krishna's body, Krishna took the same amount of pleasure which he experienced when he embraced gopis like that. We can't experience like that, but Prabhupada says, this is Krishna. Everything about him is absolute. Even killing of Krishna is absolute. Krishna kills, it's good for them. They'll get liberated, they go back to spiritual world. Okay, so this is Supreme Lord. So here it's given, so how can any pure devotion appear in me? That would signify. So he is saying, On one hand, you are saying Vamanadev is standing there guarding Sutala planet, guarding Bali Maharaj, so he can actually perform his bhakti. But I am actually hearing among devotee circle that actually Krishna doesn't want Bali Maharaj to leave. That's why he is standing there, making sure he doesn't leave the place. So this is what he is saying, but the same thing is spoken. There is a reference also of Banasura hearing this from his friend Kushmanda. That's how he actually develops that enmity towards Krishna, that I will never worship him, and instead he becomes worshipper of Shiva. On rare occasions, some persons like Ravana can see the Lord here. The Lord shows himself only when it suits his own purpose. Now he is saying, you are telling Lord is standing here in Sutala planet as if to favor me and Bali Maharaj. But actually it is not so. Supreme Lord is coming for his own purpose. And he is saying on rare occasions, some persons like Ravana can see the Lord here, as if Ravana is a great devotee. No, actually once Ravana, if you read in Ramayana about ego of Ravana, you will have a good laugh. Most of that will resonate with our mentality. So many times he will get beaten. At one point, Yamaraj thinks, this is even before the advent of Lord Ram, enough is enough. I'll just go punish Ravana. He picks up his danda and he wages war against Ravana. And right at the moment when he is about to kill him, because nobody can withstand Yamaraj's weapon. So at that time, Brahma comes and he tells to Yamaraj, look, this demon, I have already marked him for Lord Ram. If you kill him, what will Lord Ram do? So you better go back. Then Yamaraj, very hesitatingly, he turns back and he goes, Ravana marks at him. See, he's afraid of me and that's why he's going. So you will come across many instances. So here, Ravana, once he goes down to fight and he goes all the way to Sutala. So in Sutala planet, when he actually goes, guess who he first meets? Vamanadev. He is standing right on the doorstep of Sutala's immigration department. So then Ravana says, I want to go inside. Vamanadev says, no, this is beyond your limits, go elsewhere. Ravana says, no, don't you know who I am? And at that time it's mentioned, Shastras say, Vamanadev tried telling him, he is still insisting. Vamanadev didn't even care to talk to him. He just neglectfully, sometimes if a mosquito comes, how will you do? Sometimes something annoys, some flies annoys, you do like this, right? Like that it's given, specifically it's given, Vamanadev just neglectfully kicked Ravana like that. He kicks him, not focusing on it, very neglectfully it's given, get lost, he kicks him like that. And Ravana flies away. So far. So here he is citing that pastime saying, on rare occasions, even persons like Ravana has taken darshan, but even in that case, Vamanadev appeared there to serve his own purpose of Leela. He thus showed himself in this very place to Durvasa because Durvasa had strong faith in able to see the Lord. This happened even before Krishna Leela. Durvasa was in Kushastali. That's the name of Dwaraka. At that time, they were disturbed by, 10 demons. They come and disturb. So Durvasa, wanting protection, he then asks Narada Muni, where should I go? Then Narada Muni tells him, you go to Sutala planet, Supreme Lord is there, physically present there, you can go seek his help. So he goes to Sutala planet and he asks his help. At that time, Vamanadev says, look, I am property of Bali Maharaj. I am just a servant. You go seek permission from Bali Maharaj. Durvasa has already learnt that lesson before also. Remember, during Ambarish Maharaj past time, he tried going to Vishnu and Vishnu also says, Aham Bhakta Paradino, he says Tvantantra. Then Durvasa says, I've heard all this before. Then Durvasa goes to Bali Maharaj next, asking him, I have a problem there. I heard you are known to give whatever people ask of you. So please send Vamanadev to my kingdom, Kushastali, which later becomes Dwarka. So he can come, kill those demons and protect all of us. Bali Maharaj gives a very interesting reply. I think we'll read that. In short, Bali Maharaj says no. But there is a verse that actually says that, we can read that, it has interesting details. What Bali Maharaj says, wherever one develops an intense desire. Now point here is, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, the reason why, because on one hand, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Vamanadev is here, but he is not here all the time. I don't even get to see him. Some rare occasion, Ravana comes, yeah, he has seen. Another occasion, Durvasa comes, he has also seen. But then Prahlad Maharaj is also saying why Durvasa was able to see him and not a pure devotee like Prahlad Maharaj couldn't. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, when Durvasa asked Narada Muni, I want help from the Lord, somebody can protect from these 10 demons. Where can I find him? Narada Muni tells him, go to Sutala. Simply to fulfill the words of Narada Muni, Krishna, he manifested there as Vamanadev. Like we saw this earlier also when Prahlad Maharaj saying it's not just to protect him did Narasimhadev appeared. Instead, to fulfill the promise of so many other people, including Prahlad Maharaj. Narada Muni had told, when Indra was going to kill Kayadu, at that time he said, no, Mahabhagavat is there. Likewise, Brahma said, you will be killed by someone who is not created by me. Each one, 4 Kumaras have said, Jai Vijay has said, so on and so forth. Prahlad Maharaj himself has said, remember, the demon Hiranyakashipu, he comes, he gets totally frustrated with not being able to kill Prahlad Maharaj and he asks him, is your Lord even in this pillar? Prahlad Maharaj looks and he sees Lord, yes, he is there. And then he kills, because Prahlad Maharaj also said he is there, to fulfill his promise also he has come. Interesting on this point about, sometimes you will come across some instances, devotees going on places of pilgrimage, and they say, this is exactly the pillar where, Hiranyakashipu was killed, Narasimhadev has come out and killed Hiranyakashipu like that. Once in South India, devotees, when Prabhupada was in Chennai, Hyderabad, in that tour, few devotees actually told Prabhupada, we visited this temple, very ancient temple, and that temple still has the pillar from which Narasimhadev has actually come. And then Prabhupada smiles and he says, I don't think this is the place. Prabhupada didn't visit, but Prabhupada says, I don't think this is the place. Interestingly, I've come across one reference in Brihad Bhagavatamrita where it's mentioned the palace of Hiranyakashipu where Narasimhadev came out of the pillar, it was on the shore of an ocean. And then I was going back to this place where the devotees mentioned there is no ocean there. Then I thought Prabhupada is always correct. But here is an evidence. But Brihad Bhagavatamrita says the palace, the pillar of the palace from which Narasimhadev had come out, it was on the shore of an ocean. It's given like that. If my Lord were always present here in person, why would I have traveled all the way to Naimisharanya to see him as Lord Pitavasa, the yellow-garbed form of Narayana? We can say that by your mercy, the Supreme Lord developed some love for me and so I appear glorious. Now he is giving credit to Narada Muni. Prahlad Maharaj is saying to Narada Muni, my Lord, I might have developed some bhakti, that is because I happen to be your disciple, simply to favor you. But my greatness is just like a tiny speck before the heaps of mercy the Lord bestows on his newer devotees. Newer devotees here refers to Hanumanji. So that's what he's going to come to. Oh Narada, your heart overflows with causeless compassion. Why should I go on describing all my misfortunes which simply make you unhappy? So now he's coming. Sometimes, you try to guide devotees. But sometimes you sit here, you hear the problem. After half an hour, you will feel depressed. So we have to be careful. We need to sit and we need to study Shastra. We need to be positive. Otherwise, trying to, it's like somebody goes to psychologist. The person will come out happy, but the psychologist needs to go to another psychologist. So here Prahlad Maharaj is saying, oh Narada, I don't want to tell you about my misfortune and make you feel sad. Now let me tell you the greatness of another devotee. Why should I go on describing all my misfortunes which simply make you unhappy? Instead, please consider the Lord's mercy on Hanuman. Bajrang Hanuman ki jai. Bajrang Bali Hanuman. Please note, my Lord, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared suddenly in his form of Narasimha just to kill my father. And as soon as the Lord fulfilled his purpose, he at once disappeared. It just happened like a flash. I haven't been able to see my Lord directly whenever I wanted. When I saw him once on the shore of the ocean, it was just like seeing a dream. So here he is saying, it was on the shore of the ocean. And in Sanskrit it's given Maha Udadi. Uda of the ocean. It's given. But Hanuman is much more fortunate. For many thousands of years, he has enjoyed serving the Lord constantly without obstruction. How many years? According to Ramayana, 11,000. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, 13,000 years. He was personally present by the side of Lord Ram and he was serving. He is the most powerful person. When he was just a child, the demigods favored him with several wonderful benedictions. Thus he became immune to old age and death. He is free of all fear. He maintains great vows. And Shastra say, among the many vows Hanumanji took, the greatest vow is celibacy. He was a Naishtik Brahmachari. And he performs auspicious deeds. Outstanding among heroes, he is an exceptional servant of the Lord of the Raghus. Ramachandra Bhagwan ki jai. With playful disregard, he jumped across thousands of miles of fathomless ocean. Expertly in the capital of Rakshasa king, he comforted Mother Sita in her distress. He boldly threatened his enemies, burned Lanka and destroyed its citadel. Citadel is his fort. When he brought back news of Sita, he received his master's deep embrace. Actually, each one has a beautiful lila attached to it. Then it will become a Ramayana class. We won't make much progress. I was also, when I was reading this, how much should I talk? Control. We cannot lose track of it. So we'll continue with this. It was Hanuman who acted as his Lord's best carrier. Okay, before we go, just a couple of points I will touch. Here it's given, expertly in the capital of Rakshasa king, he comforted Mother Sita in her distress. Of course, Mother Sita, she is the divine consort of the Lord. But here, according to the Leela, Hanumanji comes, appears, and then Sita Devi, initially she might think, this is what Hanumanji thought, she might think that Hanuman is also Ravana in disguise, because Ravana previously also has come in disguise. In fact, when he comes for Bhiksha, he came in disguise. So, Hanuman thinks, if I go asking for Bhiksha, then she may mistake me and she may alert, making noise, alert all the other Rakshasas also. Then I won't be able to convey the message of Lord Ram to her. So thinking this way, Hanumanji, he starts to glorify about the beauty of Lord Ram, his chivalrous activities, his unparalleled, fathomless ocean of qualities. Describing about the beauty. That section is called Sundarakanda. That's why it's called Sundarakanda. Sometimes, you hear interpretation, Lanka was so beautiful, that because this Leela happened, that's why it's called Sundarakanda. Lanka has got nothing to do with that. Sundara here refers to the beauty of Lord Ram, beauty of his qualities, beauty of his Leelas. So this is Sundarakanda. So after narrating that, Hanumanji comes, conveys the message. Now, here it's given, he had comforted, given comfort, given encouragement to Mother Sita, that Lord Ram, your dear Lord, will soon come here. Now, we have to understand, Mother Sita, is she dependent on the comfort of her devotee? No, it's not like that. Part of the Leela, everyone is acting their role. You will see same mood exhibited by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, I have this big beautiful garden of Krishna Prema and I am collecting all the fruits. How much can I distribute? As a gardener, I am cultivating all these Bhakti Vrikshas, Kalpa Vrikshas, Prema Vrikshas, Krishna Prema Vrikshas, and I am having the fruits of Krishna Prema. Alone, how many people can I actually distribute it to? When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that, all his associates come and they comfort the Lord. Don't worry, Lord, we will assist. So then everyone, Nityananda Prabhu, they take responsibility for Bengal. Each one of those associates, they go to different places, you will see. Likewise, Haridas Thakur, he takes the responsibility. Each of Srivas Thakur, Advaita Acharya. Even, can you imagine if, Supreme Lord is in Chatswood. He's like, wow, all of you beg, borrow, steal, somehow buy a home in Chatswood, correct? That means it's Vaikunta. I want to be in Vaikunta, like that. Imagine if Supreme Lord says, go to Perth, I will stay in Chatswood. How will you feel? But this is what devotees had to endure. They had to go so far away simply to assist the Lord. You may think even it is happening only in the case of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. No? Take Krishna. Brajabasis had to be staying in one place. Krishna had to go to so many other places. Hastinapur, he goes, Pandavas are saying, please stay with us. He goes to Dwaraka, they say, stay with us. Brajabasis, they also say, stay with us. Where will Krishna go? So, every place, if you actually see, Sambhoga and Vipralamba. Sambhoga means serving in the company of the beloved. Vipralamba means serving the Supreme Lord in separation, in mode of separation. Okay, so when we sometimes don't get the opportunity, it's one thing to think, my home is actually far away from the temple. I feel disconnected. Realized, you're laughing. Happens. Mind says that. My mind has told me that when I was staying outside. So on one hand, it will say, this is one way of thinking. But if we go by the Shastra, if we see how Prabhupada, how he exemplified. Prabhupada, he led a very exemplary Grahastha life. Then he takes Vanaprasth, printing literatures, distributing everything. Then his god brothers tell him, Swamiji, you should take, Abhay Babu, you should take sannyas initiation. Then you can travel and preach. Prabhupada takes that as the order of his guru coming through his god brothers. And in his mind also, Prabhupada says in few times, his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur himself has appeared in his dream, asking him to take sannyas. And then when it happens repeatedly, Prabhupada says, okay, this is what my spiritual master wants, and Prabhupada takes a sannyas. And Prabhupada then leaves Vrindavan. If you read, especially in the poem which Prabhupada writes in the first year, as well as in the second year in US, your heart will melt. Prabhupada is saying in one place, this is Gaura Purnima, they do Gaura Purnima, Parikrama, like that they say. Prabhupada is writing, feeling separation from Mayapur. Because Navadip Mandal Parikrama, it was there since 500 years ago. Nityananda Prabhu, he takes Jiva Goswami on that Parikrama. That's when he actually says, Adbhuta Mandir is going to come here. TOVP ki jai. So like that, and then you will see Ishan Thakur also taking. So this Parikrama was going on for so many years. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has also taken. Bhakti Vinod Thakur has taken. So Prabhupada is writing, my heart is in Mayapur, and this is Gaura Purnima time. And at that time, Prabhupada hasn't even introduced much about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Actually, in one morning class, Prabhupada is giving Bhagavad Gita. Actually, if you read Bhagavad Gita introduction, do you know how many people was present for that class? Nobody was there. Prabhupada just turned on the tape recorder, gave the class, and then recorded it. That got transcribed and that became printed as Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita as it is. Now how many students are there? Millions. Because Prabhupada desired, pure devotee desires, Krishna will fulfill it. So Prabhupada there, he actually says, so in one morning class he is giving, everyone is like, they haven't actually still come out of hippie culture. And then any questions Prabhupada is asking, nobody is asking question. And then Govinda Dasi Mataji, she's asking, Swamiji, I saw in the other book you are having, who is Lord Chaitanya? And then she says, when she asked Prabhupada that question, Prabhupada face actually bloomed like a full moon. Prabhupada was so happy. Prabhupada says, that's a very nice question. And then Prabhupada gives a half an hour class on Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Prabhupada is saying, this is Gaura Purnima, this is what is going to happen. But I am here in such a faraway place. But still, I am not separated from there. Prabhupada is saying, conviction. Prabhupada gave up Vrindavan for all of us. So we have to understand. So going to Vrindavan, settling there is not a great achievement. What is a great achievement is, if we follow in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, take one instruction of Srila Prabhupada and try to do whatever we can. I was giving a Bhakti Shastri class and I was saying, if you think getting a certificate of Bhakti Shastri is a great achievement, I said that's not a great achievement. If match fixing is already done, you are not going to fail anyway. So that's not a great achievement. Great achievement is if you can pick up the habit of reading Prabhupada's books. If you can pick up the habit of reading Shastras every day, that's a great achievement. Okay, so we have to understand there are a lot of sacrifices which Srila Prabhupada has done. We are here, especially on a Saturday morning. Have you seen old movies? For flashback, they show this. Have you seen? They'll take like one circle and they'll do. That's like, your flashback. You think about it, 20 years ago, what were you doing on Saturday morning? 11:15, most likely we would have been in bed still. This is what we would have been doing, okay, before coming to Krishna consciousness. So we need to be grateful and we need to understand there is, Bhagavatam itself says, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of Srila Prabhupada, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of spiritual master, Bhagavatam says like this, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of the spiritual master is a joker. That's the word that's given. Don't blame me, Bhagavatam says that. When one place Prabhupada is preaching, and then Prabhupada says, rascals. And then devotees ask, rascal? Prabhupada says, yeah, there's difference between fool and rascal. Fool don't know what they are doing. Rascal knows what they are doing, still they do stupid things. That's why they're called rascals. And then one person is asking, Swamiji, you are actually calling people, Krishna, he said, Pandita Samadarshina. Prabhupada is saying, no, Krishna himself says, Namam Duskritano Muda. Muda means rascal. Prabhupada is saying, I'm just repeating. Don't blame me. Krishna is saying this like that. Bhagavatam is saying, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of their guru is a joker. Because we simply can't repay the debt. How can you repay what Prabhupada has given us? We can't. So it would be impudent of us to think that, I actually have a better idea. Thank you very much. We are following Prabhupada's movement. Let's follow. Prabhupada has given everything. What to chant, Prabhupada has given, how to worship Radha Gopinath. Prabhupada has given us Radha Gopinath. We don't even know who is Radha Gopinath. Okay, I remember coming to this temple, one day, 2 day, 3rd day, one devotee looked at me and he said, Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. I said, it's okay. Like that I walked away. How do I know what it means? Normally, please means, somebody does something wrong, they ask, please. I said, like, okay, whatever. I said, okay, that's okay. And I just walked away. This temple. Vrindaya Tulsi Devi Priya Gasa Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavati Namo Namaha, nothing. I just slept. Varnai Prabhu came and he kicked. Namo Namaha. And then Tulasi, get up, I was sleeping in this temple. So if we are not born devotees, we are given this mercy simply by desire of Srila Prabhupada, mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we have to take that to our heart. First of all, take it up fully, worship those instructions. But most important is understand the desire of Guru. Prabhupada wants this Krishna consciousness to be spread to every nook and corner of the world. At least we should spread to every nook and corner of Sydney. Nook and corner of to Australia. Doable. Okay, we all have many more summers to go. Okay, so we can do. This should be our long-term plan. So we need to have goals. I remember when I joined the temple, Varnak Prabhu asked, so what's the goal? Goal? I told him very proudly, to go back to Godhead. He said, I know that. What's your goal? For 1 year, next 5 years, next 10 years, how do you see? Then I asked him, so are we allowed to have goals? He said, yeah, go think and come back. So then I told him, I want to do book distribution. Then you come up with I want to do deity service. I want to do traveling Sankirtan. If we have goal, then at least we know in a certain direction we are heading towards. Otherwise, everyone will pull in different direction. We won't have a vision. We won't have a goal and we won't have any achievement. Okay, so for Prabhupada, we need to be very clear. We need to do it systematically. In one place, Prabhupada is saying, how karmis work. We need to work even more hard because we are working for Krishna. They are working for material thing. If we are working for a permanent thing, how much more careful we should be. How much more strenuous effort we should put. So we should take it very, very seriously. When we come to temple, we need to come properly dressed, put proper tilak, come in front of the Lord and deal with Radha Gopinath, Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra Maharani, Shri Gaur Nitai, exactly like how you would go take the audience of a king and the queen and the brother of the king, sister of the king. Okay, so this is the mood with which we should come and our presentation should be like that. To the extent we take it seriously, to that extent, Supreme Lord also will take us seriously. Now, does Supreme Lord makes note of all of this? Yes. You can read Chaitanya Charitamrita. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would tell specifically how each devotee has worshipped their own home deity. How they worshipped the temple deity. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there are so many pastimes. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself narrates. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself participates in to teach the whole world how deity worship is non-different to directly dealing with Krishna. So we have to be very, very mindful of that. Temple room, we still see mats left everywhere. That's not good. Temple room, we still see flower petals there. When you look at it, pick it up. Temple room, this is the king's assembly. Temple room, there is still prajalpa going on. We need to be careful. Temple room, we are still standing in front of the Lord, ignoring the Lord and then talking loud. We have to be very, very careful because there are many people who come from outside. We don't know what background they come. Okay, many people have distress. How many of you came to Krishna consciousness because of distress? All of us. So we have to be mindful. By Gopinath's mercy, by Prabhupada's mercy, we are okay. But then there are other people who may want to be here to spend some time with the Lord because they feel peaceful. And we don't know their distressed condition. And they may be sitting here and talking and we talk loud, it will be disturbing them. So that's not good. So we need to be very, very mindful and we have to understand Radha Gopinath is for everyone. And as fortunate recipients, it's our utmost responsibility to make sure that we facilitate others also coming and taking shelter of Radha Gopinath. Okay, I'll stop there. Any questions or comments? Okay, that's an 8th chapter about living this planet. Krishna gives symptoms, but Krishna also says towards the end of the chapter, you can read, there attaining the absolute, there Krishna is actually saying none of these conditions apply to Krishna Bhaktas. Okay, in Australia, the path that is given is Krishna gives all of those for the path of the enlightened yogis. Because yogis, they can leave the body at a time when they actually like. So they will wait to quit the body at a certain time, like that. But Krishna says, as devotees, we don't need to bother. All we need to worry is, Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Mam Anusmara Yudhyacha. So, Srila Rupa Goswami, he says, there are so many rules and regulations. We talk 4 regulative principles, but if you want the elaborate version of it, you can get a book if you don't have Nectar of Devotion that has 64 regulative principles. So you can go through each one of them. So Rupa Goswami says, all these 64 regulative principles, they are all subservient, they are all servant to one single rule. Smartavya satatam Vishnu, Vishmartavya najatuchit. Sarve vidhi nishedhyashur, yeteyor eva kinkara. Kinkara is servant. All the rules, they are servant of this one single rule, which is always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. They both mean the same, but it is mentioned 2 times because it's very important. Just in case if you have misunderstood it. Like that, okay? So, it's like telling, so you please go to the restaurant through this door. That door is locked. So you go through this. It's like 2 times repeated. So for devotees, all we have to worry about, especially in Kali Yuga, Prabhupada made it even simple. Prabhupada explains, you read 8th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, you will find a lot of instructions of Prabhupada. Prabhupada says, in Kali Yuga, you close your eyes and you try to think something, except that everything else you will think. Or sometimes your mind will say, actually I should not think this. Still you will not think what you are supposed to do. All your mind will be making plans, I should not think that, not this, not this. But the very time you think, I will not think about it, you will end up thinking about it. Okay, have you got that experience? Always happy feeling, you have to keep on holding. That's why people take selfie. I always say that. Take video, because it will go away. Okay, have you ever seen, today I'm very sad, let me take a selfie. Why? Because I'll forget it. No, everyone knows that's the normal state of mind, correct? There is nothing special about it. So, material world, we don't need to make a plan to be sad. It's anyway sad. But because the so-called happiness keeps on fleeting, keeps on going away, it's a problem. But when we practice Krishna consciousness, we will come to a point when we will understand Krishna is the only person who is worthy of us putting all our effort and energy in. Everyone at some point of time will disappoint us. Everyone, everything at some point in time will let us down. Krishna is the only person who will never let us down, not only now, future lives also. The only afterlife insurance is chanting Hare Krishna. Okay, otherwise normal life insurance, I will pay the premium. But then after I die, can I enjoy it? We pay the premium, so people who are dependents, they will enjoy, basically. That's life insurance. But then who's going to take care of us? There has to be something that we can do that can take care of us, correct? That is possible only in bhakti. So in bhakti, Prabhupada says, simply if we chant Hare Krishna, if I tell you, suddenly, Sachin Tendulkar, immediately I'm telling a sound, immediately the form of Sachin Tendulkar is coming in mind. Correct? Virat Kohli, Narendra Modi, Roger Federer, anyone. Okay, sound has that potency of bringing that memory. Sometimes we are conscious of it, sometimes we are not, but that's what it means. Sound can bring memory. Sound alone can bring memory in Kali Yuga. Okay, so in Kali Yuga, remembrance is not possible. We can't sit in one place and think. That's the reason why I was saying. Because our mind always holds on to a lot of negative feelings, despite our trying to forget. Actually, negative experiences we are trying to forget, but we are not able to forget. Positive feelings we want to remember, but we are forgetting. Very difficult life, correct? Very unfair. That's what's happening. So, to come out of this, we have to cultivate positive thoughts. Now, the best way to counteract, to cultivate positive thoughts is, you can take any celebrity, any person who you think, yeah, this is my favorite, or I am the star. Either if it's a movie star, their movie will be flop. Then you'll feel disappointed at that person. Okay, like recently one devotee told me someone committed suicide because their favorite movie star, the movie became flop. Movie may be flop. Movie star took the money. Why are you committing suicide? But that's what people do. People likewise, you will come across politicians. They may be good politicians, but they lose the election. What to do? Not every politician who is good also wins the election. Or some cricket star maybe. Anything can happen. So at some point of time you will see, you will be let down by someone. Could be relative, could be friend, could be some richest person, could be someone who promised you they'll do. They'll always let you down. Krishna, that doesn't mean we need to hate them. Their intention may be good. Have you got that experience? You actually want to help someone, but you just got, for some reason you are not able to do. So you can't blame yourself for that. You tried your best, you can't. But reality is we are letting someone else down. But Krishna is the only person who never lets anyone down. Why? Prabhupada says, after installing Krishna Balram in Vrindavan, Prabhupada says, you go and pray to Krishna Balram. They will fulfill whatever your prayers is. Why? First of all, they don't have problem themselves. Very important. Because most of us, all of us, have problems. There is only so much we can help others. Beyond that point, what can you do? You cannot. So first point Prabhupada is saying is, because Supreme Lord, He has no problem, He can solve everyone else's problem. Point number one. Point number two, Prabhupada says is, they are standing here, any problem you have, you go and tell them, my dear sirs, I have this problem. Because they are capable, they are so powerful, they can also do. They can also solve the problem like that. So the best recourse for us in this precarious situation in Kali Yuga, when inflation is up, somehow prices always go up, correct? It never comes down. Have you seen it? Toll rate also goes up. After some time you think, you just get used to it. So things just go bad to worse. They are all in, if you are still in doubts about effects of Kali Yuga, read 12th canto of Bhagavatam. It tells very graphically how tax is going to increase, how housing will actually go up higher and higher, the cost of a house, and then how people will run to forest because they can't take paying so much tax anymore. Like that. It's given in Bhagavatam. It will come to pass. It's already realizing in many ways actually. So we have to understand it. So the best recourse that's given in Shastra is simply to chant the holy name of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if we simply keep chanting the Supreme Lord, what that will do is it creates positive impression in our mind. Just like when I was saying a few names of some cricket star, movie star, whoever, it comes to our mind. Like that, by saying Radha Krishna's name, they will also come to our mind, but we may not realize it immediately. Gradually it will come. Slowly. Sometimes you sleep, in dream, you watch something and you think, where did that come from? It's totally out of our control. Likewise, positively, the impression of Radha Krishna is also not in our control. We are chanting Supreme Lord's name, asking Him to please come to the altar of our heart, and then take care of us, to protect us. That's what Supreme Lord will do. So if we do, then it doesn't matter. When we leave, when we quit the body, quitting the body is not such a great thing. It will just, Krishna will take care automatically. We don't need to bother. Okay? Hare Krishna. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai. Sri Jagannath.
जय श्री श्री राधा माधव की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की। So today we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, the status quo, Chapter 28, Kapila's instructions on devotional service, verse number 12. Yada mana swam virajam yogena susamahitam काष्ठां भगवतो ध्यायेत् स्वनासाग्रावलोकन यदा मनः स्वं विरजं योगेन सुसमाहितं काष्ठां भगवतो ध्यायेत् स्वनासाग्रावलोकन यदा मनः स्वं विरजं योगेन सुसमाहितं काष्ठां भगवतो ध्यायेत् स्वनासाग्रावलोकन यदा मनः स्वं विरजं योगेन सुसमाहितं काष्ठां भगवतो ध्यायेत् स्वनासाग्रावलोकन। यदा, when, mana, the mind, swam, own, virajam, purified, yogena, by yoga practice, susamahitam, controlled, kashtham, the plenary expansion, bhagavata, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Dhyayet, one should meditate upon. Swanasagra, the tip of one's nose. Avalokana, looking at. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Translation. When the mind is perfectly purified by this practice of yoga, one should concentrate on the tip of the nose with half closed eyes and see the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. It is clearly mentioned here that one has to meditate upon the expansion of Vishnu. The word Kashtham refers to Paramatma, the expansion of Vishnu. Bhagavata refers to Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Godhead is Krishna. From him comes the first expansion, Baladev, and from Baladev comes Sankarshan, Aniruddha and many other forms, followed by the Purusha avatars. As mentioned in the previous verse, Purusha Archanam, this Purusha is represented as the Paramatma or Super Soul. A description of the Super Soul upon whom one must meditate will be given in the following verses. In this verse it is clearly stated that one must meditate by fixing the vision on the tip of the nose and concentrating one's mind on the kala or the plenary expansion of Vishnu. Om Agyantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prethaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So in last few verses we have discussed how one has to control his mind and further purify the mind so that one can do meditation, one can do dhyana. The impurities of the mind are two, gross as well as subtle. There may be eradication of gross bad habits like no meat eating, no intoxication, no gambling, no illicit sexual activity. But further cleaning is also required to remove the smaller dirty things, subtle dirty things. In the pastime of Gundicha Marjan, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was cleaning the temple, he cleaned the temple twice. The first cleaning, the big stones and leaves and dirt which is visible is washed away. But the second cleaning, even finer dust particles which are not easily visible, which require more effort to scrub the floor, those are cleansed. In the same way, when we are cleaning the heart, we have to understand that the bigger things may get cleaned, but the finer things may remain, and those finer things also need to be cleaned. The desire for fame is more finer than lust. Lust is intense desire to enjoy any object prominently, intense desire to come in contact with opposite gender. And a person may become a brahmachari to keep away from ladies' association and practice celibacy. All good. But then he still may have the desire to be famous brahmachari, that everybody should know I am famous. Everybody should know I am first class brahmachari. So this is still lust. By giving up association of woman, he is conquering sexual lust. But now he is involved in fame, which is subtle form of lust. That I should be known as the best person. I should be having great image and reputation. When I go into an assembly, people should bow down to me, offer respect to me, do pranams to me, touch my feet, glorify me, hear me attentively, obey me, offer me garlands, offer me dakshina, become my followers. Why? Because I have given up association with woman. So you are associating with something else now. You are associating with fame. And that is worse than lust. Better to become an honest householder and have a wife rather than trying to attract all kinds of sense objects. And eventually with this desire of fame, the lust will come back, the desire for money and woman will come back. So there is finer cleaning required to wash our heart so that Krishna can come and sit in the clean heart. Do you want a chair? Is that okay? You can have a chair if you want. So finer cleaning is required. Duplicity, diplomacy, and labh, yes, at the end. Is that okay? Labh. Labh means desiring profit out of devotional activity. That I am doing this, I should get something in return. Labh, profit. Then puja, somebody should worship me. Pratishtha, I should get a high position. Kutinati, duplicity means inside is different from outside. Inside I am different, but outside I am portraying to be a great soul, a Mahatma, a Sadhu. So that's duplicity. Diplomacy. Diplomacy means externally I have a pleasant behavior, but the actual purpose is to fulfill a selfish desire. Externally I have a sweet talk so that I can extract something from the other person, extract some benefit, like some salesmen may do. They may do a sweet talk to get the money from the pocket and sell the product. So a devotee should not go into all this kind of dealings. A devotee should be simple, saralta, simplicity. What is inside should be outside. No pretense, no hypocrisy, no show. Inside should be equal to outside. When inside is opposite to outside, that's called mithyachari. Mithyachari means false behavior. And false behavior doesn't satisfy anybody. If somebody makes a false behavior of loving you, would you be satisfied? No. An honest enemy is better than a false friend. Honest enemy, at least you know he doesn't like me. That's okay. But a false friend who claims to like us, but actually is having some other hatred in the heart, that association who likes? Nobody likes. So this pretense, this false behavior, that is not good. So all these are subtle anarthas, violence. Now gross violence is going and beating somebody. A person may stop that. But there is hypocrisy in violence. That he may still hurt or pain others or obstruct others' growth. The actual definition of violence is very broad, and it means violence means obstructing others' growth. So when you kill somebody, you are obstructing their growth. That is violence. But you may obstruct other growth without killing also. Even that is violence. It's hypocrisy. If you go to the park outside and there is a man, a common man, general, walking with a dog, and you take a stone and throw at the dog, what will the man say? Tell me. Huh? Don't do that. And after half an hour he will go and have breakfast, and that will be meat. And after 3 hours have lunch, that will be meat. And after 3 hours have dinner, that will be meat. Don't throw stone to a dog, but I can kill an animal and eat. Oh, what is that? That's called hypocrisy, false behavior. In the park I am non-violent, I am sensitive, don't hit a dog. But when I am eating my lunch and dinner, my meal, where is my sensitiveness? And where is my non-violence? I am happily enjoying meat. That means somebody has killed that animal and cooked for me 3 times a day. General who are non-vegetarians, they don't realize this. So they are sensitive only in the park, not on the dinner table, not on the meal time. So that's not proper. So non-violence means not obstructing anybody's growth in any phase of life. So all these are very subtle anarthas which a person may not realize. I may give a class, but the desire inside would be, today the audience will come to know I am a great scholar. I may lead a kirtan, but the desire inside will be, everybody will come to know I am a good musician and a good singer. So it may be to attract the attention of public towards me and get claps, rather than to please the Lord, rather than to offer service to the Lord. So, in our practice, we have to thoroughly clean our heart. Then Krishna will come and stay in the heart. Krishna will not be present in the heart which is unclean. And this cleaning of the heart happens by chanting without offenses, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So there are, just like in the field, there are seeds and there are weeds. And the farmer has to carefully cultivate the seed and remove the weeds. If the weeds are not removed, and the field has both seeds and weeds, and there is watering by rain, then the weeds will also grow and the seed will also grow. And the weeds will be so many, they will overpower the actual seed, the creeper, the plant. And the weeds will take all the nutrients from the field and sunlight and rain and not allow the seed to grow. The seed will get choked up and the whole field will be full of weeds. And you will not get your actual requirement. So the same water which is used for the seed will be taken over by the weed. In the same way, our heart has seed of bhakti and other seeds, other weeds, weeds of violence, weeds of sense gratification, weeds of diplomacy, weeds of fame. And when we chant the holy name of Krishna, then the chanting is a watering process. It will water the seed also and the weed also. If the weeds are not removed, the weeds will grow and choke up our bhakti lata seed. So the weeds get grown up by chanting with offenses. When we chant with offenses, then the weeds grow up and the seed's growth is choked. So our spiritual growth is choked. So one should chant very carefully, without offenses, and attentively chant. So when we chant attentively, when we serve Krishna attentively, with proper intentions, then the seed grows. And an intelligent devotee should remove the weeds, should remove the false behavior, should remove the dirty things, should remove the unwanted weeds. Just like a farmer has to personally go and clean the field and uproot all the weeds and throw it out, then only the seeds can get nourished and grow and you get grains. In the same way, intelligent devotee should uproot all kind of behavior which is based on watering the weeds, which is based on name, fame, puja, pratishtha, labh, profit, adoration, distinction, worship. So one should be very careful. As a growing devotee, one should be careful of this subtle, finer elements for spiritual progress, so that we can progress without hindrance. In any activity we do, even material activity, initially we may do it on a surface level, but if you are progressing in that activity and becoming mature, you will have to pay attention to details to have a perfect result. It may be cooking, it may be singing, it may be driving, whatever activity we do. So even in bhakti, as we grow up, we have to be more and more careful, attending to the details, so that the heart is completely cleansed. Krishna comes and stays in a clean heart. He doesn't like to stay in a dirty heart. As much as we don't like to sit on a dirty chair or a dirty floor, Krishna also doesn't like to sit on a dirty place. So this whole morning program, this whole festivals, this whole reading, hearing, chanting, dancing, honoring prasadam, preaching, is all for purification of our heart. We are not performing this because we are great souls. We are performing this because we want to clean our heart. So we should never claim to be perfect or never claim to be already achieved success in spiritual life or Krishna consciousness. We should just engage as servants of Krishna with a very humble service attitude. So when a yogi cleanses his mind perfectly, his consciousness is clear, then he should do dhyana. In Hatha Yoga, dhyana they do by sitting erect and closing eyes half and concentrating on the tip of the nose and meditating on the form of Vishnu in the heart. The form of Vishnu in the heart is called Paramatma. And Paramatma is Purusha Avatar, Shirodakshai Vishnu. Lord Shri Krishna expands into Balaram, and Balaram expands into first Chaturvyu, Vasudev, Pradyumna, Anirudh, Sankarshan. Vasudev, Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Anirudh. Then the Sankarshan of first Chaturvyu expands into second Chaturvyu. Again Vasudev, Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Anirudh. Then second Sankarshan expands into Narayan. And Narayan expands into Vishnu avatars, Purusha avatars. The first Purusha avatar is Mahavishnu or Karnodakshai Vishnu, who lies down on the causal ocean, and gigantic universes come out of his bodily pores when he exhales. Then Karnodakshaya Vishnu expands into Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, which enter into each universe and lies down on Anant Shesh. And the lotus stem comes from his Nabhi, navel, and Lord Brahma is born, who creates the whole planetary systems. And even after Lord Brahma creates all the worlds, but nothing moves. Then Garbhodakshaya Vishnu expands into Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, that's Paramatma, entering each atom and heart of each living entity. And then the world moves. Just like if you have a big assembly line in a factory, but unless you current enters, nothing will move. So unless Vishnu as Paramatma enters the heart of the living entity, nothing moves. Unless Vishnu enters the atom, the material nature, the Prakriti, nothing moves. So that Paramatma is in our heart as our friend, as our Upadrishta Anumanta cha, as a Upadrishta, witnesser, Anumanta, sanctioner, Bhokta, enjoyer, as a Supreme Lord, as a friend present in our heart, as a well-wisher, Suhard, well-wisher, and he is sanctioning our actions, and is witnessing our actions, and is giving the results of our actions, and he wants us to become his friend. But we don't recognize his presence in the heart. He speaks from inside, especially when you are about to speak something lies or do something wrong. There will be a voice inside, don't do, bad boy. He speaks from inside, but we don't like his sound, so we turn off the volume. Chup bet, keep quiet. I will do whatever I want, I am free person. So we don't listen to him. So for millions of years he is in our heart, waiting when will this person turn towards me and accept my friendship. He is waiting for us, but we don't listen to him. So then he jumps out as Bhagavad Gita, as Bhagavatam, as Guru, as Sadhu. And this Guru and Sadhu and Shastra, the scriptures, books, they tell us the same thing, to go back to Paramatma, to go back and connect to Krishna. Everybody says the same thing, to connect to Krishna. So the job of a Guru, a bona fide spiritual master, is to send the disciple back in connection to Krishna. The Guru is just a media, via media, transparent via media. The Guru is not goal of life. The goal of life is Krishna Prem, not Guru Prem. The Guru helps us to go back to Paramatma, go back to Gopinath, go back to Krishna. It's a via media. Pariprashnena sevaya, by making inquiries, submissive inquiries and menial service, we progress in spiritual life. By following the instructions and obeying, we please the Guru and then we please Krishna. And that's how we develop, by causeless mercy of Guru and Krishna, Krishna Prem. So Paramatma inside is called Chaitya Guru, and the Guru outside is Sadhu, spiritual master who gives Diksha, Shiksha and books, Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. And with the help of this, we go back and connect to Paramatma. The day we connect to Paramatma, we will live a sinless life, nishpap. We will never do a sinful activity because there will be big pinch from inside. We cannot speak lies. We cannot hurt anybody. We cannot give pain to others. We cannot be violent. We cannot have false behavior because we are connected to Paramatma. And there will be a very big pinch inside and sleepless nights. Nishpap, sinless life. And a person who lives sinless life is without miseries, no dukkha. Why? Because misery is result of sin. When we do sinful action, the consequence is we are miserable, we get dukkha. But when we are sinless life, then there is no misery. that person is very joyful, very calm, very peaceful. So getting connected to Paramatma is a very great benefit for us. So a yogi is instructed that with peaceful, purified mind, meditate on the Vishnu form of the heart. And today in practical age, we chant the holy name of Krishna, which is non-different from Krishna, and we should focus our pure mind to hear the holy name of Krishna. Even if our mind is impure, we should still focus our mind to hear the holy name of Krishna, and the mind will become pure. So when we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, the holy name comes out of the lips, and we should receive the holy name through the ears. That's called attention, attentive chanting. And the holy name from ears will go to the mind, to the heart, and clean the heart, clean the mind, clean the consciousness. And then only we get bhakti, we get pure love for Krishna. Without cleaning it is not possible. Just like Hanuman, he went to Lanka to search for Mother Sita. He got Mother Sita, but he didn't bring. The whole purpose was Sita to be united by Ram. So he could have picked up Sita and brought, and Ram would have got Sita, matter finished. No. Unless Lord Ram goes and kills Ravan and other Rakshasas, Sita cannot be obtained. In the same way, unless the holy name of Ram and Krishna goes to Lanka of our heart and kills all the dirty things, bhakti cannot be obtained. We cannot just pick up bhakti by our effort. We have to clean our heart. And the cleaning of the heart happens only by holy name. Only holy name can reach the heart. Only sound vibration of Bhagavatam class can reach the heart. And to reach the heart there is only one route, and that is ears. There is no eye. From eyes to heart or from nose to heart there is no motorway. There is no route. Only ears. So when we chant and hear the holy name, when we hear attentive Bhagavatam class, the sound vibration, transcendental sound vibration goes from the ears to the heart and cleaning happens. So Shravanam, hearing is very important. Only by hearing this cleaning is possible. So when we chant, we should be very careful to hear the holy name. And when we attend satsang, a class like this, we should be very careful to hear the sound vibration. And when we read, we should be careful to read nicely, scrutinizingly, every word on every page of every verse. In that way the heart is cleaned. And a clean heart is a peaceful heart. And a clean heart we can invite the presence of Krishna. 500 years before, the king of Bengal in India was Nawab Hussain Shah, a Muslim king. And one day he went to his bedroom, and when he was changing his clothes, his wife, the queen, saw some mark on his back. And she said, Maharaj means king, Maharaj, what is this mark? And he said, there is one Hindu landlord, Subudhi Roy, he hit me with a stick, this is the mark. She said, Maharaj, how can somebody hit the king? You kill him right now. Hang him on the public place. The king said, no, he didn't hit me today. He hit me when I was not the king. The mark is still there. The queen said, now you are king, you kill him. He said, look, I can't kill him, he is my father figure. When I was a small boy, I used to stay on the street, very poor, nothing to eat. This Hindu landlord Subudhi Roy, out of his compassion and kindness, he picked me up from the street, gave me food, gave me clothing, gave me room to stay in his house. And when I was staying in his house, I used to do some housework. And one day I stole money. So he got angry and he hit me with a stick. But still he was like a father. He didn't tell me to get out. He still kept me. He still fed me. So this mark is of that time. It was my mistake. He is a fatherly figure maintaining me. I can't kill him. Later on I became king. Queen said, I don't know all this story. He hit you. I can see the mark. You kill him. The king said, no, I cannot. Every day the queen will say the same thing. And when the wife says the same thing, it is called nagging. Very difficult to handle the pressure. What to speak about the queen doing the same thing. So the king could not handle it. He said, look, don't repeat this again. Don't tell me again and again. She said, no, unless you kill him, I will keep telling. So finally the king had so much pressure, he told the queen, look, I can't kill him, but what I will do is, I will throw water from my pitcher, my glass on him. At that time there was a wrong misconception. There was a misconception that if a practitioner of Muslim religion throws water from his glass on a Hindu person, the Hindu will become Muslim. It is not traditionally true, it is not philosophically true, but it was just going on like that. She said, okay, do it. And tomorrow, next day morning, he took water and threw. So the Subudira Hindu became Muslim. And that time when somebody becomes Muslim like this, the family will separate the person and the village will separate. He'll be ostracized, he'll be on the road, kind of killed only, bankrupt, everything finished. So he was a big landlord having lots of property and money and big family and reputation. And now when water was thrown on him by the king, he was considered Muslim, and the Hindu village told him, you cannot stay with us. The family told, you cannot stay with us. He was on the road with nothing. So that's equivalent to killing. So now Subudira is a very intelligent person. He thought, since so many years I am thinking to take sannyas, renounced order, to give up everything. But I am not getting opportunity because of responsibilities. Now I have good opportunity. So let me take sannyas. And he went to Varanasi. In India there is a place called Varanasi or Kashi or Banaras they call. It's a place of Lord Shiva, Lord Vishwanath. Pilgrim place. So he came there. He thought, before taking sannyas, let me become Hindu again. So he went to some pandita, some scholars, some priest, and he said, I want to become Hindu and take sannyas. They said, there's only one solution to become Hindu again. Said, what? Said, you take cow ghee, pure cow ghee, and boil it. And when it is extremely boiling and hot, you drink it. He said, hey, wait a minute, if I drink pure cow ghee extremely hot, I will die. They said, right. When you dive through cow ghee, you will take birth from a Hindu mother, you will become Hindu. He didn't like it. He said, I want second opinion. He went to some other panditas, some other scholars. They gave some other answer. It was confusion. So at that time, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as a sannyasi, he came to Varanasi. And on the streets of Varanasi, he was chanting and dancing, and thousands of people were following him. So he went to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and said his whole story. Chaitanya said, you don't have to drink cow ghee. You just go to Vrindavan and chant the holy name of Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And you chant without offenses, you will get completely purified. And after being purified, you continue chanting Hare Krishna, you will get Krishna Prem. All sinful reactions will go away. You don't have to drink cow ghee. That's the perfection of life. And he did that and he became successful. That's the power of chanting holy name. You become completely successful. So the instructions given by Kapila Muni, and as we discussed yesterday, the process of Bhakti Yoga, they are same because they give same results. But today Hatha Yoga is difficult to practice. Everybody cannot practice. How many of us can go to the forest and practice? But Bhakti Yoga, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given very simple. You can sit at home and practice. You can visit in the temple and practice. Main thing is Shravanam, chant every day and hear and attend Bhagavatam class. Read Bhagavatam. Have a copy, set of Bhagavatam in the home and every day read it. And in that way our heart is cleansed and we grow in our bhakti. So very carefully we should cultivate this process, because this human form of life, the purpose of human form of life is to serve Krishna, is to become a devotee of Krishna, not to just become a wealthy person or a famous person or acquire lots of property, have a big family. No. Animals also can do that. Human form is, the energy of human form should be used for a much higher and noble purpose, which is self-realization, which is spiritual realization, which is spiritual progress, not just eating and sleeping or sense enjoyment. So we have a nice opportunity. We have a human form and we have association of devotees. We have a nice temple here. So we should get connected and continue our bhakti. Okay, we end here. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, you may please ask. Yeah, he had a prior, yes.
A couple of questions and they can be quite difficult to answer. I'll start with the very first start. When you start out, you say, is it written in Bhagavatam that we have to focus on the nose? Does it say any focus there?
Yeah.
It does? Okay. I just want to say this information that the meditation process is merger of the mind and feelings into the divine, into Krishna. In the conversations that are happening, it's not enough. The Bhagavatam was beautifully presented in terms of what he gave in terms of controlling our desire, cleansing of our heart, putting us to Krishna and chanting the name of Krishna. Beautiful. This element of also compassion and love. Love is very important in chanting. And to reach the embodiment of love, who is Krishna, we need love to reach him. That's just a process. The second difficult question is, the other question, the difficult question is, when you talked about not eating meat and stuff, is that also mentioned in Srimad?
Yes.
We take a lot of extracts which we eat, like for example tablets, the capsules itself, the outer capsules, sometimes they can be made from other ingredients which is undesirable. Also the very ingredient within, say for example, if you're taking iodines. If you've got blood pressure or something, you're taking all these tablets, you're taking various things. And you need to consume it. To make yourself well, otherwise you're going to be sick. Also, people like for example in Kashmir province, because it gets very cold, and also the Buddhists in the north, they used to consume. The very Brahmins, the Pandits used to consume.
Hold on. The information you are sharing is interesting, but at this point we are having question answers. So if I can understand your question, it will be helpful for everybody.
So basically the question is, how do you separate that? Because here in Krishna consciousness, And if you live in those areas, you have to proceed.
So, okay, the class audience is not staying in Kashmir. This class audience is not staying in Himalayas. At least they can follow.
But we have got Krishna groups in Russia.
Yes, so that they are maintaining their principles. They are maintaining their principles. At least the audience who is hearing this class, they can follow. And in their circumstances, they are managing.
Because I've come across people where a doctor has advised them to go. For example, I had a friend who was vegetarian for about 20 years, 25 years. Then he went through cancer treatment. And he had no protein in him basically. He became so thin. And the doctor said, look, you can't get it from eating less complex protein. You need to go back to what you
See, I know many doctors who are vegetarians.
Oh no, doctors, but this was like
So you're talking about a very rare case.
patient.
You're talking about just because that patient has to consume, that doesn't mean everybody should consume. No? Everybody is not a patient.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
So we are talking to people now who can manage.
I'm talking about a guy who has gone and
So
sitting in the
just because there is an exception to a rule, that doesn't mean everybody should break the rule.
So they can be exceptions.
There can be, right? Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question. And is it possible to achieve Krishna through secondary methods? For example, if I pay a Brahmana to do 16 rounds of chanting for me, how does that help me achieve Krishna? Can you please tell us?
Okay. Secondary method.
Or even the primary method also, like if I pay a Brahmana to do the chanting, maybe the chanting is not done 16 rounds.
If you pay,
Or if I appoint someone in a certain way, have a contract with someone to get me to Krishna. For example, the contract has you do 16 rounds for me so that I get Krishna. But if the secondary entity fails in doing the ritualistic activities, how does that affect me? Should I still get Krishna?
okay, you pay him and he does 16 rounds
Yes.
and you get Krishna because you paid him.
Because I have a contract with him and he's a Brahmin.
So it's like saying, I pay you, you eat, my hunger will be satisfied. Similar thing?
No, but he's a Brahman.
No. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
No, if you want Krishna, you have to chant.
But Brahman cannot help you again.
He cannot bless you to chant. He can bless you and get you inspired to chant. But that is not the way. You don't have to pay. You just go to a sadhu and seek blessings. He will bless you without payment. And that blessings will help you to chant.
But then why in Indian society we have Brahmanas? Because Brahmana is supposed to do
Brahmanas have services of performing worship, reading scriptures, teaching others to perform worship, giving charity, receiving charity. And when we serve a sadhu, we get blessings, we get benefit, spiritual benefit. But for our progress, we have to put our effort, we have to chant. I can't pay somebody and say, you go and attend Mangalarti, I will sleep and you give the benefit to me. No. It's same as giving somebody payment that you eat and my hunger will be fulfilled. That's not possible. We have to do our effort. But when you help somebody to engage in bhakti, you will also get benefit. But for complete result, we'll have to do our effort. Okay?
It is not possible to completely outsource my...
No, not at all.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah.
On a very, I can understand his question, his dilemma, because in Hinduism we have a lot of laws. I went through the same sort of questioning and dilemma, and the answer that I got at the end was that once you say Om in front, it's just like Om. The consciousness is one, Krishna is like super consciousness. Right? Krishna is Rama. They also say Rama, Krishna is Rama. So Krishna is also like Shiva. So when you say Om Brahma, or Om Krishna, or Om Brahma, it crosses you from the physical plane to the super consciousness plane, who is Krishna himself. So Krishna said, I am everything. I am Brahma. I am Shiva. Right? Whatever name you take, I am that. So, as you said in the Bhagavatam, with Tom is that. So it becomes that. I am that. So the any name you take, at superconscious level, he is all one. He's one energy. It's like you say in physics, electrons, microns. There is just this energy that pervades everything. That's Krishna. That's superconsciousness. And on the mantras, Srimad Purana, Shiva Purana, it mentions that there is various ways of chanting mantras, and one is vocally chanting.
Sorry to interrupt you. See, his question, he asked me, I answered. Now you got an opportunity, you are adding information, which
What he said about mantras.
he will ask you a question when he wants. Right? Now let's have this session question answer where other devotees also have questions. Okay?
But remember, Krishna is one. Everything.
Yes.
You were explaining about how when we hear them, only goes to the heart and pure fun. Like we understand the primary importance of hearing, but I was wondering, but still the other processes like seeing Radha other services we do in there, it's still also pure transformation, maybe more or less.
Right. When we take darshan, we pay obeisances, we dance in kirtan, that all purifies us. But everything is centered around the holy name. Everything is centered around the holy name. And because we cannot chant 24 hours, so there is other activities. But if somebody can chant 24 hours, other activities are not required. So Kali Yuga, Hare Nam, Namaiva Kevalam. Kevalam is only. Kalo Nasteva Gatiranyatha. Kali Yuga, the primary only process is chanting and hearing. Srila Prabhupada, when he established ISKCON, he saw nobody can chant 24 hours. So to discipline us, to keep us clean, punctual, and engage our body and senses, he had established deities and temples. So we follow both, and both will help. But if somebody is not chanting but doing other things, progress will be very, very slow. So primarily chanting should be done nicely. So there's emphasis on chanting. So that doesn't mean when we emphasize on chanting in a class, that doesn't mean we are ignoring other things. But a 45-minute class, you cannot have everything. So sometimes you have to emphasize a particular item. Right? Okay? Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, thank you for the class.
Hare Krishna.
First we praise the Guru before we praise Krishna. In this way, is not enough to Guru more than the Krishna?
Sorry, first we?
You mentioned that we praise Guru before.
We cannot directly approach Krishna. So we need a representative of Krishna. And when we please the representative, then because he is transparent via media, Krishna is pleased. So there is no difference. So when we obey the spiritual master and the spiritual master is pleased, then Krishna is pleased with us because we are pleased his representative, as we don't approach him directly. And so there is no difference. Yasya prasadat bhagavad prasada.
Should we love the Guru more than we love Krishna?
It is not a comparison. Love is actually for Krishna and Guru is part of Krishna. Like if you love a person, you love the hand also. It's not that I love you but minus left hand. We love the whole person, right? So Guru is part of Krishna, devotees are part of Krishna, whole human society is part of Krishna, all living entities are part of Krishna, whole society, world is part of Krishna. But Guru is somebody who is primarily guiding us and connecting us to Krishna. So we should have full surrender to Guru, and that is equivalent to full surrender to Krishna. So what we offer to Guru goes to Krishna, and what Krishna offers to us comes from Guru. So for us he is non-different in terms of worship and surrender. Even though he is different, he is not Krishna, he is representative of Krishna. But Sakshadari, we see him non-difference and we offer our worship and surrender. Okay? Okay, we end here. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna.
हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण। ये शुरू हो गया देखो कीर्तन करते करते प्रभु आसें तो जय राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की जय राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जय 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 राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जय श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की श्री श्री गौरनिताई की। कौन किया नमायो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमाय विष्णुपदाय नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पश्यत देशतारिणे नमस्ते हरि बोल। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण। बजाओ आप बजाओ अब बजा रहे ना। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि हरे कृष्ण Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Bhajan. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango. Nitai Gaurango Gaurahari, Nitai Gaurango Gaurahari. Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Radhe Jaya. Jai Jai Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Sri Radhe. Jai Jai Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Sri Radhe. Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Jagannatha, Baladeva, Jayo Subhadra Mayi, Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Jagannatha. जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय जय 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 प्रभुपाद 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 शिल प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 शिल प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय गुरुदेव जय जय बजा निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल निताई जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय गुरुदेव जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय श्री श्री गुरु एंड गौरांग श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की नित्य लीला प्रवेश परमंश परिवजक आचार्य शतर सदस्य शिष्य माधि इंग्लिश ऐसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की नामाचार्य श्रीधर ठाकुर की श्री रूप श्री सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट दर्शन रघुनाथ सरस्वती प्रविंद की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ राधा कुंड श्याम कुंड गिरिराज गोवर्धन धाम की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की श्री श्री मायापुर नवदेव धाम की श्री श्री गौरनिताय की नीलाचल क्षेत्र श्री श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की गंगा माई जमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की उपस्थित गौरव भक्तिवृंद की जय पुरुषोत्तम व्रत की उपस्थित गौरव भक्तिवृंद की निताई गौर सीतानाथ प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल All glories to the assembly bodies, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembly bodies, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembly bodies, Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga Alkar Shri Srila Prabhupada ki. कवि ठीक है हमारे फैमिली डांस के
नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रहलाद लाददायिने हिरण्यकशिपूर्वक्षः हिरण्यकशिपूर्वक्षः नरसिंहा परत नरसिंहा यद यद जामि तत नरसिंहा महे नरसिंहा हृदये नरसिंहा नरसिंहा मदेम शरणं प्रपदे जय तव कर कमलवरे नखा अद्भुत सिंहा ललिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनभिया केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, निताई गौर सीतामती नंदे, हरि हरि बोल।
श्रील प्रभुपाद की। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। So we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, The Status Quo, Chapter 28, Kapila's Instructions on Devotional Service, verse number 13, 3.28.13. Prasanna vadanam bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna Vadanam Bhojam Padma Garbharunekshanam Nilotpaladala Shyamam Shankha Chakra Gadadharam Prasanna cheerful, Vadana countenance, Ambhojam lotus-like, Padmagarbha the interior of a lotus, Aruna ruddy, Ikshanam with eyes, Nila Utpala blue lotus, Dala petals, Shyamam Swarthi, Shankha conch, Chakra discus, Gada club, Dharam bearing. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has a cheerful, lotus-like countenance with ruddy eyes like the interior of a lotus and a swarthi body like the petals of a blue lotus. He bears a conch, discus and mace in 3 of his hands. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. It is definitely recommended herein that one concentrate his mind upon the form of Vishnu. There are 12 different forms of Vishnu which are described in teachings of Lord Chaitanya. One cannot concentrate his mind on anything void or impersonal. The mind should be fixed on the personal form of the Lord, whose attitude is cheerful as described in this verse. Bhagavad Gita states that meditation on the impersonal or void features is very troublesome to the meditator. Those who are attached to the impersonal or void features of meditation have to undergo a difficult process because we are not accustomed to concentrating our minds upon anything impersonal. Actually, such concentration is not even possible. Bhagavad Gita also confirms that one should concentrate his mind on the personality of Godhead. The color of the personality of Godhead Krishna is described here as Nilotpal Dala, meaning that it is like that of a lotus flower with petals tinted blue and white. People always ask why Krishna is blue. The color of the Lord has not been imagined by an artist. It is described in authoritative scripture. In the Brahma Samhita also the color of Krishna's body is compared to that of a bluish cloud. The color of the Lord is not poetical imagination. There are authoritative descriptions in the Brahma Samhita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita and many of the Puranas of the Lord's body, his weapons and all other paraphernalia. The Lord's appearance is described here as Padma Garbha Runekshanam. His eyes resemble the inside of a lotus flower, and his 4 hands he holds the 4 symbols: conch shell, discus, mace, and lotus. Om Agyan Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So we discussed in last few verses that the practitioner of yoga, once completely purifies his mind, he is instructed to do dhyana, meditation on the form of Lord Vishnu in the heart. So how that meditation should be and what is the form, that is being described in this and next few verses. So the absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is understood in 3 different ways: Brahm, Paramatma and Bhagwan. These are not 3 absolute truth. Absolute truth is only one. There are 3 students who understand absolute truth in 3 different ways. So, just like somebody wants to study the sun. So one student will study the sun and say, and study the sunlight and say sunlight is everywhere, all pervading, formless. And that's correct. So those who study the sunlight, they only understand one feature of sunlight, which is all pervasive, always present. Another student may study the sunlight as well as the sun globe and say sunlight is all pervading, but sun globe is localized only at one location, fixed, as a form, circular, spherical. That's correct. A third may study the sunlight, sun globe, and also the sun god staying in sun globe, Vivaswan, having a family, having a house. So same sun is being studied by three people in three different ways. In the same way, absolute truth is studied by three different philosophers in three different ways. So absolute truth is Sat, Chit, Anand, eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. So those who study only Sat feature, they are Jnanis, impersonalist. Their conclusion is absolute truth is impersonal, without any qualities, without any form, without any varieties, all pervading. And that's correct. Those who study Sat and Chit both, eternal and full of knowledge, their conclusion is absolute truth is in every atom and in our heart, four-handed Vishnu Paramatma form. And they are correct. And those who study Satchid Anand, all the three features, their conclusion is absolute truth is a beautiful person, two-handed form, Shyam Sundar, Krishna, Gopinath, staying in Gopalok Vrindavan, having varieties of loving exchanges with many devotees. And that is also correct. They are studying one person in three ways. So if somebody first time comes to Sydney and he has never seen metro train and he asks you, hey, I have never seen metro train, I want to see. And you direct him to the station and he goes at the night and he just from the far in the station sees from far train is coming. What he will see? Light. Right? In the front of the train there is a headlight. And he comes back and tell you, I saw the train, it is big light. You will say, yes, you saw the train, but you didn't understood completely. It is more than light. Just go back and see again. So he goes back, stands on the platform, and a fast train approaches and passes by. And he comes back and says, yes, it is more than the light, it is many, many containers, many, many boxes. He will say, that's true, but it's more than that, just go and sit in the train. And then it goes and sits in the train and he sees the chairs and passengers and colors and windows and fans and so all the three times he saw the same train, not three trains. But first he saw a little far. So his conclusion is train is light, rail is right. Second, he just saw a moving train and his conclusion is train is made of boxes. And third, he said, yes, now I understand what is a train. So those who see Krishna from far, they see Krishna is light, impersonal, everywhere, all pervading. Nothing wrong. Those who go more closer, they see Krishna is in my heart as Paramatma, super soul, witnessing and sanctioning and permitter of my actions. Fine. And those who actually talk to Krishna and relate with him, they say he's a very simple boy, very sweet Gopinath, and he's mischievous and naughty and clever and dances and sings and smiles. All three are talking about same person, not three persons. But based on the distance, based on their study, based on their experience, based on their realization, they are understanding different feature of the absolute truth. So one who understands Krishna, absolute truth, just as all pervading, impersonal, varietyless, without qualities, formless, Brahm, they are called Brahman realization, Brahmavadis. Jnanis. Those who understand him as super soul residing in our heart and in each atom, four-handed Vishnu form, they are Paramatma realization, super soul realization, yogis. And those who understand him as two-handed, like human form, beautiful personality, having loving exchanges with devotees, that's Krishna, Gopinath. That's Bhakti, Bhaktas. That's Bhagwan realization, Shyam Sundar. That's devotees, which we are on the path of to become a devotee of Krishna. So a yogi is instructed to meditate on Paramatma in the heart, not impersonal meditation on formless. How can you meditate on formless? Not possible. Very difficult, very troublesome. So don't go on that path. That is not for us. Impractical path. Even Krishna rejected that path in Bhagavad Gita and told Arjuna not to go on that path. Earlier yogis would do that to gain some siddhis, to some supernatural powers. But that's not the purpose of spirituality, to gain good health, or to gain good control over the mind, or to gain control over others' mind, or to get some magical powers to attract the followers and audience and earn some money, and name and fame. No. Spirituality is so that we get connected to Krishna. That's our constitutional natural position, not for some benefits. So we meditate, we think of Krishna as he is standing here, Gopinath, on the altar, beautiful form. His bodily color, what is Gopinath's bodily color? You saw? White? See again. Gopinath is white or black? But everywhere in the scripture written black. So why here is white? Sydney special, huh? So he is black, blackish. Even though he is carved in the white marble, but he is not white. Just like if I take a green pen and write the word blue on that, what is that? Green or blue? The color is green, the word is blue. Similarly, the ink used to make the deity of Gopinath, the media used is white marble, but actually is black. You getting me? The word is blue even though the ink is green. Because the ink is green, the word becomes green? No, word remains blue. So here the ink is white, but the Lord is black. You with me? If I write Krishna's name in green, that doesn't mean Krishna is green. It's just the ink. So white marble is just the ink, just the media carved. But actually he is black, Shyam Sundar, Shyamam, black, Swarthi, blackish blue, like a new monsoon cloud, blackish blue, not completely black also, blackish blue, like a new monsoon cloud. That is his bodily color, but not this black, not the color which we understand. That is not a material color. It's a transcendental color, not the way we understand. With our eyes we can't see that color. We need spiritual eyes to see him. It's blackish blue, very beautiful. Bhuvana Sundara. Bhuvana Sundara means beauty of the universe. Everything around us which you see beautiful, like flower or waterfall or sunrise or sunset or ocean or green mountain or river or butterfly or sparrow or fruits, whatever beauty you see around the world is reflection of His original beauty. All the beauty in this world comes from Him. When Mother Rukmini Devi wanted to marry Krishna, her marriage was fixed with Shishupal, a demon, by her brother. And she didn't want to marry Shishupal. And nobody in the palace was ready to help her and go against her brother. Neither parents, nor younger brothers, nor friends. She is just 12-13-year-old girl. So she wrote a letter to Krishna, Dwarkadish, to come and kidnap me. I don't want to marry Shishupal. So how did she start the letter? She started the letter, my dear Bhuvana Sundar, my dear beauty of the universe. You may think I am a shameless girl that I am writing a letter to you like this. 5,000 years before, in strict families, a girl of a king, daughter of a king, princess, writing a letter to another daughter, son of a king, prince, would be considered a shameless act. So she writes, you may think I am a shameless girl of low character that I am writing a letter to you. And in fact, me writing a letter to you is a sufficient reason for you to reject me. That this is not a good girl writing letter to prince, I will not marry her. This is a sufficient reason to reject. See, Rukmini Devi was in such a dilemma that if she writes a letter, sufficient reason to reject. If she doesn't write the letter, she will have to marry Shishupal. So she is bold enough, determined enough, she married to marry Krishna. She wrote a letter that me writing a letter to you may be considered a shameless act and you may reject me. But my dear Dwarkadish, my dear Kamal Nayan, lotus-eyed Lord, it is not my mistake that I am writing a letter to you. It's your mistake. See, she is writing the letter, but it's not my mistake, it's your mistake. Why? That you are so beautiful, or women want to marry you, why not me? That's Rukmini Devi. So determined, so attracted to the beauty of Krishna. And she has never seen Krishna. She has never seen Krishna, only heard about Krishna and Krishna's beautiful form. And only by hearing she got so much love for Krishna, so much attachment to Krishna that she could write such a bold letter to come and kidnap me and marry me. And she could appreciate Krishna's beauty by hearing. So in the same way we can appreciate Krishna's beauty just by hearing the holy name of Krishna. If you chant without offenses every day, very soon you realize Krishna's beauty and His form will be manifested in the heart. Beautiful Shyam Sundar form with blackish body and moon-like face and lotus petal-like eyes and bow-like eyebrows and mirror-like cheeks and blackish curly hair and reddish lips and pearl-like teeth and broad chest and thin waist with a Vaijanti mala and a Kaustubh mani and a flute and a yellow dhoti and lotus feet and such a nice sweet smile. So mesmerizing. The day you see Krishna in the heart, you will stop using the word beautiful for anybody else or anything else. Sundar, he is so beautiful. So just by chanting we can realize the form of the Lord. So yogi is instructed to meditate on this form of the Lord. So it starts with the explanation of the form of the Lord, that He is Shyam, He is blackish blue, and His eyes are like lotus petal eyes. Our eyes end here, His eyes extend till His ears. Long eyes like a lotus petal. And his eyebrows are like bow. Like bow comes like this. You have seen a bow? Like this, his eyebrows are like this bow. And his face is like moon. Have you seen full moon in the sky? Golden, white, circular, lightning, and very, very cooling. Everywhere you're going to see vivid lights. Arrest, turn off the lights and see the moon. It's more beautiful. With the stars glowing. And the lights give heat. But the moon gives cool. See the moon rays, the moonlight is coming as reflection of sunlight. But sunlight is hot, moonlight is cool. Even though the same. Amazing. So the moon gives cooling rays. And if you stand under an open sky on a full moon day, you feel cooling. Same cooling you feel when you see Gopinath. Millions of times more. As if millions of full moon are in the sky, how much cooling you will feel. That cooling you will feel when you come and see Gopinath. All the miseries in the heart, some bad experience, some bad day, somebody insulted you, some loss you had, some fight you had, and you come and see Gopinath, you'll get cool. Millions of moon together, that is the cooling. So those who are seeing vivid lights, they should see the moon. And you don't have to go to the city to see the moon. You just have to come to Falcon Street and you see millions of moon together. Such a beautiful boy standing here. That's the real purpose of our eyes. So his face is like moon. His hair is blackish curly hair, long hairs. And he has mirror-like cheeks, very, very sleek, and reddish lips. Okay, a quick question. What is color of his teeth? Huh? Yes, white. Simple thing. White teeth. But when you see Gopinath, you will not see white, you will see red. Because the reddish lips are so red that the color is reflected on the teeth, on the pearl-like teeth. So his teeth looks red, but actually it's white. And his chest is very broad, and his waist is very thin, like a V-shaped. His waist is like this V-shaped. Broad chest, very thin waist. And he wears a garland of Vaijanti Mala, means that garland which has minimum 5 different flowers. And it touches his knees. And his hands also touch his knees. No human you'll see whose hand touch in the knees. Our hands stop before the knees. And he wears a yellow dhoti and a red shirt and a turban and a peacock feather and a flute. And he's so beautiful. So forgetting this beauty, we are looking at beauty of this world, which is temporary, which is of no value. This is real beauty. And we should get attracted to the beautiful form of Radha Gopinath. They are our masters. The gopis, that day I was saying, when they would talk among themselves about the beautiful form of Krishna, they would want to see Krishna whole day. When Krishna goes in the forest, they all hide behind the trees and behind the gates and behind the doors and on the terraces and the balconies. Because they cannot come out in public, young girls. They would be shy. And they would see Krishna. And they will see his beautiful form playing the flute. And Krishna is with his brother Balram and other friends and so many cows. And Krishna knows all around there are thousands of young girls seeing him. And he also wants to see the beautiful girls. But he can't see them directly because his elder brother is with him and he feels shy. So even though he walks straight without moving his neck, but he'll just move his eyes like this to see the gopis. He'll not move like this because brother is with him. And that's the loving exchange. And when he's in the forest, the gopis would remember his beautiful form and talk about him. When gopi will tell another gopi, this creator Brahma is so nice. So nice. He said, why? He said, because he gave eyes. And with this eyes we can see Shyam. So beautiful. But this creator did one mistake. What mistake he did? He made the eyes blink. And with the blinking eyes, when we see Shyam Sundar, for some moment the darshan is stopped. See, our eyes blink, but we don't realize. But their eyes would blink and they would understand something dark is happening in between the darshan. So this creator, he didn't do good. He can make ears blink, he can make nose blink, he can make tongue blink, he can make kidney blink, liver blink, no problem. Why did he make the eyes blink? Eye should not blink. So the 24 hours uninterrupted darshan we can take. Then the another gopi says, this creator Brahma must not have seen Shyam Sundar. He must not have seen Krishna. The other gopi says, how do you know? He said, if he has seen Krishna, Shyam Sundar, so beautiful boy, he would have given us thousands of eyes. Eyes. Everywhere, whole body eyes. Because 2 eyes are not sufficient to see his beauty. We don't get satisfied. So that's the attraction gopis have for Krishna's beauty. You know the pastime where a lady selling fruits came, fruit vendor Mataji, and Krishna gave few grains and she gave lots of fruits and her whole basket was converted to jewels and pearls and diamonds and gold. So why did she give so many fruits to Krishna? And the reason mentioned here, because she was captivated by Krishna's beauty. She didn't know Krishna is Bhagwan, Krishna is God. Why will she make a loss for herself? But because she saw such a beautiful boy, she gave fruits. So Nectar of Devotion mentions Krishna's beauty is an impetus to serve him, to love him. When somebody comes to a temple and sees the beautiful form of the deities, he feels loving affection, he feels attachment, he feels I should offer him something. And that's why it's good to come temple, not empty hand, but give him some flower or fruit or milk or Lakshmi. So Krishna's beauty is an impetus to serve him. But there are demons like Jarasandh, Kalyavan, Kaliya, Kamsa, Duryodhan, who saw Krishna's beautiful form face to face. But instead of loving him, they threw arrows on him, they threw weapons on him. Instead of offering him flowers. Because that is demonic mentality. They're such a beautiful form of Lord and they don't get attracted. That's because of anarthas in the heart. Just like an iron piece easily gets attracted to the magnet, but if it is rusty, it doesn't get attracted. So if our heart is lusty, it doesn't get attracted. So we have to clean our heart, and the process of cleaning the heart is chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So when we chant every day, our heart is cleaned. And the clean heart easily gets attracted to the beautiful form of Gopinath. Easily get attracted to the beautiful, wonderful qualities of Gopinath. And easily get attracted to the wonderful pastimes, transcendental pastimes of Gopinath. This is how the progression happens. Nam, Roop, Gun, Leela. Holy name, beautiful form, wonderful qualities, and transcendental pastimes. So it is said among full Krishna's body, the most beautiful is Krishna's face. And in Krishna's face, the topmost beauty is Krishna's sweet smile. So when we come to the temple and see the sweet smiling Gopinath, we have smile on our lips. All our miseries go away. And it is said, don't try to see God. Do something that God sees you. That means do such a devotional service that Krishna notices you. And when we do service, very humble, menial service, and because of us Krishna smiles, That's the perfection of our life, to make Krishna smile. Krishna anyway always smiles. He doesn't cry. But if he smiles because of us, that is perfection of our life. And Krishna will smile when we are ready to do service. So coming and cleaning the temple, coming and cleaning the kitchen, or cleaning the vessels, or distributing and cooking prasadam, or dancing in kirtan, or attending a class, daily coming for Mangalarati and chanting our rounds, or serving sadhus, or making garland, whatever services we do with attention. This service, in service there are three things: action, attention, intention. Action means what I do with my body. Attention means when I am doing it, I am doing it with attention to the task. Not that I am thinking of something else and just mechanically doing it. Action, then attention, then intention. I am doing it for pleasure of Krishna, not for getting some benefit for myself. So love means three things. There should be action, and there should be attention, and there should be intention. So even if I am making garland, there is action with needle, thread and flower. But while doing that action, I am thinking of something else. So there is no attention, only action. Just with action also you can make a beautiful garland. But if your attention, then you can make a better offering. And the intention, that yes, I have to please Krishna. I am servant of Krishna. That's a loving offering. So even japa, action, we move our beads and chant with lips. Attention, we try to hear. And intention, that yes, I am servant of Krishna. So that's love. So when we do that, then Krishna is pleased. He smiles for us. And that's perfection of our life. And when he smiles for you, you will cry for him. Tears will come from our eyes when he smiles. See, such an interesting thing. If he smiles, you will cry. And if he doesn't smile, you will cry that he is not smiling. So it is said that the ultimate expression of love is crying for Krishna. And that cry for Krishna is translated as Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Prabhupada explains Hare Krishna Mahamantra is cry of the child for affection for mother and father. So we don't know how to cry. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us the process of crying the holy name of Krishna. So we just chant. So by chanting everything will be achieved. All perfection will happen. We should have complete faith that if I serve Krishna, I don't have to do anything else in my life. All needs fulfilled, all success received, all perfection achieved, all requirements fulfilled. I just have to serve Krishna. And the most important is chanting and hearing. So our 16 rounds, 99% of our spiritual advancement depends on our 16 rounds. So our 16 rounds should be done very, very nicely. Early morning, in attention, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So the form of the Lord as in the temple and the color of his body and all the description, this is mentioned in the scriptures like Bhagavatam and Brahma Samhita, not imagined by a poet or an artist or the author of Srimad Bhagavatam. This is mentioned. And on such form one should, bona fide forms one should worship and meditate on. So I read one or two more verses because they are describing the beautiful form of the Lord. Next verse, 14. His loins are covered by a shining cloth, yellowish like the filaments of a lotus. On his breast he bears the mark of Srivatsa, a curl of white hair. The brilliant Kaustubh gem is suspended from his neck. So Lord Vishnu wears a shining yellow cloth, golden cloth, silken golden cloth. And on his chest there is a white hair. Even when he was a small boy, he used to have a white hair on the chest. Yashoda Maiya was surprised. First of all, small babies don't have hair on the chest. Even if they have, it should be black. This boy is having a white hair on his chest. So, first time when she fed her milk to Krishna and she saw the white hair, she saw, oh, some of my milk has spilled on his chest and that is a milk stain. So she took her sari, started wiping, but it was not going. Then she realized this is not milk stain, this is white hair. My boy is special. First of all, there should not be any hair. She has white hair. So that white hair or silver hair symbolizes Lakshmi Devi. Lakshmi Devi is always on the chest of Krishna in the form of Shri Vatsa, white hair. Then he wears a Kaustubh Mani. He wears a necklace which has a pendant, diamond pendant. That diamond pendant is Kaustubh Mani. Kaustubh Mani is only one and only with Vishnu. Nobody else wears that. That is his, like peacock feather he wears, Kaustubh Mani he wears. The exact color of the garment of the Supreme Lord is described as saffron yellow, just like the pollen of a lotus flower. The Kaustubh gem hanging on his chest is also described. His neck is beautifully decorated with jewels and pearls. The Lord is full in 6 opulences, one of which is wealth. He is very richly dressed with valuable jewels which are not visible within this material world. So yes, he is husband of Lakshmi, he is master of Lakshmi, master of all the wealth. So he wears very attractive, valuable pearls and jewels and diamonds and sapphires and emeralds and rubies and corals and lapis lazulis. That is his wealth. In fact, when Krishna was going for the Kurukshetra war as a chariot driver of Arjuna, many sages and devotees came thinking that before the war we will take darshan of Krishna. And when they saw him, they were surprised that he was dressed in so colorful garments and so colorful garlands. It looked like he is going on a stage to do some dance. It never looked like he is going for a war. Somebody going for a war will wear big armor and big crown and big supporting equipment. But he went as a theoretical artist, wearing very colorful garments and colorful jewels and colorful garlands, as if he is going for a performance. That was Krishna. Next, he also wears around his neck a garland of attractive sibilant flowers, and a swarm of bees intoxicated by its delicious fragrance hums about the garland. He is further superbly adorned with a pearl necklace, a crown, and pairs of armlets, bracelets, and anklets. Purport. From this description, it appears that the flower garland of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is fresh. Actually, in Vaikuntha or the spiritual sky, there is nothing but freshness. Even the flowers picked from the trees and plants remain fresh. For everything in the spiritual sky retains its originality and does not fade. The fragrance of the flowers picked from the trees and made into garland does not fade, for both the trees and flowers are spiritual. When the flower is taken from the tree, it remains the same. It does not lose its aroma. The bees are equally attracted to the flowers, whether they are on the garland or on the trees. The significance of spirituality is that everything is eternal and inexhaustible. Everything taken from everything remains everything. Or as has been stated, in the spiritual world 1 minus 1 equals 1 and 1 plus 1 equals 1. The bees hum around the fresh flowers and their sweet sound is enjoyed by the Lord. The Lord's bangle, necklace, crown and anklets are all bedecked with invaluable jewels. Since the jewels and pearls are spiritual, there is no material calculation of their value. So in spiritual world, there is no effect of time. In the material world, time affects everything and it's destroyed. In spiritual world, everything is eternal. There is no effect of time. Actually, there is no thing. All are devotees. Even the flower is a devotee. Even the rice in the spiritual world is devotee. Even the milk is devotee. Even the samosa and Gulab Jamun in the spiritual world is devotee. So that's rice Mataji and samosa Prabhu and there's curd Mataji. So there is no thing. All paraphernalia are Satchidanand devotees. They appear in that form to serve Krishna. So if Krishna plucks a flower from a tree, the flower doesn't fade. If the garland is made, the garland is always fresh. If Krishna eats a samosa, he eats also and it goes inside his stomach also and again it reappears also somewhere in the spiritual world in fresh. There is no breakdown, there is no loss, there is no destruction, there is no odor, bad odor, nothing. Time has no effect in the spiritual world. And we cannot understand that because we are under the influence of time. But there is something beyond time. Something which, somewhere where there is no influence of time. Each one of us is an individual soul, eternal. We are supposed to be eternal beyond the effect of time. But because we are inside the body, we feel the effect of time. So we should escape this body, go back to the spiritual world in spiritual body and have no effect of time. That's the real life. Here the soul is eternal, permanent and the body is temporary. And how can that be compatible? An eternal soul trapped in a temporary body is not compatible. That's why we'll never be happy in this world. Because there is temporariness, impermanence. A permanent soul in impermanent world cannot be happy. It's not compatible. A fish outside water cannot be happy. You give jewels to the fish, you give paneer, halwa, puri to the fish, you give iPhone to the fish. Will the fish be happy? No. Fish just wants water. So the soul just wants spiritual world and then we'll be happy. So it is a big mistake we are doing by trying to be happy in this world. You'll never be. Never be. Always fail. Big kings have come and gone. They have never been happy. We tiny people, what will be happy? We go to the shop thinking these 5 items I will purchase, I will be happy. The shopkeeper has 50,000 items, he is not happy. How will we be happy taking 5 items? So we should stop this pursuit of temporary happiness. We should stop the attempt of material happiness. This life we should do tapasya. We should just serve Krishna. And then we'll have permanent happiness in the spiritual world. Through these verses, Krishna is inviting us, come to me, come to the spiritual world and be permanently happy here. But we don't listen to him, we are busy thinking that I'll be happy here. So we should stop this attempt, frustrating attempt. And we should just serve Krishna and determine to go back home, back to Godhead, back to Krishna this lifetime. That's the purpose of ISKCON. That's the purpose of these programs and this class, that we be determined and inspired to serve Krishna and go back to Krishna. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, you may please ask. Yes. Yeah, you.
The way the spiritual world can have form that cannot time. I wish I could be said because we can time we can't comprehend. But it feels like it makes it easier for me to see eternality in like the impersonal where it's not manifested. I can see that the potential for timelessness there. But I feel like, do you have any advice if you get caught with that? Like, should we try to understand it, or is it better to just...
See, as we practice Krishna consciousness, our intelligence expands. Then we can understand the higher concepts. But at present, our intelligence is compact. And it is under the influence of time. So when my intelligence is under the influence of time, it is difficult for me to understand the concepts which are beyond the influence of time. Just like if the ant goes from this wall to this wall, so the ant knows horizontal movement and vertical movement. The ant cannot jump and have a height, just for the example. So if there is water here and the ant is walking, ant doesn't know there is water here, but you know there is water here. And you will say, ant, I know, you will not reach this wall, you will take a U-turn. Ant will say, no, I am fully determined, I will reach this wall. And ant comes, sees the water and takes a U-turn. Ant says, you are an astrologer, you predicted my future. Are you? Did you predict the ant's future? No, you are in a height, so you can see the water which the ant cannot see. For the ant that is future, but for you that is not future. It's just because you are at a height, so you saw an extra dimension. In the same way, with space, time is also a dimension. And Krishna is at a height, so he knows what is going to happen in what is my future. But he is at a height, he is at a fifth dimension or a different dimension. But we are like an ant trapped in the dimension of horizontal, vertical. We are no height, so we don't see the water in the front. But somebody who has a third dimension, he can see the water in the front. So Krishna is beyond the time dimension, so he can see everything. But we are trapped in that. But the ant will never understand what is jump. A two-dimensional creature cannot understand there is something called jump also. For that it has to come to three dimensions. So unless we come out of this material world, our intelligence is compact. It's very difficult to understand. But we keep chanting and expanding our intelligence. You are with me? So a two-dimensional creature, you cannot explain third dimension. It only knows left and right. It doesn't know up and down. Next question. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna. हृदयाम्भोजविस्तरम् दर्शनीयतमं शान्तम् मनोनयनवर्धनम् काञ्चीर्गुणोल्लसाक्षोणिम् हृदयाम्भोजविस्तरम् दर्शनीयतमं शान्तम् मनोनयनवर्धनम् काञ्चीगुणोल्लसक्षोणिम् Kanchi gunola sakshronim Hidayam boja vistaram Darshaniyatamam shantam Manonayana vardhanam Kanchi gunola sakshronim Hidayam boja vistaram Darshaniyatamam shantam Manonayana vardhanam. Mataji's. Kanchi gunola sakshronim Hridayam boja vistaram Darshaniyantamam shantam Manonayana vardhanam Kanchi gunola sakshronim Hidayam boja vistaram Darshaniyatamam shantam Manonayana vardhanam. Kanchi girdle, guna quality, ulasat brilliant, shronim his loins and hips, hriday heart, amboja lotus, vistaram whose seat, Darshaniyatamam most charming to look at, Shantam serene, Mana minds, hearts, Nayana eyes, Vardhanam gladdening. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Translation. His loins and hips encircled by a girdle, he stands on the lotus of his devotee's heart. He is most charming to look at, and his serene aspect gladdens the eyes and souls of the devotees who behold him. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The word Darshaniyatamam, which is used in this verse, means that the Lord is so beautiful that the devotee yogi does not wish to see anything else. His desire to see beautiful objects is completely satisfied by the sight of the Lord. In the material world, we want to see beauty, but the desire is never satisfied. Because of material contamination, all the propensities we feel in the material world are ever unsatisfied. But when our desires to see, hear, touch, etc. are dovetailed for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they are on the level of the topmost perfection. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead in His eternal form is so beautiful and pleasing to the heart of the devotee, He does not attract the impersonalist who want to meditate on His impersonal aspect. Such impersonal meditation is simply fruitless labor. The actual yogis with half-closed eyes fix on the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not upon anything void or impersonal. Om Agyan Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So Lord Kapila is continuing to describe how the yogi beholds the beautiful form of the Lord in his heart. So in this verse, he is describing about the girdle, the cloth which Krishna wears on his waist, covering his loins and hips. That cloth is above his dhoti. You can see Gopinath is wearing a pink cloth on the waist. That's above his dhoti. That is the girdle which covers his waist and is very attractive. When you see the beautiful form of the deities, your eyes go on that cloth. It's in the center. And Krishna wears very colorful cloths, very, very colorful. Of course, we hear that he wears yellow most, but that's not the only color he wears. He wears very colorful, everyday different colorful cloths, sometimes pink, sometimes orange, sometimes yellow, sometimes blue, green, black, red, and very colorful shirts he wears. And more than that, colorful he wears turbans. And more colorful than turban is his garland. Minimum 5 colors his garland has. So at any time on his body there are 15 to 20 colors. It's a very colorful personality. More variety than the vivid lights. It's Gopinath. Very colorful. And all the opulence and power is contained in Krishna's waist. And he attracts the mind of his devotees. You know, in India, there is a place called Nath Dwar, where there is a temple of Srinathji. Srinathji is same Gopal who was worshipped by Madhavendra Puri on Govardhan. And before that, installed by Krishna's grandson Brajanab in Vrindavan. So Srinathji in Mangalarti, he only wears this waist cloth. As a small, they worship him as a small boy. So in Mangalarti you will see him only on a waist cloth. And total, and of course Rajbhog he has full royal cloth. And total they change his cloth 6 times a day. 6 times a day, like we have 6 artis. He has 6 artis and 6 shingar. So in one day he wears 6 different cloth. Too much? Then you didn't hear full. And after he wears the cloth, he doesn't use it again in his life. So one cloth he wears, after that he doesn't use it. It's gone. Only one cloth once in.
So he donates it?
Yeah. So there's a tailor room, special tailor room, whole day sewing cloths. Every few hours the cloth is changed. After that he doesn't wear the cloth. He is a king. He will not use it again. So that's the beautiful, loving way they offer to the deities.
Does he recycle the cloth? You know, like using that cloth, torn it again and then recycle it again for the next cloth.
Okay, we have questions at the end, but no recycling. Okay? So that beautiful form of the Lord, when you behold and see, you feel very attracted. And Krishna, like that, stays in the heart of the devotee. And Krishna would like to stay in our heart also. He is looking for accommodation. But unfortunately, we have put a no entry board. Full. He doesn't like that. He wants an empty heart, which is very soft. Krishna will reside in our heart only if it is soft. Just like we don't like to sit on hard surfaces, Krishna also doesn't like to sit on hard surfaces. He likes only soft hearts, because he himself is very soft and his body is extremely soft. Krishna's body is like butter. Any one of you touched butter, fresh butter? What happens when you touch your finger on the butter? Your finger will go inside. You don't have to apply force. Just touch butter and your finger will go inside without force. That is Krishna's body. If you touch Krishna's body, your finger will go inside his body. He is so soft. When Krishna was born to Yashoda Maiya, she delivered the baby and slept. So she knew a baby is born, but she didn't know whether a girl is born or boy is born because she didn't see. So after a few hours at midnight, Krishna started crying. And as soon as baby started crying, Yashoda Maiya's sleep got broke. And she saw on the bed Krishna on her side. And she tried to look from the top because she was surprised to find a black boy. She is white, Nanda Baba is white, their father mother are white, Nanda Baba's brothers are white. The whole village of Vrindavan, there's only one boy who is black, rest everybody is white. So white Yashoda Maiya, white Nanda Baba suddenly saw a black boy. So she got shocked. But she got mesmerized because Krishna's body was so beautiful. She couldn't decide whether I should call him blue lotus flower Neel Kamal or I should call him blue sapphire Neel Mani. He was so beautiful. And when she was watching from the top, so mesmerizing beauty of Krishna, so much love was there for the boy, what are the first words she spoke? You will be surprised to hear what are the first words she spoke after seeing her boy. The first word she spoke is, "Get out! Get out!" Surprise, right? Because when she was watching over her boy, she saw her own image on Krishna's body. His skin is so smooth and slick like a mirror. So when she saw her own image on Krishna's body, she thought some witch has captured my boy. In villages it is very common. That some witch has captured the boy. So she said, "Get out, get out," telling the witch to go away, leave my boy. And she is making so much noises. All the servant ladies and maid servants and Brahmana ladies, they rushed to her room and they saw a black Rajkumar, a black prince, black darling. They were so happy because Yashoda Maiya was almost 50 age and she was since many years wanting to have a child. And the whole village was many years wanting to have a Rajkumar, a prince who will rule them after Nanda Baba. So when they saw a boy is born, they were very happy. And Krishna was still crying. So they tell Yashoda, pick him, give him your milk, give him your milk. He is crying, he will not stop crying, he is hungry, feed him. Now Yashoda's love is millions of times more than any average mother. So any average mother would immediately pick up the child and give milk. But she didn't give, even though her love is millions of times more. Why? Because she was scared. Krishna's body is so soft and my chest is so hard, if I pick him in my arms, he will feel hurt. She was scared that my laps and my breast are very, very hard and he is very, very soft. He will feel hurt. So she was hesitating to pick up Krishna. That is the soft body of Krishna. Has anybody touched these soft petals? Not this. These are not so soft. Rather, have you touched the very soft lotus petals? Or very soft rose petals? Very, very soft. Very, very soft. Like cotton. You touched? Imagine you take these nice soft petals and go to Golok Vrindavan. Smuggling not allowed, but just imagine. You go to Golok Vrindavan and do nice abhishek of Shyam Sundar Gopinath with soft petals. How will you feel? Good, nice. How will Gopinath feel? As if some iron rods have been put in his body. That is his softness. These soft petals are like iron for him. That is his softness. And we want him to stay in our heart. And if it is hard, is that our love? We will giving him pain. So our heart should be so soft that he can comfortably sit. So hard heart has to become soft. Krishna steals butter, not curd. If he steals curd, Gopis 3 hours would be saved. But Gopis early morning have to make butter out of curd so that Krishna can steal. So 3 hours they do churning. Why can't he just steal curd instead of butter and save their 3 hours? Why? Because curd is hard and butter is soft and he doesn't like hard items. So just like Gopis make their hard curd soft so that Krishna can steal butter, we have, by churning, we have to make our hard heart soft by chanting so that Krishna can steal. Otherwise he is not interested. So early morning like Gopis we have to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So then our hard heart becomes soft. What does mean soft heart? You don't have to go to a surgeon to check it out. Soft heart means soft qualities. Soft qualities means qualities of humility, tolerance, forgiveness, compassion, peaceful, self-control, clean, austere, wise, honesty. These are soft qualities. Nowadays people don't know the list of these qualities, forget having them. Even list is difficult. And hard heart means hard qualities. Hard qualities means violence, envy, pride, lust, greed, illusion, ignorance, duplicity, diplomacy, false ego. These are hard qualities. Dirty. Krishna doesn't like to sit. So if Krishna sits in some devotee's heart who is very soft, and we hurt such a devotee because his heart is soft and sensitive, he feels pain. If we insult such a devotee, we criticize such a devotee, we disrespect such a devotee. A sadhu doesn't mean stone-hearted, that I can do anything. A sadhu has a soft heart, that's how Krishna sits in the heart. So if we hurt a sadhu, if we give pain to his heart, and Krishna is staying in the same heart, Krishna feels pain. And if we give pain to Krishna and his devotee, how will we advance in bhakti? So Vaishnava aparadh, Offense to a devotee is considered very serious. It's like a mad elephant entering your garden. You may have cultivated your garden for last 10 years and it's very beautiful, nice, organized. 10 years mehnat, hard work. But few minutes visit of one mad elephant, the whole garden is finished. That's Vaishnava Aparadh. So Krishna's devotees, soft-hearted devotees, we should not offend. We should not disrespect. We should not discriminate. We should not insult. We should not feel unhappy by seeing them. And we should not be violent or criticize. Violence is simply physical violence, never. We should serve the devotees. We should help devotees to grow in their bhakti. And we should be happy about it. If somebody is doing nice service, we should be happy to serve them, to increase and improve their service, rather than become an obstacle. Especially pure sadhus, pure devotees of Krishna. When we serve them, we easily get devotional service, we easily get bhakti. So Yashoda Maya picked up Krishna after the ladies were putting pressure, and milk was overflowing from her breast anyway because of her love. So she started feeding milk to Krishna. And when she was feeding milk to Krishna, Krishna was more close to her eyes. So she could see Krishna's small eyes, small nose, small lips, small hands, small fingers, small legs, small tummy, chest. And she was feeling very joyful to have such a beautiful hira, such a beautiful diamond as her son. And while feeding, she saw something white on Krishna's chest. She thought it's her milk stain. So she took her sari to wipe. But it didn't go away. Then she realized it's not a milk stain, it is a silver hair. How can a child have hairs on the chest? Even if the child has hair on the chest, first thing it's not possible. But even if he has, it should be black. A silver hair, a baby having a silver hair on the chest? No, nobody can think of that. But Krishna has. He has two, one silver and one golden hair on the chest. One represents Lakshmi Devi, another represents his Brahmana devotees. He keeps them on his chest. And he loves his devotees more than Lakshmi Devi. In fact, he told to 4 Kumaras that actually I don't like Lakshmi Devi so much. She only is behind me. I like to spend time with my devotees. I love my devotees more than her. I am sure Lakshmi Devi didn't read that verse. But Lakshmi is chanchal, restless. She doesn't stay at one place. But since millions of years she is staying with Narayana, never moved away. Because she is so much attracted to Narayana that she forgets her nature of restlessness. That is his beauty. So we should be attached to Krishna. Some households they worship Lakshmi ji only on Deepavali day. Alone. Only alone Lakshmi. Not Narayana. That's not proper. Lakshmi cannot be worshipped alone. That too at night time. Lakshmi ji, come to my house. Narayan, go to neighbor's house. I don't want you. She will not come. She is a chaste wife. Imagine a chaste wife, you give invitation, come for dinner, don't come with husband, come alone. Will she come? No chaste wife will accept your dinner invitation alone. You invite husband, wife anyway will come. So you invite Narayan, Vishnu, Krishna, Lakshmi ji will anyway come. So we worship together, Gaur Nitai together, Radha Krishna together, Lakshmi Narayan together, Sita Ram together. Don't separate. Separating Sita Ram is job of Ravan. And you know what happened. He was killed. Making Sita Ram together is job of Hanuman. And he is a great devotee. So don't separate Lakshmi from Lord. And you may be thinking, why I am saying that? Because you are not Ravan, you don't separate. But there is a separation now. Gopinath is there, Lakshmi is in your pocket or purse. So give him. We want to build a new temple here. So Lakshmi is required. So give him so that he will have a bigger palace. And when he has a bigger palace, we his servants also will enjoy. Nice altar, nice service. So that's the perfection of our life, our income, our job, our work, our skills to give to Krishna, to give money and to raise money from our friends. Lakshmi, unite Sita with Ram, unite Lakshmi from the pockets of Ravan to the lotus feet of Gopinath. That's a service. So Krishna sits in devotee's heart, in a soft heart. But there is something more interesting than this. Krishna says, I sit in my devotee's heart and devotees sit in my heart. I am dear to them and they are dear to me. I think of them and they think of me. Krishna sitting in a devotee's heart is understood. He is there as Paramatma anyway. But devotees sitting in Krishna's heart, how dear devotees are to Krishna. Aham bhakta paradhino, that I am conquered by my devotees. The devotees can make Krishna dance. The elderly gopis would come to play with Krishna when he was a small boy, and they will take Krishna on their lap, and they will feel so much joy that they will not keep him back. And the next gopi would say, your 5 minutes is over, now I will take him on the lap. They will be in a queue waiting to take Krishna on their lap. There is so much joy taking Krishna on the lap. And then they will bring laddu. And they will show, Krishna, you want laddu? He will say, yes, I want laddu. Then you dance. And then Krishna will dance, ta-ta thaiya, ta-ta thaiya. Small boy, dancing, his legs will be tired. They say, I am tired now. Say, okay. They will break the laddu into half and give him half in his mouth. He will eat, enjoy. Then they will show him half laddu again. Say, you want this half more? He will say, yes. He will say, dance again. And for the half laddu, he will dance again. See? The master of the universe, he wants half laddu, but just for half laddu he dances again. That's how he's conquered by love. Mother Yashoda can bind him with a rope. How can a rope exist to bind Krishna when the universe comes out of Krishna? Millions of universe come out of Krishna's body. How can there be a rope which can bind inside the universe? A rope inside the universe to bind Krishna who is outside the universe. But he gets bound. And after Yashoda Maiya ties, he cannot open the rope. He cannot, he is easily to open, but he cannot open. He remains tied and he liberates the Arjuna trees, Nalkuver, Manigrave. He can give liberation, but he cannot open his rope because he is tied with love. And love binds him. That is the power of love. He gets bound by love. He doesn't want anything else from us. What do we have, we can give him. Whatever we have, anyway he gave us. So what is great in giving him back? But when we give him first, that is love. Then he gives more. Just like if a father brings a box of sweets and gives to the child, say daughter, the daughter will be happy. And the daughter will open the box and take the first sweet and say, Father, Daddy, first sweet you take. Will the father be happy? Yes. Why? Because he got sweets? No, father can purchase 10 boxes. Father is not happy because he got sweets. Father is happy because he got the first sweet. And first sweet contains love. Then what will father do? Next day again bring one more box. Why? Because he knows again I'll get the first one, I'll get love of my doll, my gudiya, my daughter. That's love. So whatever we get, first we should offer to Gopinath. You purchase anything, say milk or fruits or flowers or rice, and you cook, the first thali should go to Krishna in the house. The first, you purchase utensil, furniture, clothes, jewelry, the first thing should go to Krishna. Your salary, the first one should go to Krishna. And you wake up, the first few hours of the day should go to Krishna. That is called Mangalarti. Guru Puja, class, chanting. After 24 hours of the day, first 4 hours you give to Krishna. Such a beautiful Mangalarti we do here every day. And chanting and Guru Puja. Especially those who stay nearby. Don't keep sleeping in the morning. Your master is waking up and you are sleeping. Just come. Come for Mangala Aarti. And you'll have a nice auspicious day. If you are staying far, you do Mangala Aarti at your home. So we should give to Krishna. Imagine the daughter takes the box of sweet and eats 60-70% sweets and says, now father, rest you take. Will the father be enjoying it and happily? He will take and throw it in the dustbin. He will not be interested. Krishna wants the first hour. That's love. So we have love for Krishna already. But now it is distributed among so many others. It may be people, it may be dog, or it may be things. We love our things also. So we should gather this love back and give to Gopinath. We should offer our love to Krishna. That's perfection of our life. So associating with sadhus who are loving Krishna and serving them, Krishna is highly pleased because he is conquered by his devotees. So for his devotees he comes in the form of deity, as he has come as Radha Gopinath in Sydney. And when devotees come and see him, such a charming boy, they get attracted. They get mesmerized. Whoever sees Krishna gets attracted. When Krishna killed Narkasur, he went inside the palace of Narkasur. There were 16,100 young girls, very beautiful, whom Narkasur had kidnapped and kept in one room. And they were daughters of big kings or demigods and rich people and very beautiful girls, Lakshmis. And Narkasur was so cruel, he had not given them food properly, he had not given them water, he had not given them proper water to even take bath, and he had not given them any clothes and not ornaments, and the biggest thing is he had not given them makeup also. So they were all skinny, very, very skinny because of hunger and shivering, their body was trembling and their clothes were torn and dirty and their hairs were all disheveled, no comb, and they were looking little ugly, all the dust was on their skin because they couldn't take bath, and no ornaments and no cosmetics. 16,100 girls, very miserable state. And Krishna entered the room, Dwarkadish. And immediately Krishna collected their addresses and said, "Don't worry, I am arranging your transport and we will drop you to your father's house." They said, No, we don't want to go to our father's house. Who will marry us now? After being with Narkasur, no boy will accept us. Krishna said, "Then where do you want to go?" They said, "We want to marry you." 16,100 young beautiful girls simultaneously saw Krishna, and the first desire they had is, "I want him as my husband." That's charming, Prince charming boy. They wanted to marry Krishna. And Krishna said, "Yes, okay." He didn't have to rethink that how will I take care of 16,108 wives. They said, "We want to marry you." Krishna said, "Okay," as if it's a very simple affair. And he arranged 16,100 palanquins. Before that he arranged food, cloth, ornaments, maid servants, cosmetics and bathing, fragrant waters for everybody, and they all took bath and ate well and drank well and wore nice clothes and ornaments. And they all sat in 16,100 palanquins, and they were dispatched to Dwarka. And Krishna married all of them simultaneously. He expanded into 16,100 forms. And he made 16,108 palaces. And you meet each one of them every day. Not that once you meet one, then your number will come after 16,108 days. That time she will become old woman. Every day he would meet. And a bigger thing, see, marrying 16,000 may be difficult, but not so difficult. But bigger thing is he made them keep them happy. That's too difficult. Even to keep one happy is difficult. What to 16,000? He kept all of them happy. All are Lakshmis serving Krishna. So Gopinath is very charming. Krishna is very charming. And when you behold him, you feel peaceful. All the miseries of your life will evaporate. All the bad day you had or a bad unpleasant experience you had in the day will evaporate, whether it is in the family or whether it is in the office or whether it is in the public street or traveling in the bus or train. Everything will evaporate just by seeing his face. So that's why he comes and he stays in the temple to give his darshan. So we should come regularly to the temple and take his darshan and pay him obeisances and offer him prayers and service. That's perfection of our day. That's perfection of our life. So as compared to impersonalists who don't get attracted to the beautiful form of Krishna, they are very unfortunate. They are very unfortunate. Devotees are very fortunate to get attracted to the beautiful form of Krishna. And this beautiful form of Krishna can be completely realized in our heart when we chant without offenses, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So we should chant without offenses and hear the holy name attentively, and the perfection of our eyes will appreciate the charming face of Krishna, the beautiful smile of Krishna, the beautiful three-place bended form of Krishna. That's perfection of our eyes. And we'll be completely satisfied. When we use our eyes or ears or nose or tongue for material objects, we never get satisfied. You see something beautiful, you want to see something else beautiful. You eat some eatable, you want to eat some different taste now. And you cannot eat the same thing again and again. Initially you may like that object, but if you eat again and again, you will hate that object. If you like gulab jamun, and somebody offers you gulab jamun, and you will be happy to eat it. Then he offers the second one. Again you will be happy. Third one, you will be happy. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, he said no. 11th, he puts it in your mouth, there will be a big fight on the spot. You will hate it. Anything we like in the material world, we cannot like for long. We cannot like it repeatedly. But Krishna is not like that. You see him or you chant his name, you want to do it more and more and more. And the value doesn't decreases. And you get completely satisfied. The heart is completely satisfied. Tript Atma Suprasidati, just by coming in contact with Krishna. And not satiated, you want to hear more, you want to see more, you want to chant more, you want to serve more. Because he is infinite. So he gives us infinite joy. So this human form of life is a very nice opportunity to come in contact with Krishna and perform pure devotional service. This human form is not for doing sense gratification or eating or sleeping or earning wealth or having big bungalow or big house and big car and big name and big fame. What is the use of all this? It doesn't make sense that I work hard first 25 years to earn a degree. The next 25 years I work hard to earn money, build a bank balance, purchase a house, have a wife, have a child, and have a car, and have second car, and have a bigger house, and have name, and fame, and followers, and leader, and grandchildren, and I die and become a dog in Sydney. What is the meaning of this graph going up, 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 suddenly down? Think of the next life also, na? Think of the future also. After human, what do you want to become? Dog, cat, or go back to Krishna? So human form is not for just earning wealth and doing sense objects, sense gratification. That's foolishness. When human form can give us direct association face to face with Shyam Sundar, why to work for few dollars? It's a bad bargain. When 1 hour can give you $500, but you accept $10, you are a foolish person. So when every day few hours of bhakti can give you Krishna face to face, but you settle with few $100, you are a foolish person. So human form of life is not for that. Of course, Grahastha has to maintain, but he should not spoil his bhakti. Every day morning program we should do, every day chanting and hearing we should do, reading we should do, and have an honest income and live a simple life. So that this life we go back to Krishna. Not take one more birth. Again in the womb of the mother 9 months. Again come out A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 2 ones are 2, 2 twos are 4, Baba black sheep. Oh God, why you want to do this again? Already you did it millions of times. So no next life. This life we should be determined to go back to Krishna. He has come down as Gopinath to invite us that come to spiritual world. We will do masti, we will do mischief, we will sing, we will dance, we will eat kachori and laddu. But we are more interested in Sydney's traffic jam. No, I want to take birth here again and again do the same activities. Eating, sleeping, mating, defending. That animals do. So human life is not meant for that. Human life is meant for austerities. So Srila Prabhupada has mercifully given us a very nice process, and we should be very dedicated to our sadhana. Strictly follow the principles, seriously practice our sadhana, and assist in the preaching mission. And that way we can perfect our life, our human form of life, and go back to Krishna. Okay? We'll end here. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, you may please ask. Yes, Chitta Hari Prabhu.
I would like to thank you for that wonderful class. Thank you for that wonderful description and thank you for giving us so many details. Thanks a lot for providing so particular details of Krishna and details. Today finally, because of translation, I could heard your truly bhakti and I could understand your class finally. Because unfortunately I don't speak English and before I unfortunately cannot understand anything. And I would like to say sorry for all other devotees if we disturb you a little bit with translation. I came from Ukraine. And now it's extremely difficult situation there. I would like to ask your lessons and prayers, dear devotees, if you can for sure, for those devotees who are still there and who cannot leave the country. And not only in Ukraine, but in Russia as well.
Yeah, thank you for your kind words. And we definitely pray for all the devotees in Ukraine and all over the world also, but especially those who need these prayers and for yourself. We'll all chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra once. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Any questions? Yes, Nityanand Prabhu.
In spirituality, when you're doing Krishna conscious, there are moments where you are very enthusiastic and moments where you feel a bit down and things don't work out in a more very enthusiastic way. So how do we balance that and how do we come out of that?
So, even when we are down, we perform it as a duty. When we are enthusiastic, we do it as actively. Even if you are down, we perform it as a duty. So our performance should be same. So today I feel like chanting, I chant. Today I feel not like chanting, I chant. Both should be same. Right? Just like if the mother of the house doesn't feel like cooking, everybody will starve. So whether you feel or not, you have to cook. The child, whether feels or not, has to go to school. If your child today morning wakes up and says, Father, I don't feel like, no enthusiasm. What do you say? Go to school. So don't take decision based on enthusiasm. That's Raganuga Bhakti. We are Vaidhi Bhakti. We just do it out of obedience. Right? Okay? Yes.
Is seeing Krishna's miracle the same as achieving Krishna? For example, when Krishna was a baby, he picked up a mountain near where he lived. There was a big mountain. He picked it up by one finger and he turned it around. So people who can view that miracle, are they automatically achieving Krishna?
No. Miracle we are seeing every day. You saw a tree outside? It came from a seed. Is that a miracle? From a seed, a big tree came. That's a miracle.
But that's normal.
That's not normal. Because we are seeing every day, so we feel it's normal. And that tree has many fruits which have seeds, which potentially have trees inside. You are alive today, that's a miracle. Right? When we walk, we don't fall, that's a miracle. So every day is miracle. But seeing what you are saying as miracle, we say normal because we see every day. But those devotees in Vrindavan who saw Krishna lifting Govardhan hill, they are not ordinary devotees. They are Brajvasis. They are associates of Krishna. But achieving Krishna has nothing to do with the concept of miracle. Achieving Krishna means I realize that I am servant of Krishna and I 24 hours serve him. That's full Krishna consciousness.
So there's miracle in everything you say.
Obviously. Everything is a miracle. You seen coconut water in the tree? Point 1. How does the water go up? There is no pipe and motor. Point 2. Down there will be muddy water, up you will get filter sweet water. Where is the filter? And most important, point 3. When the fruit is small, it is covered completely. There is no hole to pass air. And it becomes big. Again, no hole to pass air. How did water go inside? If you answer these 3 questions, you will get 3 Nobel Prizes. Nobody has answers to this question. How does the sun come up on time every day? How does big planets float in the sky? Right? There are so many miracles around us. How does a flower bloom and give fragrance? Thousands of insects under one bulb. Have you heard some insects crashing? No collision, no accidents. 2 planes, 2 trains, difficult. Thousands of insects never collide. That's a miracle. Your food is becoming blood, that is a miracle. Cow eating grass and giving milk. Any scientist eat grass and give milk? Cow is more valuable. At least milk is given. How many liters is, what is the price of milk per liter?
$1.60.
See?
If
Cow.
it's soft, we drink the water. If it's like pure $5.
$5 per liter cow gives milk. Any person so valuable in our family or our family who can eat grass and give $5 milk per liter? Nobody. That's a miracle. Can scientists make a machine? Grass or rice is input and milk is output. They know the chemical composition. Nobody. Mother's body, as soon as a child is born, blood becomes milk. How? Can scientists take a test tube of blood and put some chemical and convert to milk? They cannot even make a grain of rice. Even a grain of rice is a miracle. So everything is a miracle. Achintya Shakti, inconceivable. We just have to see it with our eyes. Okay? Yes.
Whenever I think of going to the temple, I cannot sleep at night. Why does it happen with me all the time?
Acha, yesterday you slept? No problem. Chant Hare Krishna. Good. Chant Hare Krishna. It has nothing to do with temple. So your own physiology. Put some oil in the ears. You get sleep. Okay? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You were talking about how at least we should offer the first of everything to Krishna, sort of giving examples of sweets, or in the Yoga we get it, or the hours of the day. But when we read about in Srimad Bhagavatam, in Prabhupada's books, when we hear the classes, the emphasis is on pure devotional service, where we give everything to Krishna like the Brajavasis. But at the same time, we are not on that level. Whatever little we can offer, but at the same time, there's the constant remembrance or reminding that we should offer the best. But we're not at that level. So that brings some sort of frustration that how come I'm not at that level, it's not possible. So one side we become frustrated, or other side we become complacent. Anyway, not going to be accepted. So how, from where we overcome this sort of thing?
So we have to give 24 hours to Krishna. Not just the first few hours. This was just saying in the example that at least whatever you purchase, the first you offer to Krishna. So when we read about higher stages of bhakti, or when we hear a class in which some statements are there about higher stages of bhakti, we should not sit and compare ourselves that I am not like this. We should know that is our goal and I am an insignificant child walking towards the goal, and the process is known to me and the path is described to me. If I walk every day, I will reach the goal. So if I attend Mangalarti every day, I chant 16 rounds minimum every day, I do Guru Puja every day, I hear class every day, I follow 4 rigid principles every day, and I do my services every day, I will reach this goal by Krishna's mercy. Right? So, if we have less patience, then we'll get frustrated. That's why I am not on this stage. Since millions of years I have not performed bhakti, now I have started. It will take time to reach on that stage. And it happens by Krishna's mercy. So we don't compare ourselves with others. We just compare ourselves with ourselves, that how I was last month and how I am today. How I was last Janmashtami and how I am today. Am I growing in bhakti? Right? And we should know it's urgent business. We should not be complacent. That is urgent business. Anytime the human form of life may be finished, death can come. So it's urgent business. I should do my bhakti every day. And we should be so busy reading and hearing and serving that these thoughts don't even, we have time for them. A devotee should be so busy that mind doesn't have opportunity to play games. Right? So we know the goal, we know the path, we know the process, and by Krishna's mercy we are performing every day. Gradually we move forward. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Prabhu.
You were mentioning about how a devotee should have a soft heart, like qualities like tolerance. When we are in a provoking situation, like when we have tussle with the devotees, when we are making our inputs, and like elevate karmas, so how can we practice that quality of tolerance?
So, when we have an unpleasant experience or a pain, if we blame somebody else for the pain, we will not tolerate. But if we take responsibility of the pain, that is because of my previous karma I have pain, we'll easy to tolerate. Suppose, for example, today 2 p.m., my previous karma is going to fructify and I am going to get pain. So if I am on the road, some car will hit me. If I am in the ashram, some devotee will speak to me in bad way. If I am in the washroom, water will be there and I'll slip my leg. So I'll say the car driver is rough, or the devotee not good behavior, or who spilled water on the floor of washroom. No. Every day there is a car, every day there is water, and every day there are devotees in my room. But why today this happened? Because 2 p.m. 2 p.m. I was to get pain because of my previous karma. Whoever is around me becomes instrument of that karma. So I don't blame them. I understand it's my previous karma. If you blame them, then I cannot tolerate. And most of the time, who am I with? If you are in the ashram, you are with devotees. And if you are in house, you are with family. So you think my family is so bad, neighbor is so nice, they don't give me pain. Oh, because you are whole day with the family, 2 p.m., family is around. So family becomes instrument of pain. If you stay with neighbor and 2 p.m. happens, neighbor will become instrument of pain. So we think neighbor very nice, family not good. Neighbors respect me so nicely, speak so politely, but family gives me pain. No. Whomever you are with and 2 p.m. happens, that person will become instrument of your pain. So we should not blame others. So we should accept that pain. That Krishna is so merciful. I was to get bigger pain, Krishna gave me smaller. So if you are whole day with devotees, devotees will become instrument of your karma. So we should not blame devotees, or we should not blame family members or our spouses, because we are with them. The probability they become instrument is higher. If you are with somebody else, that person will become instrument of pain. If you are locked in a room with a pure devotee, he will become instrument of your pain. Then you will blame him. And if nobody is at the temple, you are alone with Gopinath, Gopinath will become instrument of your pain. Then you blame him. The blame will never stop. If a small baby is there, you will blame the baby. Because 2 p.m. the baby will become instrument of pain. So it's because of our previous karma, we should tolerate it. If we take responsibility of pain, it's easy to tolerate. Suppose a mother, a small boy plays with ball, young boy, and breaks a very costly piece of furniture in the house. What will mother do? Shouts, chastise. Right? How many times I told you not to play ball here in the room? Go out. See, you broke the glass. Right? She will scold. Next day the mother is cleaning and one costly piece of furniture breaks. What will she do? Nothing. She will just clean it and keep it. Why yesterday she got angry and scolded? Because somebody else is to be blamed. Today why she didn't got angry and scolded? Because I am responsible and you cannot scold yourself. You cannot punish yourself. So if I am responsible for my loss and pain, it's easy to tolerate. If somebody else is to be blamed, it's very difficult to tolerate. So a devotee who takes responsibility of his pain and serves Krishna, Daya, Bhak, he inherits the kingdom of God. Lord Brahma has said this verse, that by tolerating pain and serving Krishna, we become liberated. So we should tolerate. Okay? Yes.
Thanks for the class. You have mentioned, give an example that material things always end up in not satisfied. But even we know things, but again sometimes we keep falling down to the material. How do we come out of that state?
Become wise. Stop foolish activities. When we know there is dissatisfaction, become wise, come to Krishna. It's foolishness to try to be happy in the material world where it doesn't exist. A false hope that one day I'll be happy. Hum honge kamyab ek din. There's a song like that. You heard? The very person who wrote it never became kamyab. He must have died. And we are still singing it. It's a false hope. Complete bakwas, complete nonsense. So just stop the foolishness. Come out. So here every day, that will inspire us. Okay? I'll come back to you. Let me take, Ishwar Prabhu. Thank you.
The Lord has one golden hair, one silver hair on his chest, and one is representing Lakshmi Devi. So, which one is what? And also, it's described that Lord also has a golden line, which is Lakshmi Devi. Is that the same?
Yeah. So, golden line, golden hair is same. So, sometimes in scripture, silver hair is called Lakshmi, sometimes golden is also called Lakshmi. So basically silver is Lakshmi and golden is Brahmanas. But at some places it's reversed also. So that's fine.
But so that the golden line, no golden line and Krishna has? Or is it when you...
Both.
Jesus Krishna then Lakshmi comes?
Both have. You're saying both, right? Who has?
Yeah, because I was thinking maybe it's only Krishna who has the golden line, because Lakshmi Devi cannot herself associated with Krishna. So I think in the past...
Yes, that is in Ras Leela. Lakshmi Devi cannot enter the Ras Leela. But Goddess of Fortune is there on the bosom of Krishna. That's why the name is Shri Vatsa. Shri means Lakshmi, Vatsa means chest. So Lakshmi is always at the bosom of Narayan, Vishnu, Krishna, all Vishnu Tattvas. So it's called Shri Vatsa.
Shri Vatsa is silver.
Yeah. Yes, Prabhu.
We plan so many things in our life that the urgency probably when the life will be lost doesn't come in the thoughts or feelings. So how do we balance that planning and that urgency for?
When your hair starts becoming white, that means notice has come. When eyes and ears become weak, skin has wrinkles, teeth falling apart, that means Yamraj is waiting. So the urgency should be there. Right? So death can come at any time. So we should hear every day, read every day, and the urgency will come. So hearing is very important. Whatever you are doing bhakti today is because you heard and associated with devotees. So you continue to hear and associate, you will become more serious. Right? But old age is a notice that now you become serious. That is the service of old age. She is called Jara. Okay? And
can we still go back to Godhead if we still have previous karma to collect?
can we go back to Godhead if we have previous karmas too? No. If we practice everyday bhakti, then those go away. And if we are about to die, then Krishna will give everything together, wholesale, collective. So a big shot of pain will come and everything will be zero and we'll go back to Krishna. So it's not we who go back to God, it's Krishna who takes us. So we just cry to Him. We cry to Him, He will take care of the previous karma. Aham tuam sarva papebhyo. I will take care of all your sinful reactions, Krishna says. So we cry to Gopinath. He will delete the file and take us back. So we cannot go back with pending karmas. But we don't have to wait for them. He can do it in one shot. He can give a shot of pain, everything taken care. You are with me? Yeah? So we cry to Him. Yes. Yeah.
हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ
हाँ
जी मेरे को ना एक्चुअली जो मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं सर्कल में तो वो मैं जब उनको कृष्णा के बारे में बताता हूँ तो वो मेरे को ट्रोल करते हैं कहते कि भाई तुम्हारे जो गोड थे वो तो चोरी करते थे माखन की तो व्हाई इज इट दैट यू नो आई फील बैड फॉर दैट एंड व्हाट इज द रीजन लाइक
I will translate. So his question is that sometimes his friends, he talks to them about Krishna. So they criticize saying that your God used to steal butter. So why you are worshipping him? How can you worship him? So stealing, can I answer in English?
Yeah, I can.
So stealing means when you are taking object without asking the owner. You are not the owner and you are taking an object without asking the owner. So the whole universe belongs to Krishna. He is the owner. So when he takes his object, that is not called stealing. Right? But he would still steal in the sense of at that time it belongs to the gopis' house and gopis would be happy about it. So when gopis are happy, when Krishna steals their butter, tell your friends, who are you to give a complaint? See, if a small child comes to your house and without asking you picks up something to eat, would you be upset?
No.
Because children don't know what is mine, what is yours. So Krishna stole butter when he was a small child. When a small child sees something to eat, he puts in the mouth. He doesn't check the label. Whom does it belong to? So he would enjoy that. And gopis also would enjoy that. That was his pastime and loving exchange. Right? Okay? Any more questions? Yes.
So, regarding the blame part that we blame someone else for the pain that we get, how the person who is being blamed should take that?
If there's a forum to explain, he can explain. If that explanation helps to keep peace and maintain the relation. If silence helps to keep peace, should keep silence. The question should not be whether explain or silent. The highest principle should be peace should be maintained. In your house, never speak or behave in such a way that peace is cut into pieces. So if by speaking peace is maintained, you speak. If by being silent, peace is maintained, you be silent. So if you maintain peace in the house, then you'll have a prosperous house. Right? So sometimes you are blamed when you are not performer. Still you say sorry. See, if you do a mistake and you say sorry, that's called honest person. If you are not sure whether you have done a mistake or not, still you say sorry, that's called wise person. If you are sure you have not done a mistake, Still you say sorry. That's called husband. That's called humble. So to maintain the relationship sometimes it's required to accept the mistake even if you have not done. That's okay. Meri galti ho gayi. Let's finish the matter. That's okay. Or a wife also sometimes does that. So peace should be maintained. So humble devotee would do that. Yudhishthira Maharaj took the blame of everybody's killing in the Mahabharata war on his head, and he had sleepless nights. Even though Krishna and Vyasadeva both explained to him that you are not responsible, Duryodhana is responsible. But he said, no, it's my mistake because I wanted to become king, so many people got killed. So that's a humble devotee who takes blame on himself, even though he has not performed the action. Okay, so peace should be maintained. Okay? Yes.
I always try to overcome, I didn't know the English name for Asuya.
English name for?
Asuya. Like jealousy.
Envy.
Envy or jealousy. Inequality, devotees, or sometimes it happens. How to overcome the...
So just ignore the thought and chant the holy name. When the holy name goes from your lips to your ear, from ear to the heart, it will clean the envy. So just chant the holy name and serve devotees.
Because sometimes people are in need of help, or sometimes, like my friends or somebody, sometimes this thought comes. After coming to Australia, it's becoming more like always competition is here in Australia. Physically, materially, since we are engaging a lot, that thought the jealousness or try to maintain my status or something is coming up in the mind. I try to overcome it, but it constantly goes in.
So when we chant the holy name and Krishna's name goes in the heart, dirty things go away and we develop good qualities. And somebody requires help, you should be happy to help. Somebody is more successful than us, it should not affect us. Because you will always find somebody more successful. That will never end. So always you will get affected. Better to be satisfied. So you just chant the holy name of Krishna, the heart will be clean, the envy will go away. And serve devotees. That service is very powerful. Okay? Yes.
On that envy part, how do you deal with people who are envious of you? Let's say someone who is visible and able to...
Give a smile. You have a nice smile. See? Okay. You cannot change human nature.
And if they are, like the enviousness turns into action, then they come at you, taunt you, and then poke you, how do you react?
Laugh. If you take it seriously, they'll do it again. If you don't get affected, they will stop because there is no fun doing it. Childhood, when children would tease in the school, if you get affected, they will tease you more. If you don't get affected, they will stop because there is no fun doing it. So don't bother. Sometimes mosquitoes bite us, what we do? We don't respond. Go away. Next one will come. Next one will come. The population of mosquitoes will not end by your killing. So you just tolerate. Just go on with your life. You don't have to respond. You don't have to respond to that. If there is something serious happening, you protect yourself. You protect yourself, but don't attack. Right? Okay? Okay, we end here. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So this was my last Bhagavatam class here. Of course I am here 2 days, but the class is some outreach program tomorrow morning, and then I will be with HKCCC or HKCCC Sunday and Monday. Then Tuesday I am going to Canberra. So I guess some of you I will not see again. Thank you very much. It was nice to be here in this temple. with nice, beautiful deities of Radha Gopinath and all of you. So many devotees assisted me with prasad and other things, transportation. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So we are very, very pleased, happy to have Prabhu for the last 1 week. His classes have been some classes are more philosophical or like intellectual, but his classes have been from the heart, sweet, and when you sit in here, it just melts your heart. I already feel my heart a bit softer today. So thank you, Prabhu, and we would love to have you more in the future. And I think we have a lot of devotees have spoken over the week, really appreciated of your simplicity and humble and the simple way you present knowledge, and the whole point of knowledge is one thing, but the way you deliver it to touch the people's heart is, you are really blessed, and we are happy to have you again. Hare Krishna.
श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की जय, श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की जय, श्री श्री गौर निताई की जय, जगत गुरु शिल प्रभुपाद की जय, समवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की जय, जय निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Can join us. Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Sri Pralada Uvacha Brahmadaya Suragana Munayota Siddha Satvaikatana Gataya Vachasam Pravahe Naraditum Purugunay Raduna Pipipru Kim Toshtum Arhati Same Hari Ugrajate Manyedana Bijana Rupa Tapashrito Jas Teja Prabhava Balapaurusha Buddhi Yoga Naradanaya Hi Bhavanti Parasya Pumso Bhaktya Tutosha Bhagavan Gajayutapaya Vipradvisad Gunayutadaravindanabha Padaravinda Vimukat Swapacham Varishtam Manyetadarpita Mano Vachane Hitartha Pranam Punati Sakunam Natuburi Manaha Naivatmana Prabhurayam Nijalabha Purno Manam Janata Vidusakkaruno Vrinite Yat Yajjano Bhagavate Vidadita Manam Tachatmane Pratimukasya Yata Mukashri Tasmadaham Vigata Viklava Ishwarasya Sarvatmana Mahigrinami Yata Manisham Nicho Jaya Guna Visargamanu Pravishtaha Puyeta Yena Hipumana Nuvarnitena Sarvehi Ami Vidikarastava Satvadamno Brahmadayo Vayamivesha Nachod Vijantaha Shemaya Bhutaya Utatma Shukaya Chasya Vikriditam Bhagavato Ruchiravatare Tadyacha Manyum Asurascha Hatastvayadhya Modeta Sadhu Rapi Vrishchika Sarpahatya Lokascha Nirvritimita Pratiyanti Sarve Rupam Narsimha Vibhayaya Janasmaranti Naham Vibhemi Ajitate Tibayanakasya Jivarka Netra Brukuti Rabasugradam Shrat Antrasraja Shatajakeshara Shanku Karnan Nirada Bita Digibata Ribinna Kagrat Trastosmyaham Kripanavatsala Dushahugra Samsara Chakra Kadanagrasatam Pranitaha Baddhasva Karma Birusattamate Moolam Pritopavarga Sharanam Vayase Kadanu Yasmat Priya Priya Viyoga Samyoga Janma Shokagnina Shakala Yonishu Dayamanaha Dukkaushadam Tadapi Dukam Atadiyaham Bhuman Brahmami Vadame Tavadasya Yogam Soham Priyasya Shuhrda Paradevataya Leela Katastava Narsimha Virincha Gita Anjastitarmi Anugrunan Guna Vipramukto Durganite Pada Yugalaya Hamsa Sangha Balasya Neha Sharanam Pitaro Narsimha Nartasya Chagadamudanvati Majjatau Nau Taptasya Tat Pratividir Yaihanga Sheshtas Tavad Vibhot Anubratam Tvadupekshitanam Yasmin Yato Yarhiyena Cha Yasya Yasmad Yasmai Yatayatu Tasyastva Parapparova Bhava Karoti Vikaroti Pritaksva Bhava Sanchoti Tastadakilam Bhavatasvarupam Maya Manasrijati Karmamayam Baliyaha Kalena Chodita Gunanumatena Pumsaha Chandomayam Yad Ajayarpita Shodasharam Samsara Chakramajako Taretvadanya Svatam hi nitya vijitatma gunasvadamna Kalo vashikrita visrijya visarga shaktihi Chakre vishrishtam ajayeshvara shodashare Nishpidyamanam upakarsha vibho prapannam Drishta maya divi vibho kila dishnapanam Ayushriyo vibhava ichchati yanjanoyam Yesmat pito kupita hasha vijrambita bhru Vispurjitena lulita satute nirastaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Read the translation of 7:9:12. Therefore, although I was born in a demoniac family, so this is said by Prahlad Maharaj. We did 10 last time. Okay, we'll recite 11, 7, 9, 11. The Supreme Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always fully satisfied in Himself. Therefore, when something is offered to Him, the offering by the Lord's mercy is for the benefit of the devotee. For the Lord does not need service from anyone. To give an example, if one's face is decorated, the reflection of one's face in the mirror is also seen to be decorated. Beautiful analogy. Prahlad Maharaj here, he's saying that when we offer any service to Krishna, Krishna doesn't need any offering from us because he is Atmaram. Aptakam also. Aptakam means every desire he has gets automatically fulfilled. Atmaram means one who is pleased within himself. So in any case, Supreme Lord is not in need of anything from us. But the only purpose why Supreme Lord is still accepting the service or offering from us is simply to show us the favor. And how do we benefit? So to explain that point, Prahlad Maharaj is using an analogy here. Just like when you go in front of a mirror, you decorate your body, you decorate your face, the reflection also gets automatically decorated. Similarly, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Supreme Lord, when we actually offer something to Him, He is the Supreme Personality. Just like how when the face gets decorated, the reflection in the mirror also gets decorated automatically. Similarly, when we serve the Supreme Lord and He is happy, we'll also be happy automatically. So we don't need to pursue materialistic pleasures separately. Let's continue our discussion on Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita. Last week we saw how Narada Muni, when he went to Indra to glorify him, how Indra had tactfully declined any of those glorification and he instead diverted all the glorification to Lord Brahma. And then after hearing about the glories of Lord Brahma, we saw about the duration of Lord Brahma's lifetime, how many Manus there appear during the day of Lord Brahma, what are the different demigods. So after discussing all of this, in Brihad Bhagavatamrita it's given Narada Muni then goes to Brahmaloka, and after going to Brahmaloka, there he sees the Mahapurusha, the 1,000-headed Supreme Lord. He is residing there and he is accepting all the offerings that are given to him by the different sages and by the different residents of Satyaloka. And we were seeing how Swadharma Nishta Shatajanma Puman Virinchatam Yeti Tata Param Himam. It's given that only those who do their Swadharma, Dharma means our duty, Swadharma means one's own duty. If one does Swadharma Nishta, if one is steady in performing their own duty, Shatajanma Puman, for 100 lifetimes, then they get to appear in Satyaloka in one of their future lives. But among those who appear, the best among them will become Lord Brahma. So being Brahma, he is like the best of the human beings, if you like, and the demigods. Padma Puran says, Jalajana Valakshani, Stavara Laksha Vimshati, Krimyo Rudra Sankhakaha, Pakshinam Dasalakshanam, Trimsha Lakshani Pashavaha, Chatur Lakshani Manushaha. There are 400,000 varieties, or 4 lakh varieties of humans. Ghosts are also involved in that. Demigods are also involved in that. And so do human beings. Prabhupada is explaining in one place, when it comes to describing about the different forms, even among humans, Prabhupada uses Ekapad, Dvipad, Tripad, Chatushpad, Apada also Prabhupada says in one place. Ekapad means those living entities who have only one leg. Have you seen in Amar Chitra Katha or Chandamama, ghosts, they are depicted like that. Have you seen it? They'll always end, with the tapering feet. So Ekapad means all ghosts. They are also counted as one of the 400,000 species. Dvipad means two-legged person, which is humans. Tripad means old people because they use the walking stick. That's also considered to be one of the foot. So Tripad. Chatushpad is obviously animals, four-legged animals. Appad means reptiles like snakes who don't have any feet at all. So in this way, different gradations of the different living beings are given. Of these 400,000 varieties, you see Brahma is the topmost. He is the topmost of all humans. So his position is not at all ordinary. None of any demigods or any other personality in the material world stand anywhere close to Lord Brahma in comparison to his elevated position, in comparison to his exalted status as the pure devotee of the Supreme Lord. So Narada Muni, being the son of Lord Brahma himself, is all too aware of the facts about Lord Brahma, Lord Brahma's elevated position. So he goes to Satyaloka and he witnesses Mahapurusha being worshipped by the Lord, by Lord Brahma along with all his associates. And after worshipping or after accepting all the worship, Mahapurusha, he then goes to his private quarters along with this divine consort, Mahalakshmiji. So after the leaving of the Mahapurusha, Narada, he observes after the Supreme Lord leaves from the scene, he then offers his respect to Lord Brahma. And the purpose we saw in etiquette, we read that in Nectar of Devotion also, we are not supposed to pay obeisances to anyone in front of the Lord. When you are inside the temple room, Supreme Lord, you offer respects to him. If you want to offer any respects, paying obeisances to any exalted Vaishnavas, you do that either at the side or best is to do outside of the temple room. That's the etiquette. Because it's one thing that we want to express our respect, but we also need to understand about the person who is accepting the respect, how will they feel? If we pay obeisances in front of the Lord to them, we may embarrass them. So Narada Muni is aware of devotional etiquette, so he waits until Mahapurusha leaves the assembly, then he pays his obeisances and then he glorifies Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma, meanwhile, at the request of Mahapurusha, he asks all his assistants to continue on with the sacrifice. So what we do as Homa, fire sacrifice in material world, is just a tiny version. We do for how long? Half an hour, if you are attentive. In Satyaloka, they do Nitya Homa. Nitya means eternal, 24/7, 365 days. 311 trillion years, it just keeps on going. They don't stop. It's Akanda Homa. So Brahma, he officiates. Brahma is the first Brahmana. It's given in the Shastras. He is the first Brahmana in this creation. And he then in turn starts the parampara, initiating all his sons into the Brahminical culture, and they in turn accept disciples. And this is how the whole Brahminical culture, it gets propagated in this creation. So here Brahma, he then entrusts the task of continuing with the Homa, and it's specifically given upon the instruction of the Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord likes offerings. Supreme Lord is a personality. He likes to be glorified. Tatra tishtami narada, yatra gayanti madbhakta, it's given. Naham tishtami vaikunte yoginam hridayeshva. When Supreme Lord tells to Narada Muni, he says, my dear Narada, Naham tishtami vaikunte, I don't reside in Vaikunta, yoginam hridayeshva, nor in the heart of pure yogis. Yatra gayanti madbhakta, tatra tishtami narada, he says, I reside wherever yatra gayanti, gayanti means singing, wherever my devotees sing about me, it's at that place where I reside. So this is what the Supreme Lord is saying. So here, he likes these offerings, so he is telling Lord Brahma. Again, when we say he likes these offerings, we should not take it that Supreme Lord doesn't know where to get the ghee. Everything comes from him. He likes this offering means he likes to see all his sons and daughters, all the 8.4 million species, taking advantage of this process of sacrifice. Could be Sankirtan Yagya, could be fire Yagya, and making an offering to the Supreme Lord, and that way making progress to go back to the spiritual world. That he likes. apart from his liking the offering. Just like on Father's Day, every father would like any simple gift that comes from their kids, which is actually financed by the father. Okay. In many times they even go help choose the gift also. So, but that's how it is. Supreme Lord, where is this propensity coming? This propensity is originally there in Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna has that propensity. So, all his sons, daughters, they also have the propensity. Okay, on Mother's Day, what are my kids going to give me? On Father's Day, what are my kids going to give me? Like that. So here, the offering is given upon the instruction of the Supreme Lord because he likes to accept the offerings from his dear kids, children, which is all of us. So it's on that context we should understand. That's why even today's verse, Prahlad Maharaj said, he is glorifying Narasimhadev, my Lord, you actually don't need any offering from us. But in order to benefit ourselves, you have kindly come here and accepted this offering. Otherwise, what is it that we can offer anyway? Everything comes from him. Prabhupada in one morning walk, he says, this whole idea of yogis renouncing this world is a farce. Why is it? Prabhupada is walking, standing right in front of a home, somebody's home, random home. And he says, will you accept if I stand right here and I say, I renounce this home? And then Prabhupada himself answers, first of all, this home doesn't belong to me. How can I renounce? So when we are born in this world, we are all born naked. We had nothing with us. Krishna has given everything. And then as an act of offering, we are doing something there as dakshina, as our loving offering to the Supreme Lord. And then Supreme Lord, not in need of anything, but simply to reciprocate with our loving feelings, he accepts that. Just like how a father would do. Oh, is that the beautiful gift you got for me? Oh, what have we got? And then you open and there'll be what? One tiny broken keychain. You know, which a kid would have picked up from some $2 shop. Oh, you know, this is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, thank you so much. They love that reciprocation, that feelings. So this is exactly the mood of Supreme Lord Krishna. In fact, that mood is there in every parent because originally this is with the Supreme Lord. So after, at the Lord's request, Brahma has instructed his descendants to continue with the sacrifice. Now Narada Muni continues. As Brahma sat comfortably on his universal throne, absorbed in hearing and reciting the glories of his Lord, tears flowed from his 8 eyes. This is Shloka 44-45. Tears flowed from his 8 eyes. Brahma has his Chaturmukhi. He has got 4 faces. If you read Prachina Barhi Upakyan, it's in 4th canto, Narada Muni goes to this king Prachina Barhi Sat, and he describes, it's a very detailed topic, very good for us understanding about the temporary nature of this material world and how we should keep spirituality as our sole focus in life. So in that section, he actually describes about different senses, how this body is a city of 9 gates, so on and so forth. He says mouth as mukhya, it's given in the Shastras. Why? Every senses, we have 5 senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and then skin for touch. If you take eyes are like 2 in number, but their function is only 1, correct? Likewise, ears, 2 in number, but their function is 1. Nostrils, 2 in number, function is 1. Both the eyes, but they are used only for seeing, nothing else. Do you laugh with your eyes? We don't. We wish we can. But we can only see. So they are 2 in number, but the function is 1. Ears are also 2 in number, function is 1. Nostrils, 2 in number, function is 1. But he says as far as the mouth, tongue is concerned, it's actually 1, but the function is 2. So he says this is very important. Elsewhere also you will see in Bhagavatam where it's given Jitam Sarvam Jite Rase. One who has controlled each one of the other senses, they are considered to be, okay, mastered that particular sense. And in that context it's also given in the Shastras how, if you take, let's say, a fish. For fish, which sense does a fish use most or more prominently? Tongue. Whatever comes its way, it will just eat. That's why people go fishing. Innocently, it just comes and grabs everything without thinking. If you take eagle, what's the sense which is most prominently working for an eagle? Eyes. Okay, known to spot its prey from so many kilometers away, up in the sky. Likewise, each one. For elephant, it's given touch, so on and so forth. But human being, if you take human being, it's given in Shastras, it's one particular species for whom every sense is prominent. And that's where the problem is. Yatato hi api kaunteya purushasya vipaschita indriyani pramarteni. It's given. Yatato hi api kaunteya. Because all of these senses are prominent in humans, each sense is demanding its food. And there's always this constant clash. Even night time, you lie down, close your eyes, sleep, mind is still active, asking for something. Even when we eat prasad, eyes still need something. You still want to scroll through whatever, news feed. Anything, if you watch carefully, we never do only one when we are not satisfied. You go to work, that's when you want to hear music. Why do you want to hear music? Do the work properly. So every single activity, if you see how we are doing, we'll first of all go for a minimum guarantee activity, which is, okay, eating, these two will work, but then I want to maximize the sense gratification, so let me do. Or some people may watch a movie. Some people may do something more. But Shastras clearly say, each one of these senses, they are not supposed to be let loose to go wild, because each one of the senses is capable of pulling us down. So Shastras say we should control them, we should regulate them. Totally stopping them is not possible. You can't say, eyes, you are running here, there, I'm going to plug the eyes out. It's not possible. We need the eyes, but we can limit, regulate it. Okay, we use our eyes to take darshan of the Supreme Lord. We use our eyes to read the Shastras. There are so many positive things we can do. We use our eyes to do some seva in use of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can be useful for devotees to do some seva like that. So each one of these, if you see, for Brahma, he is sitting, he doesn't have one head, he has four. So you can imagine, we are struggling with just one head and one mind. How much more controlled, self-controlled, how great a Goswami Lord Brahma must have been. He is saying here, as Brahma sat comfortably, this is narrated by Parishit Maharaj, as Brahma sat comfortably on his universal throne, absorbed in hearing and reciting the glories of the Lord, tears flowed from his 8 eyes. If we are given 4 heads, we will sleep with all our 4 eyes or 8 eyes, correct? And each head will also pull in different direction, even it nods. Surrounding Lord Brahma in attendance were the personified powers of universal rulership. Narada came close, offered respects to his father by falling to the ground like a stick, and then spoke. So now he is going to start the glorification of Lord Brahma simply by repeating what Indra has said. Sri Narada said, "It is you who have truly received the mercy of Lord Hari. After all, you are the master of all masters of the living beings of the universe, the grandfather of all the worlds. You alone create, maintain, and devour the 14 worlds. You forever rule the universe, and you are known as self-born." So, in next few verses, he will list down few of Lord Brahma's attributes or characteristics to support his statement that he is the most favored devotee of the Supreme Lord. Next verse he says, "Present in person in your assembly are the Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures, the revealers of truth, who were born from your 4 mouths." It's given, the Vedas, they are also personification, they are also personalities. Like you'll have mantras. If you see in Ramayana, when Lord Rama and Lakshman were young, at that time Vishwamitra, also known as Kaushika, he once comes to the assembly of Dasharath, and then he asks the king, "Is everything going fine? Are you getting enough rainfall? Are all your subjects peaceful? Are everyone following the path of bhakti?" And then Dasharath was very happy to have an exalted soul like Vishwamitra in his assembly, and then he says, "My lord, please let me know, how can I serve you?" Then Vishwamitra says, I'm about to start a great sacrifice for the benefit of entire humanity, to please the Supreme Lord and to benefit the entire humanity. But in the process of doing, I definitely anticipate the disturbance of different Rakshasas. Rakshasas are human, raw flesh-eating creatures. So I need protection. Then Vishwamitra himself says, actually I can kill all of them. However, if I get into that Kshatriya mode, then my homa will get affected. And I have taken a vow to stay away from cursing anyone. Rakshasas, knowing very well about my vow, they have now come forward to attack me. So I need protection. Then Dasharath says, no problem, my lord, I go, because Dasharath is no ordinary warrior. He also used to go and help demigods, like we see Muchukunda. Dasharath is also a great warrior. Of course, he is a great devotee of the Lord, but he is a very, very powerful warrior himself. So when he says, Vishwamitra says, no, my dear king, I wouldn't need your help. Just send me your dear child, Lord Ram. Then when Dasharatha hears that, he faints. He is so attached to his son, who is Supreme Lord. That attachment is welcome. We all wish we can be attached to the Supreme Lord. And then he gets up and he says, my lord, I myself will come and vanquish them. Vishwamitra says, no, don't go back on your word. You told me you will fulfill whatever I ask. Then Vashishta takes him aside and he tells Dasharatha, because Vashishta knew, Vashishta is a friend of Vishwamitra, sometime a competitor, or Vishwamitra saw him as a competitor. So Vashishta tells Dasharatha, don't worry, you don't know Vishwamitra, he is a very powerful warrior, he himself could have vanquished. So if he is taking, which means there is some purpose, it's okay, send him. So then he sends. And then Vishwamitra instructs Lord Ram in mantras. Vishwamitra had access to the astra. Those astras are also personalities. They take the form of a mantra. They are called Shastras and Astras, you come across that. They are all descendants of Daksha Prajapati. Very powerful warriors, invincible practically. But Vishwamitra couldn't see anyone who is capable of handling them. So he kept within him 100 of them. When he sees Lord Ram, and we know he is the Supreme Lord, he then teaches him all the mantras. And then when Lord Ram recites those mantras, all of them come. There you see personification of mantras are also standing there. And then they take the form of a personality. And then Lord Ram says, okay, thank you for appearing. So please remain in my memory. Whenever I think, I'll call you. And then you come and help me. So here also, Lord Brahma is there in Satyaloka. All the different Vedas, they are also personalities. But then how many times does Supreme Lord Krishna appear in a day of Lord Brahma? Once. We saw there are 14 Manus in a day of Lord Brahma. In 1000 Divya Yugas or 1000 Chatur Yugas, there are 14 Manus. Krishna, you can read 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada explains. Yada yada hi dharma sevas, purport, you see series of purports, Prabhupada explains the duration or the timeline when Krishna appears. Krishna appears only once during the day of Lord Brahma. He appears during the duration of or reign of 7th Manu, which is Vaivashvata Manu now. Our current Manu's name is Vaivashvata Manu. The Manu who appeared originally at the time of creation, his name is Swayambhuva Manu. We are all descendants of Manu, that's how the word Manusha comes. Humans come from Manu only. Manusha is descendants of Manu, Swayambhuva Manu. So Supreme Lord Krishna, he comes during the reign of 7th Manu, but then during which reign of 7th Manu? 28th millennium of 7th Manu. Because if you take 1000 yugas divided by 14, you get approximately about 72 Chatur yugas. That's the duration of one Manu. Of those 72, he appears on the 28th millennium. So this is how it's given. So Krishna, when he appears, this personification of Vedas, they come, they glorify Krishna. Because they glorify Krishna directly, you read Krishna book, you will see one whole chapter that says prayers by the personification of Vedas. Very interesting chapter. You read that, you will see the mood of the Vedas. So they glorify, because they get to directly glorify the Supreme Lord, they get liberated, and they also become gopis. Shrutichari gopis, it's given. There is one particular type. They become gopis, which means Brahma, when he sleeps again he wakes up, Vedas come again. So during every day of Brahma, you have different personality of Vedas. It's not the same personality. The Vedas who are present in one day of Brahma, they get liberated. They become gopis because they directly get to glorify Krishna when Krishna appears only once during the day. Okay, so these personification of Vedas are there. So present in person in your assembly are the Vedas, Puranas and other scriptures, the revealers of truth who were born from your four mouths. Lord Brahma is also not the author of the Vedas. Brahma is just the medium through whom the Vedas come. Through each one of his four mouths, one Veda comes. Rig comes through one Veda, Yajur, Sama, Atharva. But the origin of Vedas is not Lord Brahma. He is Adi Kavi, but he is not Adi Purusha. Adi Purusha is only Supreme Lord. But Vedas comes from the breath of the Supreme Lord. Yashaika Nishvasitam Vedaha. When the Supreme Lord breathes, the Veda comes out. But that breath, Krishna plays his flute, then a Brahma Hridaya from his heart, and then comes out as a sound vibration through each one of his mouths, and then they form a personality. So this is how the description is given. Your world can be attained only by saintly persons. Narada Muni is saying this to Lord Brahma. Your world can be attained only by saintly persons who faultlessly perform their prescribed social duties, free from pride and other vices, for 100 lifetimes. Within the universe, there is no higher world than yours. Even Lord Narayana's Vaikuntha planet is found inside your world. On Brahmaloka, this is he speaking about Dhruvaloka. Dhruvaloka is below Satyaloka only. It's above Swargaloka, but it's below Satyaloka. On Brahmaloka, Lord Narayana resides always in his manifest form as the lotus-naveled Mahapurusha. He eats his shares of sacrifice and grants the sacrificial results instantly. When we chant Hare Krishna, we always have doubt. Supreme Lord, is he accepting? He is accepting. We have doubt because we want instant result. If you want instant result, then you should be born in Satyaloka. In Satyaloka, whatever we do, we get straight away. Brahma's body is also not made of earth, water, fire, air, ether. His body is made of intelligence. We need to accrue so much perfection in our performance of duties for 100 lifetimes without doing any mistake. Terms and conditions apply. If during 56th birth you made one tiny mistake, then the cycle has to start again. 100 consecutive lifetimes. So it's very, very rare.
Are you saying that Brahmaloka and Satyaloka are the same?
Yeah, Brahmaloka and Satyaloka, they both are the same. Yeah.
And Dhruvaloka is?
Dhruvaloka is below. Dhruvaloka is where originally it's known as Vishnupadi or Vishnupada. And then later on, when Prishnigarbha, he comes and gives it to Dhruva. From that point onward, it comes to be known as Dhruvaloka. So that is below Satyaloka. Your world, within the universe, there is no higher world than yours. Even Lord Narayana's Vaikuntha planet is found inside your world. On Brahmaloka, Lord Narayana resides always in his manifest form as the lotus-naveled Mahapurusha. He eats his shares of sacrifice and grants the sacrificial results. Although in the distant past you have made many attempts and were unable to find him, after performing austerities, you finally saw him just for a moment in your heart. We touched on this last week, how during the appearance of Lord Brahma, he was wanting to know the origin of that. So he went into the Padma Kosha or the bowl of the lotus. Then he couldn't find the root, and then Supreme Lord showed him favor by telling him, do tapa. He heard the sound tapa, and then he sat down in meditation. Therefore, you are surely the dearmost devotee of Lord Krishna. Indeed, you are none other than Krishna himself. Appearing in various bodies for your pastimes. Now, this is what Narada Muni is saying. Now, you will see when Brahma hears this glorification, how he will respond. This is like, you are the most favored. You are, what to speak of this? You are Lord Krishna himself. And now you will see reaction of Lord Brahma. Text 54. Sri Parikshit said, thus loudly praising Brahma, Bowing before him with great devotion and again, the sage Narada expansively sang Brahma's glories as he had heard them from Indra and seen them with his own eyes. Merely by hearing what Narada said, Brahma grew disturbed. He anxiously again covered his 8 ears is given. Shedding tears also. 8 eyes. Now closing each 2 hands, closing his 8 ears, and said over and over again, I'm just a servant, I'm just a servant, I'm just a servant. He's just saying, I'm just a servant. I'm not Krishna. I'm just a servant. I'm just a servant. With some effort, the four-headed Brahma checked the anger stirred within him by hearing what no one should hear and rebuked his son Narada. Okay, so this is how pure devotees respond when they hear their own glorification. Sri Brahma said, I am not the Supreme Lord Krishna. So he's going in reverse order because of all the glorification that he heard, the thing which offended him the most is you are Supreme Lord Krishna. So he is starting in the reverse order first. Wait, I'm not. I'm only the servant. I'm just the servant. I'm just the servant. And he's saying, Sri Brahma said, I'm not the Supreme Lord Krishna. On what authority and by what logic do you say this? Haven't I constantly taught you about this since you were a little boy? He is chastising. He is chastising Narada. Narada is just repeating what Indra said. Narada is like, I'm innocent. I'm just repeating. So here Brahma is saying, because he is a dear son of most exalted son of Lord Brahma. We saw it last week. Even though 4 Kumaras and other personalities, they may be elder to Lord or to Narada Muni. In terms of the exalted status of devotion, Narada Muni is the topmost son of Lord Brahma. So this is why he's saying, haven't I constantly taught you about this since you were a little boy? His personal energy, Mahamaya, stands within his sight like a maidservant. Now Brahma is repeating. Not repeating, he is saying this. It is she who deploys her material modes to create, maintain and demolish this world. Now this he says to refute Narada Muni, glorifying him. You are the creator, you are the maintainer, you are the destroyer. For that he is saying, look, it's not me. Maya dakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam. It's Supreme Lord's supreme energy, Maya, who is standing right beside him as his maidservant. It is she who creates, maintains and destroys this world and not him. All of us are subject to her and bewildered. So you should not think me the recipient of even a trace of Krishna's mercy. Now why is Lord Brahma is saying all of us are subject to her and bewildered? Here he is in the process of refuting any glorification on him. When he says all of us are bewildered by her means, Narada, I think you are bewildered by her, that's why you are glorifying me as Krishna. That's what he implies here. Okay, all of us here includes him as well as Narada, along with all the other living entities. But he is saying specifically this to say, Narada, I think you are affected by Maya. That's why you are speaking erroneous glorification like this. That's what he means here. Of course, Narada Muni is not erroneous. Here, conversation is happening between two exalted souls. So, we should not jump to any conclusion. And we touched on this in the second class itself. We should not, when we read glorification or any refutation of any of the glorification by any of these devotees, we have to understand that this is their humble mood. We should not look at them to belittle. You see, Indra is actually lower or Brahmaji is lower. Then we will end up doing great aparadh. So we have to be careful there. By the power of Krishna's Maya, I am always deluded by various conceits. I think myself the controller, grandfather and spiritual master of the universe. Proud of my birth from Krishna's lotus navel, I think myself a great ascetic, his great worshipper. I am overwhelmed by the countless duties of universal management. Worrying about the imminent destruction of my planet, I live in terror of the all-devouring end of time. All I want for myself is liberation. Now what Lord Brahma here he is saying is, because he is entrusted to maintain this entire universe. We usually say Brahma is in charge for Srishti only, creation. But normally if you do a work, what do? You do your work and then you go for a nap. straight away, correct? But you never see Lord Brahma doing it. If he is in charge only for creation, creation has already finished, what is he doing now? So his role is not limited just for creation. We have to understand that. His role, creation is just one part of it. But you will see Brahma also goes and gives instruction to many of the kings. He appears in the assembly of Prithu Maharaj. That happened much later than creation. When Swayambhuva Manu, he wanted to retire, he goes and speaks to Priyavrata, asking him why he should ascend the throne. Because Uttanapada is also taking retirement there. So then Priyavrata has to come back from forest because he didn't want to get married. He doesn't want to even get into Grahastha ashram. So he was sitting there doing tapasya, and then Narada Muni is guiding him. Narada Muni, he guides Priyavrata on his path of devotional service. But then when Brahma comes, Narada Muni, out of respect, he steps aside. And then Priyavrata then follows Lord Brahma. And Brahma says, no, you should take up universal affairs and you should manage this. So Brahma is saying it's not just a creation. Normally if you think, even in a material sense, somebody may have built a whole empire, business empire, out of nothing. It's one thing to go to the top, but it takes much more effort to maintain that position at the top. So that's what happens to Lord Brahma. Brahma creates everything. He is already entrusted, but there are always going to be issues. There will always going to be some shortcomings. Always. So Brahma is saying, our type of trouble is small. I am also in management. We have little bit here, there. If we call them issues. For Brahma, he is saying it's always. Can you imagine? He creates the 14 planetary systems. For 1000 Chaturyugas, he works hard. And he says, all right, let me just take a nap. He goes and takes the nap. He wakes up. And guess what he says? Pretty much everything is vanquished. How will you feel? I remember when I came to Sydney once, there was one devotee couple's marriage. So I was assisting one devotee to make cake. And I was not a good cook. I am not a good cook. So he told me to bake. I did. Then we took it out. Then he told me, marked the line. And he says, you cut it into exact half. Then I took the knife and I cut, The more sometimes you try to do very carefully, the more chances that you will do the mistake. So I cut it. It came exactly, instead of, perfect square, it became like a trapezium. And the cake is supposed to be a double-decker cake. I got shocked. Oh my God, what are we supposed to do? Then I'm trying to put the second cake on top of the first. Mismatch. Then I tried to change the direction. Nothing worked. Then I looked at him. Because, when you come to Krishna consciousness, you look at everyone as a pure devotee. They are going to curse you. And that's it. Krishna is going to abandon you. You have that fear. Prabhuji, he said yes. He was busy making salad. Then I said, I tried my best. You can appreciate my intention, but outcome isn't that great. He looked at me and he smiled. Don't worry, Ganesh Prabhu, material world is all about packaging. and then he adjusted it, he made a cream, slapped on it, and then he made like a beautiful marriage cake. And finally, they gave me credit also during that marriage. Of course, you accept it with humility and guilt also together. Happens. So, managing little tiny bit, we think, we manage our life, we are such great achievers. How difficult it is for Lord Brahma to create so meticulously, made so much nice arrangement for people. He himself is leading a lineage. He is the spiritual master of a whole parampara, and his disciples are no ordinary person. You have to understand. His disciples are Narada Muni, Swayambhuva Manu. You can understand the position of Lord Brahma. Plus, if there is any imbalance anywhere, in every story you will see Narada Muni and Lord Brahma, correct? Mother Earth, problem, where will she go? Taking the form of the cow. Mother Earth went to, accompanied by all the demigods, so she went crying to Brahma again. You will see like that everywhere. Hiranyakashipu doing some problem, immediately somebody again goes to Brahma. Brahma gets disturbed all the time. So much so, just for managing universal affairs, he has to expand himself into two. There is one Brahma in Satyaloka, there is one Brahma on top of Sumeru mountain. It's there. So in 10th canto, when we actually see, when the earth is burdened by so much unnecessary military strength, Mother Earth, she felt burdened by that. She took the form of the cow, accompanied by the demigods, and she went and met Lord Brahma. That's not in Satyaloka. She goes to meet Brahma on top of Sumeru mountain. His name is Vairaja Brahma, it's given. The one on top of Sumeru mountain. And the one who is in Satyaloka, his name is Hiranyagarbha Brahma. So this is Brahma's position. Very thankless task he has to do. He has to deal with all the issues, managerial issues of universal affairs, and he still has to maintain his devotion. He still has to maintain his consciousness to think about Krishna all the time. Very, very difficult. So here Brahma is saying, because of so many issues, I always think of liberation, which means when will the day come when I can just sit in one place and chant Hare Krishna. So this is what Brahma is saying. For the purpose of liberation, I engage others in worshipping the Lord and also worship Him myself. Which means he is saying, I am not a pure devotee. Pure devotee means Anyabhilashita Shunyam Jnana Karmadi Anavritam Anukulyena Krishna Anushilanam Bhakti Ruttama. Pure devotee means it should be free of jnana and karma. It should be only for Krishna. It should be an active cultivation of bhakti, not just a sitting idle meditation. Anukulyena, it has to be favorable for Krishna as well. 3 characteristics are given. They are primary characteristics. Swarupa Lakshana. Tatastha Lakshana is, it should be, marginal characteristics is, it should be free from jnana karma, should be free of any speculation, should be free of any materialistic propensity or desire to enjoy anything material. On a positive side, bhakti means it should be for Krishna, it should be favorable for Krishna, it should be only for Krishna, and there has to be an active cultivation, which means there has to be some practical service. Shrutakirti Prabhu, once he goes with Srila Prabhupada, and then he tells to Prabhupada, Prabhupada, wherever I travel with you, I see devotees jumping up and down, crying, shedding tears of ecstasy. And I am with you 24/7. How hard-hearted a person should I be? I don't have any such emotion. Prabhupada looks at him, hears. He's saying, as he's accepting the massage, I don't know if I shared Prabhupada's definition about massage. Initially when he was massaging Prabhupada soft, Prabhupada says, no, massage harder. And then as the true Acharya, Prabhupada always gives perfect example. Like Prabhupada once when he is teaching the devotees how to make a dough for making chapati. Devotees, they either end up making the dough too dry, which is hard to roll, or too wet that it becomes sticky. Then Prabhupada says, come, I'll show you. Then Prabhupada, they brought, which is sticky. Prabhupada adds more raw atta, mixes it. And then Prabhupada does this mixing. After that, the disciple who is standing right next to him, Prabhupada says, the dough should be mixed to the consistency of your earlobe. You'll never forget this lesson, correct? You touch and then okay. Of course, if you touch, you have to wash your hands. Maybe with one hand you touch and then you do. Prabhupada was very precise. Like that here, he is coming for massaging. He is a 21-year-old boy, young boy, who has been a teenager not so long ago. And he is concerned, and Prabhupada is a 70-year-old person. But Prabhupada's body is very soft. You would hear glorification of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, how soft Prabhupada's lotus feet was and how soft his body was. So he was pressing very gently. Prabhupada says, this is not massage. And then Prabhupada gives the definition. Massage means passive wrestling, which means you wrestle, I won't wrestle, but I'll take all the benefit. So Prabhupada explained, massaging means passive wrestling. So Prabhupada was very clear with that. In fact, first time when Shuddhakirti Prabhu goes, he sits and he watches one other devotee massaging. Prabhupada looks at him and he says, you are the new servant? He says, yes, Prabhupada. What are you doing? I'm just learning massage. And then Prabhupada says, your learning massage is similar to you trying to learn swimming outside of the swimming pool. Get the oil and get started. Prabhupada says like that. So Prabhupada, perfect teacher, he gives precise instructions. And when you hear that, we can easily understand. This is how Prabhupada has written purport. Prabhupada has used certain words to very precisely teach us what he wants to in the science of bhakti. He accepts for the purpose of liberation. So coming back to the point, Brahma, he says, I'm doing all this only for the purpose of my liberation, which means I'm not a pure devotee. You understand? So he is refuting. And how is he saying he is not a pure devotee? He is saying because of all these universal affairs, my mind is so much disturbed. Because of that, I'm so much engrossed in thinking about when will I get liberated from all these duties. And keeping that in mind, I'm doing my bhakti. How do you say this as pure devotional service? So I'm not the most favorite devotee. And now he'll give list of beautiful reasons. He accepts the sacrificial offerings from me only to promote the Vedic teachings and show special favor to the sacrifices themselves. Now he is saying, now one may ask, Narada Muni may ask, if you say you are doing it only for liberation, why is the Supreme Lord personally staying here and accepting the offering? He shouldn't have even appeared in front of you, correct? For that, Brahma is saying, he is accepting the offering simply to glorify, sacrificial offering. It pleases him so much that he personally sits there and offers, which means this is something that pleases the Supreme Lord. So simply to glorify the sacrificial offering and thereby encourage all the other living entities to make that sacrificial offering, Supreme Lord is personally present there. It is not to show favor to me. So this is Brahma's argument. Just consider this, my dear professor of logic. This is how he is speaking to Narada. He loves only devotion. He shows his mercy only to his devotees, never to non-devotees. Forget about my having any devotion for him. I would be happy if only it were true that I never offend him. Now you see how expertly Brahma is saying. Brahma is saying, forget about being most favored. I will think this as a great achievement if I don't offend him. And to support that, he is now going to touch on Brahma Vimohan Lila. I cannot expect him to tolerate my offenses as he does Lord Shiva's. Now he is already sowing the seed. Who is more superior than him? With the benedictions obtained from me, the wicked Hiranyakashipu became the tormentor of all the worlds, dedicated to violence against Vaishnavas. Now he is starting his offense number 1, so-called offense number 1. He is saying Hiranyakashipu was there. He sat down and did meditation for thousands of years, 35,000 years. And then I came and gave him the boon. And using that boon, unfortunately, Hiranyakashipu, he tormented everyone. He didn't spare demigods. He didn't spare humans. He didn't spare yakshas, rakshasas. Everyone he tormented. After the Lord in his form as Narasimhadeva destroyed Hiranyakashipu, I and my entourage stood fearful at a distance, trying to praise the Lord with skillful prayers. But he would not even honor us with a sidelong glance. Sometime when you're upset with the person would actually try to break the ice by making eye contact. And you deliberately look elsewhere. This is how Narasimhadeva was doing. And this is what Brahma is saying. We were glorifying, at least for courtesy, you will turn right, okay, somebody is glorifying. Narasimhadeva didn't even give a sidelong glance, let alone turning. So this is what Brahma is saying. Then I slowly approached him and he angrily ordered me, you should not give such benedictions to demons, O lotus born. So, Narasimhadev mildly chastised Brahma to have for giving such a benediction to Hiranyakashipu. Nonetheless, I kept on giving benediction to wicked demons like Ravana. So he is saying first Hiranyakashipu finished. But then Brahma is saying, taking a humble position, I ended up giving boon to another demon. Same family. To Ravana, whose tongue can even mention the sins Ravana has done. I was reading, Ravana, so proud of his prowess, he gets boon from Lord Shiva and he tries to relocate Kailasha. He thinks Kailasha is good. I need Kailasha in Sri Lanka. So he tries to pull. Shiva gets angry and he pushes his toe, it's given. And then at that time, he couldn't hold the weight anymore. And then to please Lord Shiva, he tore his veins, made like a harp out of it and he played. Shiva being Ashutosh in his ecstasy in worshipping Shakarshana, he felt very happy. He gave more benedictions to Ravana. So you will see Shiva's very playful mood in the transcendental ecstasy. Like you will see some pastimes like that for Gaur Nitai. Shiva's pastimes are also like that. Nonetheless, they kept on giving benedictions to wicked demons like Ravana, whose tongue can even mention the sins Ravana has done. Remember the offenses committed against the Lord by Indra and other demigods. Now this one he is saying to refute the statement or praise which Narada mentioned to Lord Brahma. Oh, Supreme Lord Brahma, you are the one who appoint all the demigods. Brahma is saying, yeah, coming next. He is saying, look at all the demigods who I appointed. Each one of them, and he'll list the reasons actually. Indra did this offense. Likewise, Varuna did this offense. Yamaraj did this offense. He'll say each one. And guess who appointed them? Me. So this is what is coming now. So you can see how devotees are so expert. We normally get to hear only their positive glorification of other devotees, positive glorification of the Supreme Lord. Here you can see how genuinely, how expertly they are with the logic and reasoning, diverting any glorification that comes their way away. Each one they have thought through. And it's not something they are just making it up. Remember the offenses committed against the Lord by Indra and other demigods, I appointed. That's what he's saying. The excessive pride of those demigods constantly perverts their discrimination. Because of their excessive pride and because I appointed them, whoever appointed them also takes a share of the trouble, share of the blame. When the four Kumaras go, and when Jai Vijay stopped them on the border of Vaikuntha, at that time Vishnu, when he overhears the conversation between the four Kumaras and Jai Vijay, Vishnu himself comes out and he says, these are my servants, whatever offenses they have done, I have committed. Oh my dear sages, if it will so please you, you can even lop off my arm. This is what Vishnu is saying. So whatever mistake which a servant does, it's actually owned by the master. So here Lord Brahma is taking the humble position saying, these are the gods who I appointed, and look at their prideful acts because of which they ended up committing offense, and because I appointed them, it's actually my offense. Indra sent rain to retaliate for the Govardhana sacrifice. We know that pastime. Sometimes fought against the Lord and committed other offenses. The Lord of the waters, Varuna, how did he offend? He offended by arresting Nanda Baba. You read Krishna book? Okay, one day when Nanda Baba actually goes to take bath in the early hours of Dwadasi, he arrests. And then Krishna Balram had to go there. So he says that Yamaraj made mistakes like allowing the wrongful death of the son of Lord's teacher, Sandipani Muni. So Sandipani Muni, modern day Ujjain or ancient Avanti, that's where Krishna Balram, they attended the Gurukula of Sandipani Muni, and at the end of the Gurukula, when the time came for them to give any dakshina, some dakshina to Sandipani Muni asked for his son to be returned back. Son who passed away at a very young age. So then Krishna goes to a different place and finally he goes there. He fights with a demon, Panchajana. That's how he gets the Shanka, Panchajanya. You will see. Because that demon is the one who killed the son, and then finally, after killing the demon, he then picks up the Shanka, Panchajanyam Rishikesho. That's how he gets the Shanka. And then from there, he then goes to Yamaloka. And then he tells, when he approaches Yamaloka, Yamaraj comes there faithfully, folding his hands, offering prayers of glorification. At that time, he says, my teacher's son is here. Then Yamaraj says, my Lord, what about all the sins that is given in his account, or that is written in his account? He says, just write them off in my name. Like that he says. It's there in Bhagavatam, and then he writes it off. Then he brings the son back. So here, Brahma is saying Yamaraj should have known this is son of Krishna's teacher and shouldn't have taken him away. Because Yamaraj has done that mistake, I also take a share of that mistake. So this is what he's saying. And Kuvera. Now each one of them, if you see, he's specifically mentioning these four demigods, Indra, Varuna, Kuvera, and then we have Yamaraj. Each one, they are the Digbalas actually. Principal deities, demigods for the different directions. Okay, like Kuvera is like northeast, it's given. Like that you will see. So here he is saying Kuvera was responsible for the wicked misdeeds of Shankachuda. Again, if you remember 10th canto, Shankachuda, he was a demon once when Krishna Balram, they were enjoying the pastimes, Raslila pastimes with the gopis. At that time, this demon, Shankachuda, he comes. He is a servant actually of Kuvera. Kuvera is Yaksharaja. He is the king of the Yakshas. Shankachuda comes and he starts to take the gopis away. And then Krishna kills Shankachuda. This particular pastime is given by the Acharyas that if one wants to conquer one's lustful thoughts, one should read this pastime. So that's a falastuti that's given for this particular pastime of Krishna killing Shankachuda. So again, Brahma is taking the blame for Shankachuda. Why? Shankachuda was the servant of Kuvera, and who appointed Kuvera? Him. So he says, I am the reason here. In the lower planetary systems, live the Daityas who always attack Lord Vishnu's devotees, and also living there are the serpent friends of Kaliya, who by nature are contaminated by anger. Again, they are also celestial serpents. He takes the blame again. Because the serpents by nature, they are angry. They are always, Prabhupada says, once, actually there are many snake pastimes with the in Prabhupada Leela. So in Mayapur once, they see the skin of a snake. You know, the snake, it sheds its skin. When they see that, they then frantically search and they find the snake and they kill it. And then one devotee says, when the snake dies, it always takes the photograph of the person who is killing and it stores in its cornea. And then later on, the snake's partner will come, look through that photograph, and then it will go seeking revenge. So the devotee who killed, he was freaking out. You know, the snake is going to be after me. And when all of this is going, Shrutakirti Prabhu writes, Prabhupada is happily lying down. And then Shrutakirti Prabhu is massaging, and Prabhupada laughs. Prabhupada would take 2 massages. One is before taking lunch. That's the main massage. And then night time when Prabhupada goes for a short sleep for 2 hours, at that time as he is lying down, Shrutakirti Prabhu will give soft massage for his feet. And then as he is giving soft massage, they could overhear conversations of devotees outside. You know, hey, we should protect this devotee and everything. Prabhupada lies down there, smiles, and he says, Mare Krishna Rake Krishna Mareke. So Prabhupada is not bothered about which snake would come. If Krishna wants to kill, nobody can protect. If Krishna wants to protect, nobody can kill. And then Shrutakirti Prabhu asks, so Prabhupada, they are saying this particular snake is not venomous. Then Prabhupada lies down and he says, all snakes are dangerous. So you can read a lot of practical instructions of Prabhupada. So same thing happens in New Vrindavan. There is one pastime of snake. When Prabhupada was there, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had actually told one other disciple to go kill the snake and protect Prabhupada. At that time, Abhay Charan. So many pastimes are there. There's one pastime of Prabhupada when he goes to the bathroom, and then my Guru Maharaj says, suddenly he calls Jai Pataka, and my Guru Maharaj goes, Prabhupada had already closed the snake close to the door hinge. And my Guru Maharaj is saying, the snake, one half of the body is on the other side of the door, and it's trying to strike Prabhupada like this, and it's missing by just a few inches. And Prabhupada is holding like this. And my Guru Maharaj looks at Prabhupada. Prabhupada said to my Guru Maharaj, do something, And then my Guru Maharaj comes, holds it, and then Prabhupada goes, and then they kill. So we'll come across instances. So here he's saying celestial serpents who always exude so much anger, who spread so much negativity, he is taking blame for that. And recently by my magic I stole the calves and young friends. This is Brahma Vimohan Leela. How when Brahma, he wanted to really understand whether this is the Supreme Lord, he thought, okay, let me just take it away and see how he responds, because he doesn't know that this is Swayam Bhagavan at that point, and then he takes it away. So he mentions about Brahma Vimohan Leela. Simply by the spontaneous glance of favor. So after Brahma Vimohan Leela, you will see there is this beautiful artwork in Krishna book itself, Lord Brahma offering, with this kneeled feet, he then offers prayers, and you will see him shedding tears of remorse. So at that time, Krishna, he is still holding the prasad, the yogurt rice mixed with the fruits on his left hand. That also taken from different Gopas lunchbox, So he is holding it like this, and he says, at that time, Krishna accepting my prayers, he just looked at him and he smiled, telling him as if it's all right. He says like that. So he says, simply by the spontaneous glance of favor upon me from his lotus face, I became joyful. I realized how fortunate I was to have visited the land of Vraja, which is so dear to him. Fearing I would commit more offenses if I'd stayed there too long, I then went away. What else need I tell you about my ill fortune? In fact, in this universe, I see no object of Lord Vishnu's mercy equal to Mahadev Shiva. He is famous as the dear friend of the Lord. Now he'll start to list down the glories of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is always intoxicated by the taste found at Sri Krishna's lotus feet. He therefore has no interest in any of the normal goals of life, even up to the rulership of universe and sense enjoyment such rulership provides. Prabhupada is mentioning in one place, Mother Parvati, she approaches Shiva and he says, my Lord, this material world is Devidam. So here I am the person in charge, but we don't even have a home. So let's go build a home. Then Shiva says, all right, just to please Mother Parvati. Then they build this beautiful palace made of gold. In order to do Graha Pravesh, they invited Brahmanas. And one Brahmana was Ravana. So at the time when Dakshina is supposed to be given at the end of Graha Pravesh, Ravana asked for the whole palace. The greedy person that he is. Then Shiva says, all right, take it, and he walks away back to the same tree. Same banyan tree under which he is known. If you read Bhagavatam, it says that is like thousands of kilometers tall. It's not an ordinary banyan tree in Kailash. So he went there. So Prabhupada says there. So here is Mother Parvati, she is managing the whole universe, but for them, they don't have anything. They don't hold anything. They simply do everything in service of Krishna, like the Prabhupada says. As if ridiculing materialists like me who are simply addicted to sense enjoyment, he goes around naked wearing garlands of Dustura. Dustura, it's a name of intoxicating weed. So he wears this. Now why is Lord Shiva wearing all this? Like Dustura, you will see here. He goes around naked wearing garlands of Dustura. Arka. Arka means bones. He wears, but the bones has a very special significance. We'll come to that. Arka is the arka leaf and bones also, and smeared all over with bhasma, ashes. So he's wearing a garland that is made of Dustura, which is a weed. There is a special plant called arka that is also, it grows deep in the forest. So his garland is just not made of fragrant flowers or anything like that. One is intoxicating weed, another one is just arka leaves and bones. What a combination. This is what he wears, nothing else. And his whole body is made with ashes. And Brahma is saying he is wearing all this simply to ridicule materialists like us meaning here demigods, who are known to be blessed with so much heavenly opulence. You know, they wear parijata, garland, they use fragrances, they never lose their youthful luster, their feet don't touch the ground. So many symptoms are given for demigods. So he's saying Lord Shiva is the dearmost devotee, but this is how he is presenting himself, as if ridiculing us. You poor materialists, like that. His matted locks scattered about, he moves around aimlessly like a madman, yet he is unable to conceal his glories. With joy he carries on his head the Ganga, born from the water that washed Krishna's lotus feet. When he dances, he destroys the universe. This is his power. Just if someone thinks, is this all he is? Walking like a madman, body smeared with ashes, it doesn't look very glorious. So he's adding his glory. First thing is, he's carrying Mother Ganga on his head. Mother Ganga, why is she famous? Because she has washed the lotus feet of Krishna. And by the way, when he dances, just universe, gets destroyed. That's what he's saying. By Krishna's grace, Lord Shiva and his wife are able to award liberation to candidates like me who eagerly want it. So after saying, because of the difficulties that come with the universal affairs, I get disturbed by it and all I desire is liberation. Because my devotion is not pure because of these reasons, he is saying Shiva and Parvati, they are so exalted that by Krishna's mercy even they can award liberation. In Kashi, it's given, whoever who dies in Kashi, that's why you may can ask your grandfather, great-grandfathers. I remember even in my childhood days, when people grow old, they'll go for Kasi Yatra, meaning all likelihood they won't come back. Because in Kashi, whoever who, we were discussing, Kashi is also one of the 7 ancient cities. Kashi, Kanchi, Avanti, Mathura, Ayodhya, Mayapuri, which is Haridwar, Dwaraka, we saw, 6 ancient holy cities according to Skanda Puran. This is in Skanda Puran. So there, whoever who dies, Lord Shiva himself will come and he will recite the name of Rama on their ears. That's why Rama is called Taraka Mantra. It's capable of giving liberation. So because of that, so Lord Shiva, because of mercy of Krishna, he is able to award liberation like that. So he's saying, to consider Lord Shiva different from Krishna is a serious spiritual deviation. Shiramyata tativikara vishesha yoga sanjayate nahitata pratagasti heto. Yet sambutam apitata samupaiti karyat govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. I worship Govinda, whose transformation is Lord Shiva, it's given. And then Prabhupada uses the example of milk and yogurt. Milk, when touched by a sour substance, becomes yogurt. Similarly, milk is simultaneously one with yogurt and different also with yogurt. On one hand, you can say yogurt also, yeah, this is also milk. On the other hand, it's not fully milk. So same way Shiva and Vishnu, Shiva and Krishna, they are like that. On one hand, they are same, but on the other, they are different. They are non-different in one instance, and they are different at the same time. The personality of Godhead tolerates offenses against himself, but not against Lord Shiva. When Maya, the master of Tripura, we can discuss about this pastime, and then he gives a list of pastimes, how Krishna has favored Lord Shiva. And he would even say, just like me, I did some mistakes, Shiva also does mistakes. But he'll say, Narsinghadev, he was very upset with me. And then he'll say, similar instance where Shiva did mistake, how Krishna actually was not upset with him, he was encouraging him. He'll say it. And if you read the Leela, you go there to Bhagavatam, you will actually see Krishna encouraging, it's all right, that demon died because of his sinful reaction, it's not your fault. And then he goes away. So Brahma says, see, I told you. So like that, very sweetly he describes him that way. So then after this, Narada Muni would then go to Shivaloka. which we'll discuss in the next class. Any questions?
Why did Lord Rama chastise himself also for when the episode with the daughter and Lord Shiva stopped him?
Say that again.
There was an episode where Lord Rama lusted after
Yep,
him,
yep.
and Lord Shiva stopped him. Why didn't he say that as well?
Why didn't he say that? Could be speculation only. There is something called a Kalpa Beda. So not every pastime that we see as Lord Brahma's, we don't know whether it's current Brahma or the previous Brahma. So in Shastras itself, it's actually given. There is a book. Initially I thought, actually if you look at the whole history, Sanatana Goswami, after seeing how Kali Yuga is already degraded, Vyasadeva was there at the onset of Kali Yuga only. Sanatana Goswami already was in Kali Yuga. So he could see, so then to favor people, he thought 12 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam, because Sanatana Goswami's dearmost possession is Srimad Bhagavatam. He gets Srimad Bhagavatam given to him, so he is the Bhagavatam Acharya among the 6 Goswamis. But he could also see how because of the degraded nature, people will find it hard to sit and read through the whole Bhagavatam. To favor them, he wrote Brihad Bhagavatamrita, which is 3-volume book. So Rupa Goswami, when he reads it, he feels even more compassion. So he thinks Kali Yuga Vasis, they are even more fallen. They won't even be able to read 3 books. So he writes 1 book, that's Laghu Bhagavatamrita. So that takes essence of the essence. So if you go to Laghu Bhagavatamrita, it will talk only about Avatar Leela only. 6 different types of avatars, Purusha Avatar, Guna Avatar. So if you go there you will see description of Kalpa Beda. Laghu Bhagavatamrita. Brihad is big, Laghu means light. So Laghu Bhagavatamrita is a small book. It talks about different avatar. It will talk about multiple avatars. Like same avatar, for example, Varahadev. Sometimes you will come across his color as white, sometimes red, sometimes blue. So which avatar came when, which avatar killed, and which avatar just came for, just to have a swim. You will see all those details there. So if you read Laghu Bhagavatamrita, you will see it talks about Kalpa Beda. So Brahma, every Leela that's associated with the Lord Brahma, it's not our current Brahma. So there are different Brahmas. L-A-G-H-U, Laghu. Laghu Bhagavatamrita, yeah. It's in BBT, you can get them. Any other question? Okay, I'll come. Yes.
Brahmaji is actually worried about his planet being destroyed. It's mentioned in one of the shlokas. You talk of 4 planetary systems, Mahaloka, Janaloka, and Satyaloka. They never get destroyed during the illusion, especially even if they get destroyed. All the residents will get transported out of the material world. So why is Brahmaji mentioning that?
Imagine whole of the Australia is underwater, except North Sydney. Will you have fear? Even if there is assurance from Bureau of Meteorology, whole of Australia is already submerged. And they say, don't worry, you are in high plains, nothing will happen. Will we have fear? Little bit.
Brahma's body is made full of 100% intelligence.
When we see Brahma putting himself low, if you take it to Lord Shiva and say, this is what Brahma spoke about himself. Lord Shiva, until we hear Brahma speaking this, we didn't think of Brahma like this, right? So if a person puts themselves down, that's their humility. But we should not take that humility as the premise to build a logic. Does that make sense? Like we cannot use this to say, so Indra is a poor devotee. Okay, Brahma himself, yeah, looks like he also makes mistake. How can he be an acharya? So he cannot be an acharya. That's offense, impudence. So when these statements, because this is exactly the same mistake which some residents in Navadvipa did to Gaura Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj. When he passed away, before passing away, he said, I didn't get Krishna Prema, I have wasted my life. Please, after I actually die, please tie my body in a rope and drag me through the streets of Navadvipa. And they took it literally. Did Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur approve it? No. So what devotees actually speak out of humility, we should not actually accept it. That's why this is a very advanced science. Even though in one sense I say, okay, this is a summary, let's go through this before going to Bhagavatam. Actually, without reading Bhagavatam, we cannot understand this. I try to keep only stories. I'm not going to philosophy yet. Philosophy will go to Bhagavatam and then later on maybe we can come. This is, understanding this is very hard without touching Rasa Tattva. But Rasa Tattva is very advanced. We need to study Chaitanya Charitamrita more detail before we even start to even touch on that. Currently, we are just familiarizing ourselves. This is our first read. Take it like that. That's all. As I said, what Brahma says here out of humility, we can't set this as a premise to build a logic. Yes, Mataji. Then I'll come to Prabhu. You have a question? Yes, Mataji.
So, the first one is Hare Krishna. What happens in Dwapar Yuga of other Manus? Doesn't the Lord descend in Dwapar Yuga of other Manus?
Lord appears in every yuga. Krishna, I said about Krishna. Krishna doesn't appear in every Dwapar Yuga. In a day of Lord Brahma, there are 1000 Dwapar Yuga. Because there are 1000 Chatur Yugas, there are 1000 Dwapar Yuga. Of the 1000 Dwapar Yuga, Krishna appears in only one of them. One Dwapar Yuga.
And the same devotee is also asking, curious, what did Prabhupada say to the devotee after he said he had a hard heart?
Okay. Yep. So, good. I started the pastime, didn't finish it. I went to the other pastime of Shrutakirti Prabhu. So, I was saying, when Shrutakirti Prabhu was actually telling to Prabhupada, I'm very hard-hearted, everyone is dancing with ecstasy. Prabhupada took massage, and then I went to the other massage pastime. Then Prabhupada goes to bath. This is Prabhupada's routine. After taking massage, he would go to take bath. While massage is happening, Shrutakirti Prabhu would start to cook in low flame, in the multi-tiered stove. The time which Prabhupada goes to take bath, comes out, chants, puts tilak, chants Gayatri, 20 minutes time. During that time, he'll go and finish the cooking. Make chants and get all the chapati, everything ready with the first chapati. And then Prabhupada would ring his bell. That means first chapati needs to run. So then they'll go. They'll call it chapati runs. They keep running. So Prabhupada goes, finishes chanting Gayatri. Shrutakirti Prabhu brings his plate of lunch, places it in front of Prabhupada. Then Prabhupada suddenly asks him, do you like serving me? Out of the blue. Then Shrutakirti Prabhu says, yes, Prabhupada, this is the only meaning of my life. Then he says, that means it's love. Then he could connect the dots and understand, okay, Prabhupada is answering my question. Then Prabhupada says, continues, do you like serving me? Then he says, yes, Prabhupada. That means it's love. Without love, how can you serve me? They can jump up and down and dance, that's one thing, but you are doing something practical. This is more important. And then Shrutakirti Prabhu says, Jai Prabhupada, and he goes. That's the other half of the pastime. Yes, Prabhuji.
I heard that Brihad Bhagavatamrita is Srimad Bhagavatam like
Condensed version.
But the stories which we can hear from Bhagavatamrita we cannot find in Srimad Bhagavatam. Why? What kind of stories are there?
Good question. I expected this in the first class itself. So the question here is, Parishit Maharaj, when Parishit Maharaj's mother, Uttara, she comes and asks Parishit Maharaj, my dear son, you are about to leave your body. You have heard Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadeva Goswami. Can you please give me the essence? Exactly like how the demigods have churned the nectar out of the ocean of milk. And then Parishit Maharaj starts to recite. I was listening to Prabhupada's class yesterday. Prabhupada is saying, he was chastising one person who was doing Bhagavad Sapta. Bhagavad Sapta means 7 days they just come together and they recite. Prabhupada is saying, you see Parishit Maharaj, you see Shukadeva Goswami, Prabhupada is saying this in a Bhagavatam class. It's not the first time they are hearing Bhagavatam. Throughout their whole life they have heard Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada is saying, so we should not mistake that this is the first time Shukadeva Goswami is reciting Bhagavatam and this is the first time Parishit Maharaj is hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. throughout the whole life they have, this is the occasion where they have come together, and for the benefit of all the public, one is taking the position of a teacher and the other one is taking position of a student. And in that instance, Prabhupada is also written, or in that context, Prabhupada has written, Parishit Maharaj is also qualified enough to be a teacher. Actually, they could have easily swapped their roles. Parishit Maharaj could have been reciting, Shukadeva Goswami could have been easily hearing. And same example Prabhupada also gives for Narada Muni and Vyasadeva. If you look at the parampara, we always say Brahma, then Narada, then Vyasa. But actually says Vyasadeva is Satyavash avatar of Supreme Lord. So he doesn't need to learn from Narada Muni. But in this particular Leela, just like Lord Ram, he has taken his guru, Krishna has taken guru, like that Vyasadeva has accepted. But Prabhupada says they could have easily swapped the role. Interestingly, Prabhupada draws the comparison saying, in both these instances, the one who is giving instruction was a brahmachari and the one receiving instruction was a grahastha. Parishit Maharaj's case, as well as Vyasadeva. But Prabhupada says actually they could have swapped their role. So that's first point. Second thing is, Bhagavatam which we hear, which we recite, it's not the only version of Bhagavatam. The one which Indra reads, it's given, it's 100,000 verses. Ours is 18,000 verses only. The one which Shiva recites, it's even longer. The one which Vishnu and Mother Lakshmi ji, they recite, it's even more longer. So, what exactly he heard from Shukadeva Goswami and what exactly he has actually speaking out of his own realization based on his hearing, we don't know. But we should understand, this is not the only time when Parishit Maharaj has heard Bhagavatam. Okay? Hare Krishna.
So then gods, they have much more in Srimad Bhagavatam shlokas than you have.
Yes, it has got more Mahabhi books in the set. Hare Krishna. Okay? We'll finish. Yes, Prabhuji.
As you're actually saying, each devotee Narada actually visits was actually just repeating what the previous personality had conveyed there. But I mean, like, just inquiring, he knows what exactly, how bona fide the person is saying, maybe out of exaggeration, maybe out of love or whatever. For example, in the recent shloka you quoted, he was actually saying Lord Brahma is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. So why does he just repeats it for the sake of repeating?
There is truth in it also in one sense. Have you come across this term? Good question. So question here is, Narada Muni, he is repeating, but in some places, Narada Muni himself, the question is, Narada Muni himself would know this may not be 100% correct. Is it true? Is Narada Muni just repeating it for the sake of it? You know, there are three qualities we say for Krishna. Omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. Omnipresence means he is present everywhere. Omnipotence means he is omnipotent. He has got so much power. He can do anything. Omniscience means one who knows everything. Brahma is omniscient. But Brahma's jurisdiction is only within this universe. And you will see that quality of Brahma coming out. So if we fast forward this Leela, you will see Narada Muni, he will now, as I said, he has started to sow the seed of glorification for Lord Shiva. He will glorify him. So if I tell you, after he meets Lord Brahma, Narada Muni went and met Lord Shiva in Kailash. So if I say Kailash, where would you think? Generally when we say Kailash, what geographical location do we think? Himalayas, Himalayan range, we say like that, right? So Narada Muni hears from Brahma, he says Shiva is in Kailash, he says okay. As he is just turning, Brahma could actually see what Narada Muni is thinking, it's given. Using his omniscience. Lord Brahma knows exactly what we are thinking in this material world. If we are anywhere in the 14 planetary system in this universe, Brahma knows everything. Shiva knows everything. So some places you will see glorification as, oh, omniscient Lord, all-knowing Lord. But if we don't understand this particular quality, we will mistake, hey, looks like Brahma is being likened to even Paramatma. Paramatma knows what's happening everywhere, not just within this universe. But Brahma and Shiva, they are also glorified as omniscient. Now there is a verse where Shiva himself says, I can't give you mukti, only Krishna can give you mukti, that's why it's called Mukunda, it's given. But here we see by mercy of Krishna, he is actually doing. But then he is using holy name of Krishna to impart that. So point we have to understand is, whenever any glorification that's given, even in Shastras, Vedas cannot be wrong. Some places Indra is glorified as the greatest, but then context matters, terms and conditions we need to see. Otherwise, Vedas have come from Supreme Lord, how can it be wrong? But still Krishna says, when he says, Traigunya Vishaya Veda, Nistraigunya Bhavarjuna, he says that it is written, but it's written for people with a certain mindset. For them, this is how much they can handle, okay, so it's given. But if you really want that's why Sammam Bonam means ultimate good. There are many goods we can do in this world. Yagya, Dana, Tapa, everything. 10th canto, it's called Sammam Bonam. Sammam Bonam means ultimate good. There's nothing more better than this. Okay, that is Krishna Bhakti. Then you go there like that. Okay, so when Narada Muni repeats, he is repeating in a certain context. It's not like Indra didn't know about Krishna. When he glorifies Brahma, he knows Krishna is the Supreme Lord. We'll come to that in the next class. Like Brahma has already gone to Vrindavan. Doesn't Brahma know about possession of gopis? Why is he telling go to Shiva? There is a reason for it. We'll come to that. Every devotee, when they compare, they just go for somebody who is a bit more of a peer. And they say, go to there. So Brahma, when he tells to Narada, please go to Shiva, he is thinking, okay, I am Gunavatar, he is also Gunavatar. See, even in Gunavatar, there is somebody superior, go to him. He sends him like that. So that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of nuances in this. We are not going through everything. First Bhagavatam. It is supposed to be summary study. I'm not going to go through each and every verse. Some sections, there are so many details, so I'm not combining it. Most of this one, we'll actually combine it as a section and go. Otherwise, we can sit and read this one for next 10 years. Every verse has got so much detail. But anything related to pastime or some section, we don't get to hear much, like, about what Brahma is thinking about himself or how he is exuding his humility. I thought the section is very good, so that's why we went through each one of the verses. Okay? Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, Sri Sri Gauranitai ki, Sri Brihat Bhagavatamrita ki, Samaveda Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Nittai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Prabhupada ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Mr. Mangalacharan. Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki Jai. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki Jai. Sri Sri Gauranitai ki Jai. Samaved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bo. Oh, there. Hare Krishna. Today I have a National Council meeting at 11 o'clock. One devotee was asking, what is National Council meeting? That's the meeting of all temple presidents and leaders across Australia. So we have it few times in a year. Usually it happens on Sundays. Today it's happening on a Saturday. So I have to finish the class 5 minutes to 11 and then I'll resume. So today we won't recite the verses. We'll just get started with the class. Someone also texted me the prayers we are actually offering. Start of the class. Start of this year. Where is that coming from? It's coming from Gautamiya Tantra. Prabhupada explains in Srimad Bhagavatam. There is a Vedic Shastra called Gautamiya Tantra. It's from there. You will see there is a book of Srila Prabhupada. It's called the Shloka, Prabhupada Shloka book. So it has the list of all verses that's being quoted by Srila Prabhupada often in his books, conversations. So if you look at that compilation, I may have a soft copy. I'm not sure. I'll see if I have. I'll share it in the Google group. So that has the list of all verses, word-to-word translations, verses from everywhere. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Chanakya Niti Shastra, Mahabharata, you name it. Whatever that Srila Prabhupada has ever quoted, you will see that in that book. So you will see references like them. It's an interesting read. Okay, so we'll continue our discussion about the conversation between Narada and Lord Shiva. So if you recollect, Narada, he had originally met a devotee in Prayag, and then from there he goes to South India, meets a king, and then from there he goes to Swargaloka, where he meets Indra. From there he goes to meet Lord Brahma, and then Brahma then takes him or asks him to meet Lord Shiva, not in the Kailash in material world, in Himalayas that we read about a lot, especially in social media. It's about the original Kailash, which is in Shivaloka, which is above Satyaloka. It's part of the spiritual world. So he goes to meet Lord Shiva there, and Lord Shiva was worshipping Lord Sankarshana. And then Narada Muni starts to glorify Lord Shiva, and Lord Shiva, after having patiently heard from Narada Muni, he then is going to start to refute the glorification of Narada Muni. Now, one point we have to understand, this is in Prapanchatita, Beyond the Material World, text 36. One point we have to understand when it comes to glorification that's given in the scriptures is, it's not a fake glorification, as you would see in material dealings. Sometimes people may see everything looks good, they may glorify without much content, and they may not mean it. But in spiritual world, when glorification happens, and for that matter, in spiritual culture, when glorification happens, there is a basis for that glorification. There is a certain authenticity in that glorification. A good example of that you will see in 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, where when Prithu Maharaj, who is one of the incarnations or Sati Avesh Avatar, empowered incarnations of the Supreme Lord, when he appears, at that time you will see many poets and bards, they would glorify Prithu Maharaj. And when he hears that glorification, Prithu Maharaj would first of all stop them, telling, there is no basis for your glorification. I just appeared and I have now been endowed with all these different gifts from different demigods. I am yet to perform my duty. If you offer glorification to someone who doesn't deserve, it's only an insult, he says. Imagine if somebody comes and tells you, oh, most handsome one, most knowledgeable one, or most richest one. Definitely there is no truth in it, which means they are insulting us. So Prithu Maharaj actually says there, if there is no basis for your glorification, then it is an insult, it's a joke. Prabhupada, he writes in the purport that in spirituality or in spiritual culture, when we glorify, there is a basis. And then these bards, after being mildly chastised by Prithu Maharaj, they actually respond back to Prithu Maharaj saying, "My Lord, we know who you are. Scriptures talk about your glories. So whatever that we are glorifying, you may yet to manifest, but what we are speaking is truth." So even in those days, when the bards are there, when they glorify about the king, usually when the king goes to sleep, at that time the bards will sing the glories of Krishna, and then the kings will go to sleep, and when they are about to wake up, they'll start to sing again. Imagine you lie down, especially in this weather. You have bards circling around your bed and they start to glorify. Guess what you will do? You will cover your face and you will continue to sleep. You will never feel like waking up, because the positive vibes is so needed. So they wake up hearing about their glories, hearing about their contribution in the service of the Supreme Lord, like that. So this is the purpose. So here when we hear about the glorification of the Lord, we have to understand, or when we hear glorification of Lord Shiva here specifically, Narada Muni is not saying something which is totally against the Shastras, or he's not saying something for the sake of it. He's not repeating a hearsay here. There is a basis for this, and there is a truth behind this glorification. Narada Muni is simply repeating whatever he is hearing from one demigod glorifying about Lord Shiva. So he goes, in this case he heard it from Lord Brahma, and he comes and repeats it here. Sometimes you study in Shastras, one devotee was asking me, sometimes we study in Shastras, one Acharya said this, and another Acharya says that. For example, when Putana, when she comes to kill Krishna, baby Krishna, he just closes his eyes. How many times do you close your eyelid? In a minute. Now that I've told you, you'll be very conscious not to close. Actually, we do 15-20 times. Nobody cares about it. Krishna closes his eyes just once. Acharya start to write commentary on that. Krishna closed his eyes for this reason. One Acharya says Krishna closes his eyes because as a baby he's actually feeling very scared of the demoness. Another Acharya is writing, he is closing his eyes thinking, I have come down to reduce the burden of Mother Earth. I have to kill. Why should I start with killing a mother? Because he sees every woman as mother. Why should I kill a demoness like that? So you will see for the same pastime, there is different interpretation also. Now, which is right and which is wrong? Prabhupada, when he says devotees, means we are supposed to be independently thoughtful. Independently thoughtful here refers to still being under the purview of the Shastras. You can't be independent of the Shastras. So here, if you see, there is a reason behind why a particular Acharya focuses on a certain aspect and they glorify. Which of that interpretation is right? All of them are correct. Because Krishna, whenever he does an activity, he would achieve multiple outcomes. A lot of outcomes. When he kills, he will also simultaneously inspire other people. When he blesses one devotee, rather than, you will never come across in Shastra, when Krishna blesses a devotee, another devotee got very jealous of him and he started to offer praise. You will never come across like that. Because if somebody feels so, then their devotion is not pure. Bhagavatam wouldn't bother mentioning about such devotion. So we have to understand that when Shastras actually say, when Acharyas give their explanation, it's just different ways, different perspective of looking at the same fact, and it is still truth. Like when Vasudev, when he carries baby Krishna to Gokula, at that time he goes there, everyone is deep asleep. Mother Yashoda, having given birth to a baby, she was completely tired and everyone is under the spell of Yogamaya, sleeping. And then Vasudev goes, exchanges the baby. He places Krishna there and then he picks up Yogamaya and he brings. That's what we see. But Prabhupada explains, actually Yashoda Maharani, she gave birth to twins. One is baby Krishna and to Yogamaya also. But when Vasudev goes there, he is carrying baby Krishna. He could not see the second Krishna there. That's the question. That's my question to you. Why? And the reason Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he explains, is because Vasudev, he is used to worshipping Krishna in the mode of awe and reverence. And the baby Krishna who Yashoda Maharani gave birth to, this is Nandanandan Krishna, Vrajendra Nandan Krishna. Because his whole consciousness is filled with awe and reverence, he can't see Vatsalya. He can't see the Madhurya Rasa Krishna there. Now, if we read only one half of it, we will see like, no, this has to be wrong. How can there be two Krishnas like that? So, you will come across different interpretations. A point that I want to drive home here is that when we come across these glorifications, we have to understand that these glorifications are true. When Shiva refutes it, he is also not refuting it for the sake of it. How he feels is also true. And you will see the reasoning and logic behind each one of these devotees declining or diverting that glorification to some other devotee, some other Vaishnava or Vaishnavi. They say like, no, I'm so fallen, look at that devotee is so elevated. They'll just divert that glorification. So here, after having heard from Narada Muni, Lord Shiva, he is now start to refute this. Sri Mahesha said, verse 36, Sri Mahesha said, oh, how painful this is, my dear Narada, free of every trace of false pride. How can you compare me, the root of all pride, to Krishna, the Lord of prideless sages? I am covered by many false identities. I consider myself the Lord of the universe, the all-knowing giver of knowledge, the liberated bestower of liberation, the devoted granter of devotion for Vishnu. And he'll elaborate on each one of them shortly. When the fearful time of annihilation arrives, in which everything must be devoured, I am obliged by the mode of ignorance to destroy the entire cosmos. When I think of this, I feel ashamed. So first point he's saying is, we all know at the time of annihilation, Shiva starts to dance. Rudra Tandava, it's given. Tandava is the dance, Rudra Tandava. Rudra is Lord Shiva. When he starts to dance, and then Pralaya happens, Mahapralaya, cosmic destruction happens. Now we may think, look at the power of Lord Shiva, all he has to do is just simply dance, look, all big things happening. But Shiva's mood here is, this is such a nice creation that's originally created by Vishnu, and then secondary creation done by Lord Brahma. So many living entities are there. Look at my job here. I have to destroy all this. It's just like policemen sometimes. They may have to use, Prabhupada says, they may have to use some violence to control the crowd, to control the criminal, to control the crime. But Prabhupada says it doesn't mean they like to do it. It's just part of their job, they have to do it. So here, Lord Shiva is saying, yes, I am doing this cosmic destruction, but I don't love my job. Because this is just an expression of my false ego. So I don't feel it. I don't feel happy about it. Second thing he's saying, dear Narada, if I had even a drop of mercy of Lord Hari, why did he fight me when he took away the Parijata flower, when Aniruddha stole Usha, and on other occasions? One glorification Narada has given for Lord Shiva is, oh my Lord, he's addressing Shiva, you are the most fortunate recipient of Lord Krishna's mercy. In refutation to that, he is saying, you are telling me that I am the recipient of mercy, but if I am the actual recipient, why would Lord Hari fight with me? Because there are instances when Krishna was taking the Parijata flower, Indra was asking everyone for his support. At that time, Krishna fights with Lord Shiva. Later on, you will see in Krishna Lila also, in Krishna book, when Aniruddha gets in a relationship with Usha, at that time also there is a fight, and then Banasura, who is Usha's father, he gets the help of Lord Shiva, and then Shiva had to fight against Krishna, who came to aid Aniruddha. So in this instance also fight is happening. So Shiva is giving here examples of instances when Krishna has fought against him. So his point is, if I am the most fortunate recipient of his mercy, why should he fight with me? Why would he worship me, his servant, and why would he order me? Turn away from me by concocting your own versions of scripture. Then the other point which Narada Muni mentioned is, Shiva, you are being worshipped by Lord Krishna also sometimes. Now the reason why Krishna is worshipping Lord Shiva is to establish the position of Lord Shiva as the most worshipable of among all the demigods. Prabhupada says, I was listening to one lecture this week, Prabhupada is saying Shiva, he is neither in Jiva Tattva nor in Vishnu Tattva. Prabhupada says he is somewhere in between. Prabhupada was speaking about the glories of Prahlad Maharaj. And there he says, why one should take shelter of a guru. In that context, Prabhupada says, even the favor, or rather the favor that Vishnu has bestowed upon Prahlada, he didn't give it to Lakshmiji, he didn't give it to Shiva. Because Prahlad Maharaj glorifies Vishnu saying, my Lord, you have placed your lotus hands on my head. The favor which you didn't give to Mahalakshmi, you didn't give it to Lord Shiva or anyone else, any of your other devotees. You have personally placed your lotus hand upon my head. So, in that context, Prabhupada is saying Shiva Tattva, he is neither Jiva Tattva nor Vishnu Tattva. He is somewhere in between. His position is very unique, but Prabhupada says he is the most elevated of all the devotees. So here, first point Shiva is saying is, why should he worship me? Imagine, to understand this point, you have to imagine yourself being worshipped by your spiritual master. How will you feel? Unthinkable. Here, not just a spiritual master, he is being worshipped by the Supreme Lord himself. Understand how embarrassed he'll feel. So there is genuinity, there is authenticity in his refutation. He is saying, why would he even worship me? You are calling me that I'm the most dearest. Imagine your spiritual master comes and tells you, oh my dear disciple, I'm so pleased with your service. Let me reciprocate with your love. Let me serve you today. You know, how will you feel? Definitely not. You won't feel comfortable at all. No matter what they actually say, still you won't feel comfortable at all there. So this is what Lord Shiva is also feeling. He's saying, why should he worship me? His servant. I am his servant. If he worships me, how is that mercy? He's saying, how do you think I'm going to feel pleasure about it? And why would he order me, turn people away from me by concocting your own versions of scripture? One other pastime comes to mind. In Jagannath Puri, once Sanatana Goswami goes to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now Sanatana Goswami was sent to Vrindavan by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Sanatana Goswami meets Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Kashi, in Benares, from there Chaitanya Mahaprabhu directs him, you go to Vrindavan. There's already a brother Rupa Goswami who is waiting there, associated with the devotees, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives him instructions. You can read in detail in Chaitanya Charitamrita or teachings of Lord Chaitanya. So he goes there, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu goes back to Puri. Sanatana Goswami also after some time goes to Puri to meet Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He goes through Jarikanda forest. That is in Vrindavan. So Jarikanda forest is the place where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made all the animals chant and dance. So when Sanatana Goswami was passing through the forest, he drinks water from one of the pond there, and his body develops rashes. It was allergic to that. Because of that, there were sores all over his body. So by the time he comes to Jagannath Puri, it was peak summer. His body skin became so bad, pus started to ooze out of different pores from his body. So when he comes to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rushes towards him and forcefully embraces him. Now you can imagine what will happen when somebody embraces you like that. So all the pus, liquid, everything, it was smearing the body of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So when Sanatana Goswami feels this, that I'm here to serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but from what he is doing, 100% I'm going down to hell. This is what he feels. So he goes to Jagadananda Pandit, who is associate of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he tells to Jagadananda Pandit, this is what he is doing. I came here to be delivered by Lord Chaitanya, but with the way how he is dealing with me, I'm guaranteed to go to hellish planet. What should I do? Then Jagadananda Pandit says, yeah, what you're saying is right, maybe you should go back to Vrindavan. Then Sanatana Goswami says, yeah, you have given me good advice. So next day he goes to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he tells him, my dear Lord, I'm going back to Vrindavan. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, you have come just now, why do you want to go back? Then he says, No, my Lord, every day you are embracing me, no matter how much I avoid, because you are so powerful even physically, I couldn't fight with you. Because of that, I end up committing so much offense. Without knowing what to do, I asked Jagadananda Pandit and he has given me good advice. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu becomes furious about Jagadananda Pandit. That young boy Jaga, what does he feel he is? Does he know about his position? He thinks he is so grown up to give you advice. Then he calls Jagadananda Pandit and he chastises him. And in front of Sanatana Goswami, he glorifies Sanatana Goswami to Jagadananda Pandit. Do you know how elevated devotee he is? Like that. Then Sanatana Goswami waits until he finishes and then he looks at Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he says, my Lord, why are you giving Jagadananda Pandit the nectar of your chastisement, and why are you giving me the neem juice of glorification? I'll repeat. He says, why are you giving Jagadananda Pandit the nectar of your chastisement? And then he says, why are you giving me the neem juice of glorification? You are treating him so intimate that you are chastising him. By having formal relationship with me, you are actually distancing me away. So this is the mood of devotees. But if we are in that position, we would think the opposite way. Burijan Prabhu says, once he goes to meet Srila Prabhupada and then offers service, and then on his way out, he sees one of his god brothers going to meet Srila Prabhupada. So he was waiting outside doing his service, and then when that devotee comes out, he sees garland around his neck. Imagine you go to meet your spiritual master and your spiritual master is having nice garland. And you go and bow down and your spiritual master is very pleased with your service. You give a report and then you walk out, another devotee goes in and comes out with the same garland you saw around the neck of your guru. How will you feel? I wish I got that garland, correct? Burijan Prabhu says this is exactly how he also felt. But then he says, it is then I actually realized, actually this devotee has been having difficulty practicing Krishna consciousness. So maybe to give him mercy, Prabhupada gave him garland. He consoles himself like that. And he says, true to his understanding, a week later, that devotee bloomed. That was the ISKCON jargon they used in those days. Even now also maybe. That if someone just leaves Krishna consciousness, nobody knows their whereabouts. Then he writes his conclusion, his realization that Srila Prabhupada knew that this devotee is struggling. So Prabhupada was trying as much as possible, at least giving him garland, whatever way he can actually save the devotee, to give him mercy. If he can take it, then that may save him. On that thought, Prabhupada has given the Mahagarland like that. So here Sanatana Goswami tells to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you are giving him the nectar of your chastisement. So spiritual dealings is not a material skill. Spiritual relationship is not a material skill. Sometimes we think, I'm a very introverted person, so I can't have a relationship with the devotees. That's wrong. We can be introverted, no problem. You can be an introverted devotee. What's the problem? You can still have good relationship with the devotees. It has got nothing to do with our social skills, nothing to do with how open we are, how extroverted we are. None of that is a consideration. We can say, I'm a very reserved person. Doesn't matter. We can be contemplative and we can practice Krishna consciousness that way. No problem. There are many personal associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who wouldn't even speak a word. Gadadhar Pandit, he wouldn't even speak a word in his presence. And when any times Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would prod him just to provoke him, he would still accept all so-called mistreatment of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu one day he tells to Gadadhar Pandit, Gadadhar Pandit, I have totally lost in this battle of love with you. You have bound me with your love. No matter how much I actually try to provoke you, you are not reciprocating. You are still accepting everything so humbly. I am now bound by your love. You can sell me anywhere. I am your property. Like that he says. So the way how to practice Krishna consciousness, we can take a lesson here from the mood of Lord Shiva. As we were discussing last week or the week before that, what we see as the attire of Lord Shiva. We saw his whole body is made with ashes. He was wearing a garland of bones, so on and so forth. You know, he lives in crematorium. He doesn't even have a home, so on and so forth. That's all only in material world. In spiritual world, we saw the description how Lord Shiva is. He's not living in austere condition like how he is in material world. In the original Sadashiva Loka, in spiritual world, where this conversation is happening, Lord Shiva has his own palace. It's there. Description is given here. There is a city there. Okay, he's living in his full opulence there. But here in material world, he is acting in a way, this is his preaching style. We all have our outreach program. This is Shiva's outreach program, basically. So we have to understand, position of Lord Shiva is not ordinary. He's a spiritual personality. He lives in spiritual world. So here we see, dear Narada, if I had even a drop of the mercy of Lord Hari, why did he fight me when he took away the Parijata flower, when Aniruddha stole Usha, and on other such occasions? Which means not just one or two times. Many times Krishna has fought with Shiva. So that's what he's saying. Why would he worship me, his servant, and why would he order me, turn people away from me by concocting your own versions of scripture? Now, this particular point, Prabhupada explains, in Padma Purana it's given, Lord Shiva predicting about his appearance as Sankaracharya. And there he says, to Mother Parvati, in Kali Yuga, I will take the form of a Brahmana and I will trick people by giving my own interpretation of the Vedas. And I will preach Mayavada philosophy. So here point which Lord Shiva is saying is, if Krishna has taught me, imagine if your spiritual master comes to you and tells, okay, go and make all those people atheists. You see all those people who are coming to temple, confuse them. How will you feel? Not so good. Making devotees is difficult, making atheists is even more difficult. Very, very difficult. So if you think, did I do any aparad? Did I do any offense? Why is my spiritual master giving me this instruction? It's making it very, very difficult. If he considers me as a dearest disciple, what kind of instruction would he give me? Please go preach Krishna consciousness, give the holy name to every town and village like that. But look at the instruction which Krishna has given to Lord Shiva. He is telling him, go and turn those people away from me. Now Shiva says, if I am the recipient of Krishna's mercy, what kind of mercy is this? What instruction is he giving me? How can you tell that I am the most fortunate recipient? Now why did Krishna tells Shiva to turn people away using Mayavada philosophy? Because Krishna wanted to protect the confidentiality of devotional service at that particular point of time until Ramanujacharya comes. So when Shankaracharya comes, at that time Buddhism was rampant. We were discussing, there is only 3 philosophies which are atheistic. One is Buddhism, second Jainism, third is the philosophy of Charvaka Muni. So Buddhism is veiled atheism only. Because when Lord Buddha came, people were killing animals in the name of religious scriptures, in the name of Vedic scriptures. So to refute Vedic scriptures, Lord Buddha had to preach temporarily. He had to tell them Vedas are wrong. Everything ends in a shunya. So he was preaching Sunyavada. Which means he wanted, because the very basis with which they are killing animals is scriptures. So he had to refute the scriptures, so he takes them away from the scriptures. So Prabhupada says in one place, because Buddha doesn't, when the question was actually put, why are we not following? He is also incarnation of Krishna. Why are we not following him? Why are we not following Buddha? Prabhupada says, because he refuted Vedas, we don't follow him. So our instruction is to always understand Krishna through our ears. Like when we see, Prabhupada is explaining in one lecture so beautifully. He says, when we worship Krishna, Angani asya sakalendriya vritti manti. Krishna can do, he can see with his ears. He can eat with his eyes, so on and so forth. We also have, being part and parcel of Krishna, we also have that minute capacity. We also have one sense that can do the activity of the other. That is, Prabhupada says, ears. Our ears can see Krishna. Prabhupada is saying like that. It's like same potency which Krishna has, manifested, he has given in a very, very minute quantity. Our ears can see Krishna, which means you see Krishna by hearing. Prabhupada says you can identify your guru through your ears. And Prabhupada says pure devotee means they know how to see Krishna through their ears. Very important. Angani yasya shakalendriya vritti manti. So we have that tiny minute capacity to be able to see the truth through the ears. Okay, so in this background, Lord Buddha, he refuted the Shastras and he has taken people away. And he had made people vegetarians. But then being vegetarian is not, Prabhupada says in one place, being a vegetarian in one conversation, that's not such a great achievement. And Prabhupada says, pigeon is a vegetarian, but it has sexual intercourses with its partners 200 times a day. And Prabhupada says, lion is a non-vegetarian. It has sex only once in a year. Being a vegetarian doesn't make a pigeon any good. Being a non-vegetarian doesn't make lion any bad. Only Prabhupada can preach like this. So, goal of life is not to be a vegetarian, because there is karma even in killing plants. Unnecessary killing of plants. There are instances when the Prachetas, 4th canto it's given, when they go see Lord Shiva, take instructions from Lord Shiva, here's Rudra Gita from him, and they go underwater, and for many thousands of years they sit and do meditation under. And when they come out, Lord Vishnu appears. Very interestingly, Vishnu mentions one point. He says, normally when somebody does tapasya for such a long time, Vishnu would come, or any form of Vishnu would come, and he would say how pleased he is with their devotion, their bhakti, like that. But in this particular instance, Vishnu says that I am so pleased by the camaraderie among you brothers. I am so pleased with how united you all are. So normally we may think my service to Krishna is more important. No. If you read this particular pastime, what Krishna says is, yes, our individual service is important, but what pleases him more is the mood with which we all interact with each other, we all deal with each other and then offer service. That becomes more pleasurable. You can read that section, just that few verses, where Vishnu says, I am so happy to see how all 10 of you brothers are working cooperatively. That's the reason why I am here, he says it. So when the Prachetas, when they come out, they see vegetation, overgrown, all around the surface of the globe. So then they start to clear it. They start to burn all those living entities simply by their glance. And everything started to they start bushfire actually that way. Everything starts to burn. And then Brahma had to come down, he had to stop them. Hey, why are you killing this vegetation? Why are you killing all these plants unnecessarily like that? So harming any living entity is condemned. Any kind of living entity. In Shastras it's actually condemned. So here, even being a vegetarian is not such a great achievement. So Buddha, when he comes, he makes everyone vegetarian, but it's still not, everyone is still not following the spiritual path. To re-establish the spiritual path, Shankaracharya had to now come and he has to take people away from Buddhism back to the Shastras. But to go from atheism directly to pure devotional service is a big leap. So he, as a stopgap arrangement, first he brings them to take shelter of Vedas by preaching Mayavada, and from that point Ramanujacharya takes it further, Madhavacharya takes it even further, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes and gives the knockout punch. So this is the role of each the acharyas we actually see. But the point here is, Shiva is saying, look at the task which Krishna has given me. He has made me to preach atheism. He had made me to turn people away from him. How do you say that I am the dearmost devotee of Krishna? This is what he is saying. You joyfully praise the power of me and my wife to bestow liberation, but we think this power terrible because the Lord's devotees feel distressed to hear it. We were discussing before, even in ancient culture, I remember even in my childhood days, old people, they'll usually go, leave their home and go to Kashi to leave their body. And the reason is, Shastras say, whoever goes to Kashi and leave their body, Shiva at the time of them leaving their body, he would come and he would chant the name of Lord Ram in their ears and they will get liberated. So here, Lord Shiva is actually saying here, you joyfully praise the power of me and my wife. Generally, Lord Shiva says, only Krishna can award liberation, mukti. That's why he is called as Mukunda. However, Krishna has bestowed this power of liberating other living entities to Lord Shiva and Parvati as well. Now, while it is true that Shiva also can award liberation, devotees don't like to acknowledge it. Why? Devotees want to still go only to Krishna. So he is saying, even though me and my wife Parvati, we are capable of awarding liberation, pure devotees are actually distressed hearing it, because they don't want to hear anyone else other than Krishna capable of delivering them. Imagine, you think you are doing the most wonderful service. Only problem is, none of the devotees like your service. How will you feel? Okay, you put in Lord Shiva's shoes, then you can appreciate what he's saying. You understand? He is saying, he is acknowledging, yes, I can liberate people. My wife also can liberate. Who gave us that boon? Krishna has given us boon. Then Narada Muni says, well, then accept my glorification. No, only problem here is none of the devotees like this boon. That's the problem here. Therefore, O best of Krishna's associates, do not think me as a recipient of his compassion. Rather, those who have obtained the essence of his mercy are the residents of Vaikuntha. So now he is diverting all the glorification to people above. Above means, even physically speaking, Shivaloka is there on the border of Brahman. Above that is Vaikuntha. So he is saying, I am not the recipients of Krishna's mercy, actually those people. And now, next series of verses, he is going to list how the Vaikuntha Vasis, they are very, very dear to Krishna. They have given up everything as worthless straw, worshipping their dear Lord Hari in pure devotion. They have no respect for desirable achievements of this world. They will not even glance at those perfections. Now, one point we have to understand is, Vaikuntha Vasis doesn't necessarily only mean the residents of Vaikuntha. Later on, this point will be clarified by Lord Shiva himself. Vaikuntha Vasis here refers to pure devotees of Krishna. It doesn't matter where they live. They can Swarga, Apavarga, Narakeshu, Api Tulyartha Darshinaha. He'll use the exact same verse here also. Lord Shiva speaks about it in Chitraketu Maharaj's pastime also, you will see. Where Shiva is saying pure devotees, wherever they go, that place becomes Vaikuntha. So when Lord Shiva speaks about the residents of Vaikuntha, he doesn't mean only those who are actually residing in Vaikuntha. It means all the pure devotees of the Lord, irrespective of wherever they are located. Those devotees have abandoned every kind of false pride, and they have attained the world beyond the material modes and devoid of all fear. Vaikuntha, which is Satchidananda, full of eternity, knowledge and bliss. In Vaikuntha, the residents have Satchidananda bodies and may avail themselves of the supreme opulence of Lord Hari. So in Vaikuntha also, it's given, there are people with different kinds of opulences, different kinds of mukti it's given. Mukti means liberation. Sayujya mukti. Sayujya mukti is to become one of the particle in the bodily effulgence of the Lord. That's not something which devotees like. Other than that, there is 4 other types of mukti. Sarupya mukti. Sarupya mukti means you attain the form of the Lord. You still retain your individuality, but your form will resemble like that of the Supreme Lord. Sarupya means, Salokya means you reside in the same loka, in the same planet as the Supreme Lord. Sarupya, Salokya, Samipya. Samipya means you reside within the close proximity of the Lord. Imagine your neighbor is Supreme Lord. That's what Samipya means. Because Vaikuntha also has got a lot of palaces. You can just walk in any time. You can go there, get an appointment, do online booking, and you can just walk in to see. So this is Samipya. Sarishti. Sarishti means you share the same opulence of the Lord. Now, while all this is true, the devotees may resemble the Supreme Lord, they reside in the same world as the Supreme Lord, they reside in the close proximity of the Supreme Lord, and they even share the same opulence of the Supreme Lord. Lord Shiva is saying, but the mood of the devotees is not to enjoy any of this. Krishna may give them everything, but they are not so much focused on that. What they are focused on is simply to please the Supreme Lord. despite being given, being awarded all these different opulences. They are satisfied simply to worship Lord Hari with devotion. They travel freely wherever they want, protecting and promoting the cause of Lord's devotees and the Lord's devotional service. Always worshipping the Lord in Vaikuntha, they seem amused by those who are merely liberated. Say they look down upon people who attend Sayujya Mukti. The Vaikuntha Vasis are always busy in various services, for which they even take on the forms like those of birds and trees. You know, Madhavendra Puri, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's spiritual master is Ishwara Puri. Ishwara Puri's guru is Madhavendra Puri. Now in Nava Parampara, Chaitanya Charitamrita explains, Madhavendra Puri is the one who sowed the seed of Madhurya Rasa. So we say Brahma, Madhava, Gaudiya Sampradaya. Madhava Sampradaya and Gaudiya Sampradaya. So Gaudiya Sampradaya is also a branch. Our original guru is Brahma. Then it comes to Madhavacharya. From Madhavacharya it becomes Gaudiya. Gaudiya means we are worshippers of Srimati Radharani. We worship, we follow in the footsteps of the residents of Vrindavana, especially the gopis. And whoever is leading in that path, we simply follow them. So this is our mood. Chaitanya Charitamrita says this particular mode, this particular bhav of following in the footsteps of the gopis was actually sowed in our parampara by Madhavendra Puri. And guess what Madhavendra Puri's form in spiritual world? He's a tree. Kalpavriksha tree. Devotees also can assume different forms simply to please the Lord. Narada Muni, you will see him as Brahmachari here. But when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes, he takes Grahastha ashram. Why? Because that's the thing he feels, this way I can assist the Supreme Lord better. So you will come across like that. So now what Lord Shiva is saying here is, forget about different ashram. Devotees even take the form of trees and plants and birds simply to please the Supreme Lord. They are so selfless, despite having the possibility to attain the same form as the Lord, they give that up and simply eager to serve the Supreme Lord, they even take the form of trees and plants. That's what he's saying. Where else can one see compassion so exalted as that which Sri Krishna showers constantly on the residents of Vaikuntha Loka? In Vaikuntha, nothing exists but devotional service rendered through Sankirtana. And in many other forms, it goes on incessantly with great enthusiasm, spreading the ecstasy of pure love. I'll stop here. Any questions? I can take for 5 minutes max. If at all there is any. Yes, Prabhu.
Jivan Mukta, its level of liberation in material world. How does it compare with 5 other types of liberation? Like,
Good question. Yeah, so Jivan Mukta, good question. Jivan Mukta, Srila Rupa Goswami explains, generally when we are embodied in this world, we are considered to be in bondage when we are embodied within this body. Jivan Mukta is a term that is used to describe all those souls who, despite being bound in this body, they don't act within the limitation of this body. Now, when is that possible? When one engages in Krishna consciousness in devotional service 24/7, even though they may be having this material body, they are not said to be bound by this material body. Such a personality is called Jivan Mukta. So, on the other hand, the 4 types of liberation that we are talking about has got, so Jivan Muktas, they live in material world. Whereas the other 4 types of liberation that we spoke about, that's about somebody physically moving from this material world and going to the spiritual world. So in spiritual world, in Vaikuntha, they attain those 4 types of liberation. Hare Krishna. Mansagira, Nikilashvapi Avastashu, Jivan Mukta Sauchate. Yes. So that's the verse where Rupa Goswami explains about that. Hare Krishna. Okay, we'll stop there. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Samaveta Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaur Pramanande, Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai. You can take the prasad. Prasad will be served outside at 11 o'clock. Whenever the class finishes, your prasad also comes immediately. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki Jai. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki Jai. Shri Gaur Nitai ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki Jai. Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrand ki Jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bo.
Hare Krishna.
Could we also have a link to that, please, Prabhu? Because this is a document.
Hare Krishna. So today we are taking a slight detour from our usual class of Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita. We are going to discuss on Vedic cosmology. It's just an overview on the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. We did a seminar on this during COVID. It was a 5-part seminar. There's a lot of information. I've just to put an overview together, just to give us an idea. We'll be revisiting on Vedic cosmology again when we cover part 2 of Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So today, part 1, what we are going to discuss is about what is happening within the universe, the structure of the universe per se. And in part 2, it's echoing. And in part 2, we would be traversing, following the trail of Gopakumar as he goes to different parts of the universe, both within and outside, beyond universe. We'll also be having a discussion on that. I just want to take this opportunity to thank His Grace Pavaneshwar Prabhu. When I started, when I actually joined the temple, 2012, at that time we were discussing 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam in our temple here. I spent many sleepless nights trying to understand, and the more you try to understand, more confusing it gets. And later on, when I got introduced to Bhagavat Subodhini, it was very to understand. Pavaneshwar Prabhu, later he released a book called Bhagavata Cosmology. If you like, you can get a copy of that. Bhagavata Cosmology. There is also a YouTube channel that's run, so you can watch his videos as well. Most of what we'll be discussing today is actually based on whatever I've heard from him. His Grace Pavaneshwar Prabhu. So you can watch his videos. He gives a lot more information. He has put a lot of effort to present this knowledge of Srimad Bhagavatam in a more illustrative way, easy to understandable way. And in order to appreciate the value of that, first try reading only the Bhagavatam verses without looking at the reference material. You will understand how difficult it is to even visualize, and we'll understand we simply can't understand. That's the conclusion you will come to. So he has put a lot of effort, and we can't, many of these images may be even copyrighted, so that's one reason why we won't be circulating. So that's Rati Mataji. So whatever that is freely available online, I've already shared. If you're part of the Google group, you would have already received the images which I sent yesterday. If you haven't, you can register, sending text to the number that's given in the poster. So without further ado, we'll discuss more on Vedic cosmology. I have about 36 slides, and we have about an hour, and then maybe 15 minutes for questions. So that's the plan for today. I'll quickly skim through. I'll stop at sections wherever it's relevant. Part of today's discussion also, I just want us to understand tracing the path which Narada Muni has already taken. If you recollect, he started from Prayag, went to South India, then to Indraloka, from there to Satyaloka, from there he went to Shivaloka. So in the first few slides, you will actually understand it very clearly about the path he is taking. Okay, we'll get started. Is the setup done? We can leave it at that. So how much ever that's visible, you can switch off the light, at least the one in the middle. Yeah. So if you have a look here, we'll have a detailed image soon, but for now just understand, because this will give an overview of the path which, okay, if I move away from this point, online viewers can't see me. Okay, so if you look here, so there is this one universe that is in this slide, you can see, and then overall you see Mahavishnu there lying on causal ocean, above that you see Brahmajyoti, above that Shivaloka, then you see Vaikuntha, and then you have Goloka Vrindavan. So this is, and then below you see Anantasesh, and then even below you will see. There are more details that are given, we won't actually go too much into that. So if you look at the path that's traversed by Narada Muni so far, he started somewhere, so that is our planet Earth. I'll come to the details of that. First, let's try to understand the relevance of today's presentation to what we have been discussing in Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So, if you see in this slide, there is the planet Earth, and in this planet Earth, in North India, Prayag, Narada Muni started his journey. From there he went to south, and the South Indian king asked him to go to Swargaloka. From there he came there. From Swargaloka, Indra tells him to go, glorifying about Lord Brahma, then he goes to Satyaloka there. Then from Satyaloka, when Brahma glorifies about Lord Shiva, Narada Muni was about to go down again to planet Earth, to go to Himalayas there. At that time, Lord Brahma tells him, don't go there. What you see here is just the residence of Kuvera. If you want to see Lord Shiva in his full glory, then you need to go to Shivaloka. So if you see from there, that's the earth. Instead of Satyaloka from there to there, he goes from there all the way there. Okay, so the discussion we have been seeing for last 2 weeks, where Lord Shiva is, where Narada Muni is actually glorifying Lord Shiva along with Mother Parvati, it's happening there. That is Shivaloka. That's the spiritual world. So you see here, this is one universe. There is this Karna Sagar. Then you have Brahmajyoti. Beyond Brahmajyoti, spiritual world starts. In fact, from Brahmajyoti onwards, it's actually spiritual completely. Okay, so Narada Muni is right there now. So from North India, South India, Swargaloka, Satyaloka, from there he has come to Shivaloka there. So Shivaloka, Lord Shiva, first he glorified residents of Vaikuntha, which is right up. Including then we saw Mother Parvati glorifying about Mahalakshmi. Again she is there. So Narada Muni, when he is about to go there, Shiva stops him and tells him, same Lord Krishna, the Supreme Swayam Bhagavan, he is actually right now in Dwaraka, in planet Earth, where you can see him. But Narada Muni, while he is about to actually leave, again Lord Shiva puts his arm around his shoulder and then whispering on his ears about the glories of Prahlad Maharaj. So he tells him, there is somebody who is even greater in devotion than even Mahalakshmi, and that is Prahlad Maharaj. So what you do, you go and meet Prahlad Maharaj. But where is Prahlad Maharaj staying? Prahlad Maharaj, so this is Buloka, Prahlad Maharaj is there in Sutala planet. So from there, Narada Muni is going to go below earth to Sutala planet. Below the earth, we have Atala, Vitala, Sutala. So he's going to go there. Then when he goes to Prahlad Maharaj to Sutala planet, from there, Prahlad Maharaj would then direct him to go to see Hanuman. Hanuman is staying in the Bhumandala. We'll come to that. So today, most part of our discussion is going to be on Bhumandala. That's based on 5th canto. 5th canto talks about Bhumandala. So we are going to discuss there. So this is the trail of the journey of Narada Muni from North India to South India, from here to Swargaloka, from there to Satyaloka, Satyaloka to Shivaloka, Shivaloka all the way to Sutala. Sutala he is going to come to the Buloka. not really Bhuloka, Bhumandala actually. So that plane, the whole thing is called Bhumandala. So today we'll spend a good part of today's session trying to refresh our memory about Bhumandala, what we discussed. I was looking at the date, I think we discussed in June 2020, peak of COVID, 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago. So we are going to discuss there. So in Bhumandala, he would first see Hanuman. Hanuman would then direct Narada Muni to go and meet Pandavas in Hastinapur. From Hastinapur, he'll then go to Dwaraka to meet the Yadus. Yadus would say, no, Uddhava is the greatest. Then he would go to see Uddhava. And then Uddhava would say, not me, it's only the gopis. And then the pastime will finish in Dwaraka. So after he comes to Bhumandala to meet Hanuman, from there he goes to Hastinapur, and from Hastinapur he goes to Dwaraka. And Dwaraka, different personalities will point at different person. I'm not great, he is great, he is great, he is great. And the whole part 1 will finish in Dwaraka, concluding. But Narada Muni won't stop in Dwaraka. Where did he start? Prayag. So from Dwaraka, Narada Muni will come all the way to Prayag to actually tell those, the Brahmanas, remember in Magh Mas they took bath in cold water, all of them. So he'll finish the whole circle. He'll come back to the same point and he'll tell them, by the way, this is my journey and gopis are the topmost. And Brihad Bhagavatamrita part 1 will conclude with Brahmanas. After they hear about all the glories of these different devotees, they stop all their other processes and they take to full-time chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. They all take up to pure devotional service. So that's how part 1 finishes. And we are almost 40% into part 1. So that's where we have been going. Now we'll go to a bit more detail. As I said, I just want to take this opportunity to do a quick recap, especially of this section. Now, before we get started with this, one question we may always have is, what's the use of studying, cosmology? Prabhupada, he writes in 5th canto, Parikshit Maharaj, this is in 5th canto, Parikshit Maharaj might have heard about this like, second day, third day. So there is still only another 3-4 days left for Parikshit Maharaj. Prabhupada says, what's the use for Parikshit Maharaj asking about the geographical details? There, Parikshit Maharaj, if you read the section, 5th canto, 16th chapter, 3rd verse, if I'm not wrong, there he says, the Falastuti, normally when you hear about any section, any particular Leela of a devotee, you will come across Falastuti only at the end, after all the pastimes finishes. And then it would say, whoever reads this pastime with full attention, and that's when you will think, I didn't read with full attention. They will become victorious and they will become pure devotees. Then what you do? You go back again to the beginning and start reading it, correct? That's what happens. Parikshit Maharaj knew about our psychology very well. Given the details that Shukadeva Goswami is about to divulge, Parikshit Maharaj says the Falastuti in the beginning itself. One of the rare sections where you will see Parikshit Maharaj is saying like, all right guys, if you are sleeping so far, it's okay. At least wake up now. He says, whoever meditates on this geographical details, he says 2 things. First is, your mind will come to Sattva Guna. He says clearly. He says, whoever meditates on this particular manifestation of the Supreme Lord, first effect is, your mind will not be passionate, your mind will not be lethargic, lazy also. Because if you are lazy, you won't be attending the class today, correct? So, he says, whoever hears these details, first benefit is, mind will come to the platform of goodness. And he says, naturally when mind comes to platform of goodness, at that point, mind will naturally run towards meditating on Vasudeva who is in pure goodness. So we should not take it as like, sometimes there is the school of thought, I'm not a scholarly devotee, nobody is a scholarly devotee. Okay, I'm not a very literate person, doesn't matter. Only Krishna knows what is life has got in store for us. Everyone is illiterate, correct? Do you know what's going to happen tomorrow, this afternoon? How can we call ourselves literate? Nobody is illiterate here. Everyone is illiterate only. Only Krishna knows. But this particular section of 5th canto of Vedic cosmology, especially from 16 onwards, Parikshit Maharaj, at the beginning itself, he says to Shukadeva Goswami, kindly narrate all these geographical details. So, when whoever hears this, their mind will naturally come to the mode of goodness. And if you think about it, the more you meditate on this, you will actually feel very rejuvenated. Okay, you can't be very lazy. If you are lazy, you will be sleeping in this class. I can tell you, there is only 2 types of students in this class. So you have to be alert. Naturally, it says, Parishit Maharaj says, whoever hears this, mind will go to a platform of mode of goodness. From there, their mind will rush towards meditating on Supreme Lordship, Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan Ki Jai. In pure goodness, he says. Okay, so it's very important. It's not just some devotees who are scholarly, it's their interest they have to do. The other part is also, if we give attention to all these details that's given in 5th canto, you can relish your visit when you go to Temple of Vedic Planetarium, when it opens. Okay, so it's very, very important. Otherwise you will see, yes, it looks big, that's all we can see. But if you understand all these details, again, repetition is the mother of learning. If you see this and you get confused, well done, you are on the right path. Reason why I am saying is, even Shukadeva Goswami says, when Parishit Maharaj asked this question, Shukadeva Goswami says, look, even I don't know the details fully, only the Supreme Lord knows. Nobody knows it fully. Even Lord Brahma doesn't know, he says. Brahma knows inside this universe. What is happening beyond, even Brahma doesn't know, he says. But he says only Supreme Lord knows all the details, but I will share with you whatever that I know. Same way from our side, we can try to understand as much as we can in this class. And then we go back, get confused, and then come back again. Next time, bit more attentively. And then we'll hear, naturally we'll come to a stage wherein like, okay, I'm decent, at least nobody will confuse me now. You know, if we can come to that level of understanding, that is good enough. Okay, so please take it seriously, each one of these different information that's given. So we'll start with this slide, wherein just one universe is actually zoomed in. I'll start from the outer layer. If you see, there are 8 different layers that are given. We will discuss that when we come to second part, because Gopakumari goes through each one of them and it says what is happening in each one of those. So it's not just an empty space. To give you an idea, the diameter of this universe is 4 billion miles. The thickness of each one of this layer, first layer thickness is 8 billion miles. Coverage of the universe, 8 billion miles. The one after, water, coverage of that is 80 billion miles. Thickness. The one after that, earth, water, fire, 800 billion. It just keeps getting multiplied 10 times more like that. Okay, so it's not just like a tiny little, if you look at an egg, you may see like a tiny little cover shell. It's not like that. Thickness of that is much more bigger than what you see inside the universe. In fact, the coverage is so much more thicker. Okay, there is life there, there is Supreme Lord being worshipped there, along with this consort. Consort is actually leading, and there are people living in each one of them. When Prabhupada says Sarva Gataha in 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, this is what Sarva Gataha means. Sarva Gataha means Prabhupada goes on morning walk once, and he looks at a crack, and he just looks at the crack and he sees ants coming out. Prabhupada says, look at this crack. Even in this tiny crack, there are so many living entities. How can modern scientists actually say there is no life in other planets? See, Krishna is so efficient, even in the crack he is creating. Understand? So, everywhere there is life. So, that you will discuss when we come to second part. But for now, understand this structure. This is Bhumandala, which is the 7th planetary system. Bhumandala is not just Bhuloka. Bhuloka is only one planet. Bhumandala is, there are a lot of planets in that one single plane. So, this is Bhumandala. Likewise, Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, one above us. That plane of planets. Swargaloka, again, that plane of planets. Third, Mahar, Janas, Tapas, Satya. Dhruva planet is above Swargaloka. So we have Bhurloka, Bhuvarloka, Swargaloka. Above Swargaloka is Dhruva planet. And then above Dhruva planet, you have all the other 4. We'll see that later today. Likewise, below Bhuloka, you see Hatala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Patala. Who's living where? We'll come to that later today. Okay, so this is the 14 planetary system. We are in Martiloka, middle planetary system. Above us there is 6, below us there is 7. Okay, so Sutala planet is somewhere there. And Garbhodaka ocean is, this is one universe. Garbhodaka ocean, the diameter of this universe is 4 billion miles. Garbhodaka ocean is filling this universe to half level, which is the depth of Garbhodaka ocean is 2 billion miles only. Just thinking about it, we will faint. It's scary. It scared even Lord Brahma when he looked at the ocean. So Garbhodaka ocean depth is 2 billion miles. So this is some information you can see here. Srimad Bhagavatam 5th canto, chapter 1 to 15, it discusses about Priyavrata Maharaj and his descendants. Priyavrata, he is the son of Swayambhuva Manu. Swayambhuva Manu has 5 children. Priyavrata, which is what we are seeing here, 1 to 5, 15, it discusses about descendants of Priyavrata. Other son is Uttanapada. He is the eldest. Uttanapada is Dhruva Maharaj's father. So Uttanapada, Priyavrata, then Akuti, Prashuti and Devahuti. Mata ki Jai, Kapila Dev's mother, we are reading now. So she is also one of the child or one of the daughters of Swayambhuva Manu. So Priyavrata is one of the sons of Swayambhuva Manu. So 5th canto, this is the breakdown. Chapter 1 to 15 discusses about Priyavrata and his descendants. Very interesting section you can read. 16 to 20, it discusses about breadth of the universe. In other words, breadth here refers to primarily these. In other words, 16 to 20 discusses about Bhumandala. 21 to 26 discusses about the height of the universe, which means it discusses about this information. Does that make sense? It talks about planetary movements, it talks about sun movement, it talks about each of the 27 nakshatras, all of the Rashi, all those information, the movement of the planets and everything, they are discussed in 21 to 26. 16 to 20 discusses about Bhumandala. And 1 to 15 in 5th canto discusses about Priyavrata Maharaj and his descendants. Just to understand about position of Priyavrata Maharaj, he is son of Swayambhuva Manu. He ruled this entire Bhumandala, not just planet Earth. Entire Bhumandala, he was the single ruler. How long did he rule for? 1.1 billion years. That's how long he lived. He lived for more actually, but that's how long he ruled Bhumandala for 1.1 billion years. No ordinary personality. Now these are the descendants, some of sons of Priyavrata, some of them may be of interest, so I just put it here. Priyavrata had 2 wives, one is Barismati, she is the daughter of Prajapati Vishwakarma, and he married a second wife, name is not given in Bhagavatam, and through Bahismati, he begot 10 sons, 7 sons were Kshatriyas, 3 sons were Sannyasis, Paramahamsa Ashram, Kavi, Mahavira and Savana, they were brahmacharis and they entered into Paramahamsa Ashram. Paramahamsa Ashram means they become sannyasis. These 7 sons, Agnidra, Idmajiva, Yagyabahu, Hiranyaretara, Gritaprusta, Medatiti, Vitihotra, they are all different names actually of Agnidev. So he names them after that, after the fire god. So for each one of them, he divided this entire Bhumandala into 7 different islands. We'll come to that later. It's called Saptadvipa. Just like how a father would divide his property to his sons, similarly, because Priyavrata was ruling the entire Bhumandala, he divided that into 7 different islands. Using his chariot, he demarcated. Okay, and then after demarcating, he gave each one of those islands to each one of his sons. So each one of those 7 islands, they are called Dvipa or Sapta Dvipa. Sapta means 7. Not Bhuloka. So if you take Bhumandala, okay, if you take it like that, Sumeru mountain is here. We'll come to that shortly. What Priyavrata did was, using his chariot, he circled around this and he demarcated this into 7 different islands like that. And he gave each one of these islands. Now you can say it's just a circle here. No, actually after every concentric circle, you'll see a particular ocean there. We'll see the illustration soon. So each one of them, they are separated by an ocean. So there is Sharodaka, Ikshu, Rashodaka, Sharodaka, Ikshu, Rashodaka, Shurodaka, Gritodaka, Shirodaka, Dadi, Mandodaka, Shurodaka. 7 different types of oceans that are there. There's like, first is like salt water, Sharodaka, Ikshu, Rashodaka, sugarcane juice, Shurodaka, liquor, Gritodaka, clarified butter, then Shirodaka, milk, then Dadi, Mandodaka, yogurt, and then Shuddhodaka, clean drinking water. 7 different oceans. And each one of these different islands, they are called Dvipa or Saptadvipa. 7 islands. Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Plakshadvipa, Shalmalidvipa, Kushadvipa, Kraunchadvipa, Shakadvipa and Pushkaradvipa. 7 different islands. And each one of those islands, they are separated by oceans, again made of different materials. We'll see the illustration shortly. So that's what Priyavrata Maharaj did. Now each one of those 7 different islands, he gave it to each one of his 7 sons, starting from Agnitra till Vitihotra. Now what do? Each one of them, they took rulership of those islands and they in turn divided them into Varshas. Why did they divide into Varshas? Because they had those many sons under them. So they divided, just like how the son would inherit a property which is already divided from the father, and he would in turn divide it into different parts to give it to the grandson. That's exactly what happened here. Originally there was one single ruler, Priyavrata, ruling entire Bhumandala. He had 7 sons, so he divided it into 7 different parts. And then he gave to each one, and then each one they divided it according to how many sons they had. Okay, so the one, Agnitra, he was given the one, central one, the first one, Jambudvipa. That's of interest to us because we live in Jambudvipa. Okay, so that's what we are going to focus on. You understand, from macro level, it's coming down. So today, in another 45 minutes, we are going to quickly skim through. Okay, from this level, we are going to go to Bhumandala, and then we are going to go focusing on coming to Bharatavarsha all the way. And you will understand the context. Because there are so many details that are there, if there is something that's totally going over your head, stop me then and there. Already.
This one is on the horizontal.
Horizontal plane, correct. So this is on the horizontal plane. Okay. So 7 sons and 3 sons, and then through Barhismati, Priyavrata also begot a daughter, Urjaswati, who is married to Sukracharya. Devyani is their daughter. Okay, so Priyavrata is father-in-law of Sukracharya. And through second wife, he begot 3 sons, Uttama, Tamasa, Raivata. Swayambhuva Manu, Swarochisa Manu, Uttama Manu, Tamasa Manu, Raivata Manu. Priyavrata's father is one Manu, Priyavrata's 3 sons are 3 different Manus. It's a Manu family. Okay, so Priyavrata's father is Swayambhuva Manu. Priyavrata through second wife, he had 3rd, 4th and 5th Manu. Swayambhuva Manu, Swarochisa Manu, then Uttama Manu, Tamasa Manu, Raivata Manu. They are those 3. Okay, so this is his family. Okay, now Bhumandala. So this one, it's a full universe, same as what we saw a few slides before. So this is full universe. Half of this universe is filled with water. That's Garbhodaka ocean. In that only we have Garbhodakashai Vishnu lying down. And from his navel sprouts the lotus. 14 planetary systems are along the stem of that lotus. And we have the 7th planetary system here, which is the Bhumandala. In that you see this tiny planet Earth, which is in Jambudvipa. It's in the middle. Okay, it will make more sense when we look at the subsequent slides. This is again, the way how we are going is from a micro level, we are trying to drill down to understand. But most important thing, when we go through these slides or when you study these topics, when you understand something, always connect it to the bigger picture. In what context I am in. If you are thinking about, let's say, Bharatavarsha, okay, this is in Jambudvipa. Jambudvipa is one of the 7 islands. You need to be clear. But if you go to Bharatavarsha thinking, is this India? You are confused already. So when we read, you read always in connection with the context. If you are confused already, don't worry. You are on the right track, as I said. But as you learn one new information, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Try to see where it fits. Okay, at least theoretically try to understand. Then you won't lose the context. Okay, so this is Bhumandala. This is total planetary system or total universe. In that, this 7th one is called Bhumandala. Okay, Bhuloka means only one world. Mandala means there's like so many more in the same plane. Does that make sense? So each one of these planetary system, that's why we call them planetary system. It's not a planet. It's not just one. There are many in each one. Likewise, if you go to even Swargaloka, it's not just one. We ourselves come across, earth, water, not earth, water. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, we come across all of that. Okay, so there are multiple planets we already know, even based on our modern education. So it's not one single planet. Okay, it's already coming to 8. Pluto is no longer a planet apparently. Okay, so this is how so we are not talking one planet here. Okay, we are talking one plane of planetary system. Okay, so this is Bhumandala, this one. Now, again, this is also Bhumandala, but you understand it. If you take the universe and you cut it vertically, okay, like a longitudinal section, you just cut it, this is how it will look. Garbhodaka ocean is there below, and then you have Bhumandala here. In the center of Bhumandala is Jambudvipa, the first island. In the center of that is the Sumeru mountain, golden mountain, like it looks like a carrot, that one. So this is Bhumandala. Pole star is there. Above pole star are the 4 planetary systems. Maharjanas, Tapas, Satya. Okay, so this is Brahmanda. Anda means egg. It looks like an egg, this universe. Okay. Again, it's the same Bhumandala, but said in a different context. So here you can actually see in the center, you have the first island, which is Jambudvipa, surrounded by, you see that bluish ring. So that's the saltwater ocean. There is again another tract of land is called Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, surrounded by sugarcane. And then likewise, Shalmali Dvipa, surrounded by liquor. That brown ring is liquor. Like that, you come across each one. Jambudvip, Plakshadvip. I'll lose the names if I lose the order. Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Shalmali Dvipa, Kushadvipa, Kraunchadvipa. Then we have Shakadvipa and Pushkaradvipa. So 7 concentric rings, and each one of them, they are in turn surrounded by water. Now, because in the center there is Jambudvip surrounded by water, that's why it's called a Dvipa, an island. Understand? Likewise, you take the next tract of land, it is surrounded by one type of ocean in the front and another type of ocean at the back. Again, this is an island. Even though it looks like a circular ring, it's an island. Does that make sense? Likewise, each one of them. And there are 7 of them, that's why it's called Sapta Dvipa. Okay, so same thing, here also you can see the context of that. This is again the 7th planetary system in its entirety, and you see the concentric rings here. Bhumandala is this entire plane.
And sorry, Brahmananda is, what is it?
Which one?
What is Brahmananda?
It's like Brahmanda, not Brahmananda. Brahmananda means happiness that comes with the understanding that we are not the body, we are the soul. Brahmanda means universe. Universe is Brahmanda.
So, Prabhu, is there any significance why it is covered with different types of oceans? Is there any significance?
Variety is the mother of enjoyment. There are details that are actually given. There is, this is called Bhusvarga. In fact, everywhere except when we come to Bharatavarsha, you will understand that more. But we have to understand they are, even though they are in Bhumandala, they are actually called Bhusvarga. It's the heavenly planetary system. Like, okay, to understand the context of that, normally if somebody goes to a heavenly planetary system, they'll give them a garland, which they will wear. And every day morning when they wake up, they'll see whether this garland has faded. The day when the garland has faded means that's the time they are going to fall down from heavenly planetary system. So when they fall down, Prabhupada explains, when they fall down, they then appear in one of these different islands. So they won't have such a big heartbreak, Can you imagine from Swargaloka to Australia? It's a big gap. So from Swargaloka they come to, which is Divya Swarga, it's called. So there is Divya Swarga, Bhusvarga, Bilva Swarga, which is below. Subterranean planetary system also a lot of enjoyment. Prabhupada says in one place, actually even Devatas, sometimes they have to do bhakti. So they don't have much time for sense gratification. Other time they do sense gratification. Whereas people in the below planetary system, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, if we are thinking that's like hellish planet, you are terribly mistaken. Prabhupada says that has avenues for sense gratification even more. Because 24/7, that's all they do. So actually the subterranean planets, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Patala, enjoyment is more. Because they are not godly, that's why they are demoniac. And they spend all the time just enjoying. So the avenues for enjoyment is even more. So in one sense, that's why it's called the Swarga, it's called Bila Swarga. The one below.
That enjoyment is mode of ignorance.
Ignorance. Enjoyment means it's in mode of ignorance only. We can justify it, but we can see. Yesterday I was reading a purport of Prabhupada, and Prabhupada, this is in Nectar of Devotion, I was reading. Prabhupada is saying, so if one makes a plan, if one forgets about their connection with Krishna and then they make plans for sense enjoyment and then they fall down, like that Prabhupada says. Which means any plan you make, actually Prabhupada is very precise. Prabhupada says any activity you do other than the 9 different processes of bhakti. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. Prabhupada says anything outside of that comes under fall down. You can read, it's right there in the introduction of Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada is saying anything other than the Navida Bhakti, Prabhupada says is fall down. Okay, so anyway, so this is the aerial view. So this is Bhumandala. We see in two side-by-side slides, and now we see the aerial view of Bhumandala. Okay, now we are looking up. We saw the longitudinal section. Now you are seeing the aerial view. Architect, you know this. So this is the aerial view. Again, in the middle you have Sumeru, and then you have Jambudvipa, you see, and then that is covered by that blue ring, which is saltwater ocean. Then you have Plakshadvipa, then you have Shalmali Dvipa, Kushadvipa, Kraunchadvipa, Pushkara Dvipa, and then it keeps on going. As you can see, surrounded by different types of ocean or water. Okay. Now, why are we discussing this in Brihad Bhagavatamrita? As I said, what is of interest to us is what is happening in the middle, which is in Jambudvipa, the centralmost island, right? Surrounding the Sumeru mountain. This is called Jambu Dvipa. There is a reason why each one of these islands are called by different name. So Jambudvipa has trees that has big fruits, and they look like elephant. And when they actually fall down, they form big rivers of fruit juices actually. So each one of these different island, there are names of their mountains that are there, trees that are there, what kind of activities people do, how do people look, all the information are there in 5th canto. When we study Bhagavatam summary, at that time we can go through them in detail, but for now, just understand the context here.
So Jambudvipa is the only island which isn't surrounded by oceans on both sides, because it's got mountains, the others are surrounded by oceans on both sides.
That's right. Yeah, good. So if there's one tree, it's not one single fruit. If unlimited fruit keeps on falling, what will happen? With that, and these trees are all many thousands of yojanas tall. 1 yojana is 8 miles. So when they fall, size of the fruit is so big. When they fall, they crush, and then, it bursts open, and then the juices come. But if it keeps on falling like this, then it forms unlimited quantity actually of these juices, and they go like that.
But those fruits would be for us, but for the residents in Jammu, they would be different levels of their sense enjoyment.
Correct. And the facility for the sense enjoyment is also different. How powerful they are, how big they are, information is there in Bhagavatam. Yeah.
So when Bhagavatam is mentioning that the juices are like rivers, it's for us they're like rivers.
Even for them it's reverse. Because the fruits are so much more bigger.
Even for the residents of Jammu.
Shalmali Dvip, it's given, there are trees. You know, size of Garuda, how big do you think size of Garuda is?
He carries Vishnu, so it must be.
That's a good logic. He carries Vishnu, so must be big. Huge. So big. It's given, it just goes there, lands in one of the tree and has its own house there. So you can imagine the size of those trees. Okay, so Garuda comes there to give you an idea about the size of residence. Hanumanji lives there in one of these Varsha. So you will see Hanuman, how big do you think he can become? Quite big. So there should be enough fruits, enough size of fruits that can actually fulfill, his food. It's not just one single Hanuman, unlimited monkeys. How many monkeys fought on the war with Ravana? 10 to the power 65. That's how many monkeys that fought the war. So those many monkeys also live there. So okay, we'll come to that. So here, if you see, there are these different concentric circles. Each one of them, they are islands, and each one of them, they are different islands and surrounded by different oceans. Okay, so that's how we see here. Yes?
Is that 10 to the power 65?
10 to the power 65. 1 followed by 65 zeros. That's how many monkeys fought in the war. Okay, now what's of interest here is the centralmost island, which I said is Jambudvipa. Now each one of these different Varshas, if you see, there are 9. Kuru Varsha, Hiranmaya Varsha, Ramyaka Varsha, Ketumala, Ilavrata. Ilavrata is of interest because Lord Shiva lives there. He is the only male there. In Ilavrata Varsha, Shiva is served by Mother Parvati, who is assisted by, it's given, billions of maidservants. So in the entire Ilavrata Varsha, Shiva is the only male. Everyone else is female there. Bhadrashva Varsha, Hari Varsha, it's of interest to us because that's where Prahlad Maharaj is. Kimpurusha Varsha, again of interest to us, Hanumanji lives there. Bharata Varsha has to be of interest to us because that's where we live. So this is Bharata Varsha, Kimpurusha Varsha, Hari Varsha. So those three are important. Now if you look at the journey of Narada Muni. Narada Muni currently is in Shivaloka. From Shivaloka he is going to go to one of the subterranean planets, Atala, Vitala, Sutala. He is going to Sutala. From Sutala, Prahlad Maharaj will divert the glorification to Hanuman. So from there he is going to come again to Bhumandala to Kimpurusha Varsha. That's where he will find Hanuman. Okay, the Kimpurusha, don't interrupt. So in Kimpurusha Varsha, this is where Hanuman lives. The reason why it's called Kimpurusha Varsha means when you look at the residents there in the Varsha, they look almost like humans. So that's why if somebody look at them, they'll ask Kim Purusha, which means are they humans? That's the question that comes. So that's why that Varsha is called as Kimpurusha Varsha. As I said, when Priyavrata Maharaj divided the entire Bhumandala into different islands, he then gave it to 7 of his different sons. The central one is taken by Agnidra, and then he in turn divided it into 9 different Varshas to give it to 9 of his descendants. So that's how it goes. Okay, so from Sutala planet, Narada Muni is going to come to Kimpurusha Varsha. From Kimpurusha Varsha, Narada Muni is then going to go to Bharata Varsha, which is a tiny planet in this big section of Bharata Varsha. And then in there, the pastime will conclude from Hastinapur to Dwaraka, and then the pastime will conclude in Dwaraka. Then he closes the loop, goes to Prayag and tells him who is the greatest devotee among all, or the one most favored. Yes?
How many planets are there in Lord Varsha?
How many planets are there? Many. There's no count that's there given. There are, I'm talking strictly based on Bhagavatam, how much it's there. Anything beyond, there are informations. There are Purani cosmology books. It will cause confusion. Let's first try to understand. As I said, we are trying to understand the whole on a macrocosmic level, then one universe, then 14 planetary system, and then one planetary system in that, one Dvipa, Jambu Dvipa in that, and one Varsha, Bharata Varsha in that. Okay, so this is the order of our understanding when we go. Anything you go beyond this, we'll easily get distracted. Prahlad Maharaj. You will know more about it later. Yes, so Prahlad Maharaj is not just staying in one place. They go to different places. Hanumanji doesn't stay in one place. Brahma doesn't stay in one place. If we can have one home here, one home there, can you imagine these great personalities? Bhagavatam, Puranas themselves, they give a lot of... Bhagavatam itself talks about 2 different places where Prahlad Maharaj is actually. Okay, the pastime happens, and then during Vamana Dev's pastime, you will see Prahlad Maharaj also. When Vamana Dev is having his pastime with Bali Maharaj, you will see Prahlad Maharaj also in that assembly. Then Vamana Dev tells to Prahlad Maharaj, okay, this pastime is done, your grandson is going, you go there Sutala, I'll come and, we'll catch up. He tells him. Then he goes to Sutala planet. But later on, you will also see, sometimes Prahlad Maharaj also goes to other places of pilgrimage. Bhagavatam itself speaks about him talking with the Python man. Sadhu who has taken Ajagara Vritti. He goes there on his parikrama as he goes to different places. There is one pastime where Prahlad Maharaj goes to see Pitavasa in Naimisharanya, the Lord wearing yellow garments. But as he goes, he actually sees someone who looks like a Brahmana, but who is wielding the weapon. Then he says, this must be a fake Kshatriya. So he makes a on the spot vow that I swear I will defeat you. Then he starts to fight with them. And then that warrior also keeps on fighting back with Prahlad Maharaj. Day finishes. Prahlad Maharaj goes to take rest. He also takes rest. Prahlad Maharaj wakes up, finishes his rounds. Next day morning, does his japa, again continue to fight. Like this, it just keeps on going on and on and on for so many days. And Prahlad Maharaj is thinking, what is happening? I'm using all astra, nothing is working against him.
So one day morning, after he finishes his sadhana, he worships his Supreme Lord, and then he goes to fight. And when he says Savdan, that's when he sees the same garland he offered to the deity, that person is also wearing. Then he realizes actually that is Vishnu. And then he goes, asks for forgiveness. Then he says, Vishnu says, no, I'm very pleased with you. And then he asks him to reveal his form, and then he says, I'm Lord Pitavasa. I just want to give you a good welcome. Then Prahlad Maharaj asks him, my Lord, I already taken vow. What is the vow? I will defeat you. What will happen to that vow? Then Vishnu says, okay, don't worry, I'm always defeated by you. Like that he says. So you will see many places where Prahlad Maharaj also keeps moving. He doesn't stay in one place. In fact, if you see Parikshit Maharaj, when did Parikshit Maharaj see Kali Purush actually beating the bull and the cow? When he was actually going for one such parikrama, okay, touring his own country, that's when he comes across. So kings don't stay in one place. So here, Prahlad Maharaj is also there. So this is one understanding. The other instance that we will see in second part of Brihad Bhagavatamrita is Narada Muni. When Gopakumar goes to different planetary systems, he sees Narada Muni everywhere. He sees him in Vrindavan, he sees him in Vaikunta, he sees him in Ayodhya, he sees him in Dwaraka. And then he approaches him, Narada, you are everywhere. Then he says, normally only Vishnu can do this, but by mercy of Vishnu, his devotees also can expand and be simultaneously present everywhere. He says like that. So Narada Muni is also everywhere. Wherever. In fact, Narada Muni is here also. Bharatavarsha also. Okay, so this is the different Varshas of Jambudvipa, which is the centralmost island. And we have Bharatawarsha here in the center.
Who lives in Ketumal and Barda?
You will get the information shortly. Stay tuned. Okay, so Mount Sumeru. So this is the centralmost mountain, Sumeru. This is again lateral view. You will see here same. You see Jambudvipa. Again, this is Bharatawarsha. Each of the Varsha, Kimpurusha Varsha, Harivarsha, so on and so forth. Okay, and then you can see the ocean that is surrounding it. Okay, so this is the saltwater ocean and this is Jambudvipa. And on top of Mount Sumeru, here you can see Brahmapuri. You have each of the heavenly resorts of the different principal demigods like Yamaraj, Varuna, Indra, Chandra, everyone. Okay, and then the Mother Ganga, when she actually falls there, she then takes 4 different tributaries and then she goes falling on each one of these different mountains, and then she approaches the ocean on different sides. So again, this is more like a yantra. You can actually see what is there. This is also the aerial view. So Mount Sumeru, the golden one, that is in the center. This is Ilavarta Varsha. This one gives you more information about the different hills that you will see. Many of these hills you will come across in the Puranic stories also. Mandara mountain. So you will see each one of them. So you will see pastimes actually associated with that. Kesharachala. So whenever you study any Puranic story, when you come across any hill, come and check out this. You should find something here. Most of the times you will. This is on top of Mount Sumeru, which we saw, Brahmapuri. That's where Lord Brahma, he resides. Mother Ganga comes. Remember when Vamanadev goes scaling the top part of the universe, his big toe, it penetrates the shell of the universe through which the causal ocean water comes, and that's Mother Ganga. So she comes there, she falls in Brahmapuri. That's where Lord Brahma, this is also, there is a Brahma here. His name is Vairaja Brahma. In the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, when Mother Earth, she takes the form of the cow and approaches Brahma, this is the Brahma. She approaches here. And from here, then this Brahma leads everyone to Kshirodaka ocean. Okay, to worship to Kshirodaka Shai Vishnu. So this is Lord Brahma. This is where he lives. He also lives in Satyaloka. So they can also expand. Simultaneously, he'll take rest and simultaneously he'll be there. But even when he is going on holidays, again job comes. Priority one issue. So when he comes to heavenly resort, that's when the Mother Earth, she takes the form of the cow. Along with them, she goes cries. That 10th canto, that happens here on top of that. Likewise, you will see each one of these different resorts for each of the different demigods. Now, the Mother Ganga, after she falls in Brahmapuri, she takes 4 tributaries. From that point, she is called by a different name. The one that comes to Bharatavarsha, that tributary is called Alaknanda. The one
that goes to north, south, east. That's Sita, north is Bhadra, west is Chakshu. Again, these are all giving same information but from different perspective. We saw this one, Jambudvipa. Now, this will answer your question, Shivan Prabhu. Who is living in each one? What is happening there? So you see here, Bharatavarsha, the presiding deity is Naranarayana Rishi. Narayanam Namaskritya, Naram Chaiva, Narottamam. Naranarayana Rishi, they are the presiding deities of entire Bharatavarsha. Now, why I am saying entire Bharatavarsha, stay tuned, you will understand why shortly. So this whole Bharatavarsha, presiding deity is Naranarayana Rishi. They are eternally present. Even now they are present. And the key inhabitant is Narada Muni. So here Narada Muni is the chief of all the devotees. He leads the worship of Naranarayana Rishi. Likewise in Kimpurusha Varsha, Lord Ram. Now Lord Ram is he living there? Brihad Bhagavatamrita says Lord Ram doesn't physically live there. He appears there from time to time. But here Hanuman, he worships the deity of Lord Ram as if he is there. Okay, and you will see the prayers, what each one of these residents, they offer. That's also given in 5th canto. You will come across that. What are the different prayers of each one of these different inhabitants? What method of worship they do, what prayers they offer, everything you will see. Hari Varsha, that's where Prahlad Maharaj, he lives, worshipping Narsinghadev. Likewise, Bhadrashva, Hayashirsha, Hayagriva is there. Ketumala, Rishikesha is there. Lakshmiji is worshipping. Ilavarta Varsha, again Lord Shiva is the only male. He is worshipping Shankarshana. In Ramyaka Varsha, Matsya, he is being worshipped by Manu. Kurma is worshipped in Hiranmaya Varsha by Aryama. Aryama is one of the chief of the Pitraloka, forefathers. Then Varahadev is worshipped in Kuru Varsha, worshipped by Bhumi Devi, which is Mother Earth. Okay, so this is the presiding deities of Jambudvipa. So this is, again, as I said, the centralmost island. This is Jambudvipa. Sumeru is somewhere there coming up. And then each one of these different Varsha, there are the presiding deities of each one of the different Varsha. And there are the chief devotees who are leading the worship. So here you see Hanuman, Shugriv, they're also there. Some of these information about the extent of this Bhumandala, how far you can go, everything, they are coming from Ramayana as well. Mahabharata also gives a lot of information. Okay, like for example, some of these places when Hanumanji goes in search of Mother Sita, at that time Shugriva gives him information. So then Shugriva gives Hanumanji, go here till this far. After that point, going is useless. Then Hanumanji says, you have traversed all this? He said, yes. He says, when did you go? He says, like, when I was fearing for my life from Vali, I was running everywhere, one place to the other. And finally, I came to know he got a curse from Matanga Rishi. Because once Vali kills one demon, and Matanga Rishi is doing tapasya, Vali, after killing the demon, he just throws the dead body. And the blood from that dead body splatters in the Yagyakunda area, thereby offending Matanga Rishi. So Matanga Rishi gives a curse to Vali, if you come within, I think, 4-mile radius in that area, then you will die. So Vali doesn't come there, so Sugriv always goes there and hides. So Sugriv also gives information. So you will come across, likewise in Mahabharata also there is information. So what Prabhu has done, Pavaneshwar Prabhu has done is he has taken references from each one of them. He has taken from Sri Vaishnava Acharyas also. They have also done Madhava Acharyas, Madhava Sampradaya Acharyas. They have also done a lot of research in that. He has compiled all of that. That's what you will see. All these missing pieces you will see in that book, Bhagavata Cosmology. Okay, so this is the presiding deities of Jambudvipa. Again, Bharatavarsha. Now this is of interest to us. Why? This is Jambudvipa again. Sumeru is here. Ilavarta Varsha is here. Then you have Bharata Varsha, Kimpurusha Varsha, Hari Varsha. Now why is divisions in Bharata Varsha? If you look at the Sankalpa mantra, when we do Homa, we say Bharata Varshe, Bharata Kande. What is Kanda? Okay, so this is Jambudvipa. That's Ilavarta Varsha, Hari Varsha, Kimpurusha Varsha. This is Bharata Varsha. This one is Kimpurusha. This is Hari Varsha. This is Ilavarta Varsha, where Lord Shiva lives, so on and so forth. Now, what's of interest for us here is Bharata Varsha. So, this Bharata Varsha, I'm going to just enlarge it. Okay, just this part alone. This Bharata Varsha in turn is divided into 9 different parts. Like that. Each one of these part, they are called Khanda. This whole thing in its entirety, it's Bharata Varsha. This Bharata Varsha has 9 Khandas. So you number it from 1, 2, 3 like that. This 9th Khanda, this is called Bharata Khanda. And the other 8 Khandas, they are called by different names. This Bharata Khanda is where our planet Earth is. So our planet Earth is somewhere there, right at the tip. This Bharata Khanda is also called as Sudarshana Dvipa in some places. It's also Sudarshana. Darshana means darshan. You see, Sudarshana means something which is very pleasing. Okay, like Super Darshana. So Sudarshana Dvipa, it's called. Kumaraka Dvipa also it's called in some places. Kumarakanda. Okay, in Tamil literatures also you will come across that term. Kumarakanda. So that's Bharata Khanda. Okay, so these 9 divisions are called Khanda. So if you look at this slide, that's what it's depicted here. There are 9 divisions inside Bharata Varsha. 9th division at the tip, that's where our planet Earth is. So that is Bharata Khanda. So in Sankalpa Mantra during Homa, we say Bharata Varshe. So that's the location we are telling to the demigods. Bharata Varshe, Bharata Khande, specific. Meroho, Dakshine, south of Meru. That's what it means. Okay, and then it goes, each one. Okay, what day of the night, what paksha you do, what month, what day of the month, so on and so forth. Okay, so this is Bharata Varsha, so we live right there. So even in Bharata Varsha, there is 8 more other divisions, 8 more other Khandas. So Kimpurusha Varsha is after all of that. Hari Varsha is even beyond. Ilavarta Varsha is even beyond. Okay, what we see as Himalayas in our planet is just a tiny prototype. It's not even the Sadashiv Lokas Himalaya. There is another Himalaya. You see, after the 9th division, there is one Himalaya. This is also Himalaya. So if you look at the, can you see that? That hill? See that? Mount Himalaya. That Himalaya is not visible for us. This Himalaya reference to this, have you come across this pastime when one day Mother Draupadi, she sees this 1000-petaled lotus and she says to Bhima, I would like to get this one for my puja of my friend Krishna. Then Bhima goes. Bhima goes, and then he sees who? One monkey. See Kimpurusha Varsha, that pastime happened in the higher realm of Himalaya. That Himalaya, not our Himalaya, what we see in our planet Earth.
But how can they switch planets?
Fantastic. Vayuputras can actually fly anywhere. Both Bhima as well as Hanuman. Okay, you see here again, context. Bharata Varsha is here, Meru, 9th division. Can you see the different divisions there? 9th division is planet Earth. In that, we are living tiny there, Australia, not Sydney. This is where we live. So, this is the whole Jambudvipa, Sumeru, Ilavarta Varsha, Hari Varsha, Kimpurusha Varsha, Bharata Varsha, has got 9 different kandas. 9th kanda is Bharata Kanda. We live there. Again, this will give you even more clarity there. India is that tiny part. Again, 9th division. This is just Bharata Varsha divided. That's Bharata Kanda, the last part. They have just made it vertical like that. This is how Bharata Varsha, 9th. It is actually resting on top of like a peg. You will see it like a golf peg. Beyond the scope of today's discussion, I'm just want to now. This is whatever we saw so far. Will give you some context about Bhumandala. What is happening on this plane, the breadth. Okay, now we'll quickly skim through the height in next 5 minutes. We'll finish this and then I'll ask for questions. Okay, so this is celestial planets. You see Bhumandala here. Now Bhumandala is not a flat plain surface like this. This is tapering. So in the middle you see Mount Sumeru. As you go away, so Jambudvipa is on a more higher plane. Plakshadvipa goes a bit more low because it goes tapering like this, Bhumandala. Bhumandala is not like one single flat surface like that. It goes like this, tapering. So you have Mount Sumeru, you have Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Shalmali Dvipa. As you go further and further, it goes like down, like that. And then you have, so this is Bhumandala, we have Sun God. He then goes around keeping Mount Sumeru as his axle. He's actually holding here another one, keeps it to the focal point there, and then he goes around Mount Meru, causing day and nights here. Then this is Sun. Sun is closer to Earth than Moon, according to Vedic cosmology. Sun is closer, then you have Moon. Again, you have to see whether it's a horizontal distance or vertical distance. We'll keep it simple for today's discussion. Then you have Moon. Above that, you see the 27 nakshatras or the constellation. And then you see Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Saptarishi, and then Dhruvaloka. Above Dhruvaloka, you have Maharjanas Tapasatya. In this realm, you have Bhuvarloka and Swargaloka.
Why is there a sun top?
It's not sun, it is Dhruvaloka. It's bright. Sun is here. This is sun planet. See, you are asking the question. Yeah, just to grab your attention, they have put it like that. It's Dhruvaloka because that's the focal point. Prabhupada always uses chandelier. You look at chandelier above Prabhupada there. So it has a focal point there. And then if you rotate the chandelier, chandelier will go around. Okay, all the different glass elements of that will go around like this, right? Same way, Prabhupada says this is also a chandelier where the top portion is Dhruva. All the heavenly planetary systems, they go around like this, keeping this as the focal point. They circumambulate. Why? Because Lord Vishnu lives there. Understand? Prishnigarbha, he lives there. Okay, so this is again, Bhagavatam 5th canto talks about the distance between, at what height you see here, 10,000, 100,000 yojanas. 1 yojana is 8 miles. So you calculate it accordingly. Again, this is planetary system, so that is Dhruva. So this is a different view again. And you see each of these different planets, they are at different height, different plane, different length also. So different, like if you take one glass particle in that and the other one, another element, you can see, that height difference is there, how close one is versus the other, how far away it is, what plane it is, each one. So you see all of that. Now you see this inverted dolphin. This is called Shishumara. Just like, have you seen constellation in the sky? Sagittarius, Libra. Sagittarius you can easily see in the sky. You can connect the dots and you can see the shape. Likewise, if you connect the planetary systems, the sages who are sitting in meditation, they will actually see this form, wherein the body of this particular Shishumara, also called as dolphin. So when you connect all these different planets, you will see a dolphin, inverted dolphin. So the sages, they are advised to meditate on this. Whoever who worships Paramatma, they'll sit and meditate on this, and this is spiritual form actually. If they sit, meditate, they will also make spiritual progress. So this is called Shishumara planetary system, and you will see this particular image is actually showing the different parts of Shishumara planet. So Shishumara planet, at the tip of his nose is like Yamaraj, and then Rahu, Ashwini Kumara. each one of them, who are all in each of the different bodies. When it's mentioned Rahu, Ashwini Kumara's sun, they are the different planetary systems. So sages, when they go deep in the meditation, they will be able to see this form in their heart, but this form is actually made of these. If you consider all these different planets as a constellation, they form this shape, which they sit and meditate. Okay, Bhagavatam speaks about this. So this information is there in Bhagavatam. Okay, this is cross section of the universe. You take the whole universe, cut it into half. One half you see Garbhodaka ocean. Now what's of interest here is this is Bhumandala. What you see, Bhumandala is there at the top. Okay, that's where the island is, at the top of the surface. I'll come to the thickness shortly. You see the Sumeru here. You have Loka mountain on both the sides. So the sun is here. Sun's rays doesn't go to every part of the universe. Sun's rays are confined to within a certain region only. From Bhumandala, Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, Swargaloka, Mahar, Janas, Tapas, Satya. Only these can see the sun. The sun's rays are then blocked from going away by each of these different means. On the side, it doesn't even go hit the wall of the universe. It's actually blocked by a series of circular mountains. They are called Loka mountain. Okay, it's like you have a torchlight here and you cup your fingers around that. You block it at the side. So this is Loka mountain. And if I place a torchlight, let's say the source of light is somewhere there, I block it here at the side, it can't go at the side. Bottom also it can't go because the table will block if I place it there. Does that make sense? So Bhumandala blocks it. Subterranean planets, none of them have sun. They have celestial serpents and they have jewelry on their head which emit light. That's the source of light in subterranean planetary system. Sun doesn't go down. Sun only goes up. So that's why this part is open. Side is closed by Loka mountain and below it's Bhumandala is actually blocking there. Yes.
There should be sun in each and every planet.
Every universe there is one sun.
Only one. So, okay. Whatever is on top will have only one sun.
Whatever sun that we see here, the same light will actually go everywhere. This sun, that light will go everywhere because sun is like it emits light 365 degrees. You just block wherever you want to, other places it just goes.
So Brahma shares the same sun?
Yeah, there's only one sun.
And why is he traveling?
We can ask him. Traveling preaches. Why is Narada Muni traveling?
No, but there's always a mention of the sun moving.
Sun is moving, yes.
Why?
Beyond the scope of today, as I said, I just want to give an overview of where everything is located. As I said, I'm not coming to movement. We'll discuss it later. Okay, so here, again, same cross section, Loka mountain is blocking here. Now, what is happening here is, when we say subterranean planets, they are, so the way how you understand this is, you take like a plane, not a thin plane, but a thick plane. Understand? Thick plane means, this is a good one. Okay, this is Bhumandala on the top. But then imagine if this is transparent, I can actually carve through this surface and I can create one layer in each one. 7 planetary systems are within the earth. That's why they are called subterranean planet, like subway. Okay, so below 7 planetary systems, they are within the earth, thick earth. It's not one thin surface. It's thick. So thick, hundreds of thousands of yojanas thick. And each one of them, they are like underground city only. Like people have underground, what do they call that? Like secret passage? Subway. Like that, there's like layers and layers and layers, 7 layers, one below the other, below the other, below the other. So each one of them, no. You lost the context already. Earth is different. Remember, Bhumandala I'm saying. Okay, so you penetrate through this and then you will come across each one of those 7 different planetary systems within the thick surface of this Earth. So that's why they are called subterranean planets. So here if you see, this is the thick layer. In this thickness, where you see like in a thick brown block there, all the 7 planetary systems are inside that. I'll show you one more slide, it will make things a bit more clear.
This earth is on Bhumandala.
Earth is on Bhumandala. So earth is on this surface. See, earth is there. One small tiny part. Remember this? This is that brown circle. So earth is there on that surface. Sorry, what?
Yeah, this earth you are referring to Bhumandala.
Yes. So here, if you see this thickness, there is this thick layer. Your 7 planetary systems is inside that thick layer, and that in turn is supported by Diggajas, the elephants. Bhagavatam says the earthquake that we actually face in this planet is when, sometimes you keep carrying a load, you feel a little itchy, you move, right? So when the Diggajas, they move, that's when earthquake happens. So it's given like that. And then they are in turn supported by Sesha. Sesha in turn is supported by Kurma. Kurma also, there are different varieties of Kurma. This is Vayu Kurma, more subtle form of Kurma. So he supports in turn. So this is how the whole 14 planetary system is supported. This will give you more information here. You see this? Earth is there. Where we live, it's there. That round globe you see. This is on top of Bhumandala. Bhumandala onwards, this thick crust of earth starts below. So this earth, you see the cross section of Bhumandala. So Bhumandala, above us, we think of planetary system, one above the other. Below, when we talk, it's not one below the other, same as the above. It's not like that. There is 6 above us. From 7th planetary system down to 14, it's just everything is condensed within one thick earth crust. And on the surface is Bhumandala. That's where we live. That's why we are still blessed with the sunlight. But the 7 below us, that is under the earth, this thick crust of earth, they don't get the light. Okay, so Atala planet is this, Vitala, Sutala. So if you see descent of Mother Ganga, you will come across Sagar Maharaj, Dilip, Anshuman, and you will see they have dug, and finally Bhagirath, when he comes, they dug the earth. This is the earth which they actually dug, and they went down. And it's given when they dug down, they went to subterranean planetary system, and there they actually found, Kapaladev sitting there in meditation and everything. So you will see that. Bhagavatam, Ramayana also has references here. Ramayana also, when they were searching for Mother Sita, Sugriva also guides them to actually do that. So you will find many references where even this earth is dug. Okay, by different personalities here. So Atala, you will see that, so the Mount Sumeru, it's totally 100,000 yojanas, 84,000 yojanas is above, 16,000 yojanas is like the foundation. That's steeped inside this crust. Okay, 16,000 yojanas means 16,000 times 8 miles. That's how thick the foundation is. Then below that, there is 10,000 yojanas thick is where Atala planet is. Then there is a gap, there is a thick border of 500 yojanas, which is a no man's land, like a line of control between Atala and Vitala. So that is 500 there. Then you have Vitala, again 10,000 yojanas thick, and then there is another 500 gap between Vitala and Sutala. Like that it goes, one below the other. Now below that, you actually see the hellish planets are even below Patala. Hellish planet doesn't come under Patala Loka. So hellish planets is not listed under 14 planetary system, it's even below. Okay, so that is hellish planet, that's there. Given 28 hellish planets, which Bhagavatam speaks about. May be familiar to most of us, from previous lives. So here, this gives information about
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Jayo Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Jayo Radhe Jayo Radhe Jayo Radhe Jayo Shri Radhe Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jayo Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Kiba Jayo, Jayo Gaura Chandin Arati Ka Shobha. Kiba Jayo, Jayo Gaura Chandin Arati Ka Shobha. Ajana vitata vane jagamana lobha vane jagamana lobha Gaurangera Radhika Shobha Jaga Jana Mana Lobha Lobha Gaurangera Radhika Shobha Jaga Jana Mana Lobha. Song. Gaurangera Radhika Shobha Jaga Jana Mana Lobha Radhika Shobha Jaga Jana Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Kiba dakhine nitai cha Bame gadadhara Dakhine nitai cha Bame gadadhara Nikate Advaita Shini Vasa Chatadhara Kiba Boshi Ache Gauracha Ratna Simasane Che Gauracha Ratna Arati Kore Na Bhama Adi Devagane Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya Chamara Dhulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Koshadigaya Kiba Shankar Baje Khanta Baje Baje Karatala Karatala Kiva Shankar Baje Ghanta Baje Baje Karatala Baje Ghanta Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Oh Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Shanka Baje Ghanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Oh Shankar Baje Ghanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Oh Shankar Baje Ghanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shanka Baje Ghanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Oh Shanka Baje Ghanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Nitya Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gaura Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gaura Hari Bol Ki babahu koti chandra jini Vadana ujala Gala de se bana mala Kore jala mala Kiba Shiva Sukana Radha Preme Gada Gada Da Preme Radha Radha Bhakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaura Rasampada. Stop playing. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Krishna Preshaya Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Paschatya Deshatani Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jayo Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jayo Gauranita Gauranita Jayo Gauranita Jayo Gauranita Jayo Jagannatha Jagannatha Jayo Baladeva Jayo Subhadramaya
We can continue Gaura Arati until we blow the function.
No, but which part? I'm singing Krashidam. I'll sing it wrong.
Jaya
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Haribo. Radha Vinod Pr ki. Oh, 3 beats, yeah. Vraje Prasiddham Navanita Choram Gopangananam Chadukula Choram Vraje Vraje Prasiddham Navanita Choram Gopangananam Chadukula Choram Prasiddham Navanita Choram Gopangananam Chadukula Anika Jana Chitta Papa Choram Choragraganyam Purusham Namami Anika Jana Chitta Papa Choram Choragraganyam Purusham Namami Myam Purusham Nama Shri Radhikaya Hridayasya Chauram Navam Buddha Shamalakanti Chauram Shri Radhikaya Hridayasya Chauram Navam Buddha Shamalakanti Chauram Shri Radhikaya Hridayasya Chauram Navam Buddha Shamalakanti Chauram Padashitanam cha samasta chauram Chauragraganyam Purusham namami Padashitanam cha samasta chauram Chauragraganyam Purusham namami Akinchana kritya padashitam ya Karoti bhikshum patigehahinam Akinchana kritya padashitam ya Karoti bhikshum patigehahinam Akinchana kritya padashitam ya Karoti bhikshum patigehahinam Kenapyoho bishna charaidrek Dishtashito vana jagatreyapi Kenapyoho bishna charaidrek Dishtashito vana jagatreyapi Yadiyanamapi haratya shesham Giri prasharanapi paparashi Yadiyanamapi haratya shesham Giri prasharanapi paparashi Yadiyanamapi haryata shesham Giri prasharanapi paparashi Ashcharya rupo nanu charaidrek Dishtashito vanamaya kadapi Ashcharya rupa nanu charaidrek Dishtashito vanamaya kadapi Dhanam cha manam cha tatendriyani Pranam shahitva mama sarvameva Dhanam cha manam cha tatendriyani Panam Shahitva Mama Sarvameva. Parayase Kurta Dhitodhya Chora Dvam Bhakti Damna Simayari Rutha. Parayase Kurta Dhitodhya Chora Dvam Bhakti Damna Simaya Nirudha. Chinatsi Ghoram Yamapasha Bandham Bhinatsi Bhimam Bhava Pasha Bandham Chinatsi Ghoram Yamapasha Bandham Bhinatsi Bhimam Bhava Pasha. Chinatsi Ghoram Yamapasha Bandham Bhinatsi Bhimam Bhava Pasha Bandham. Chinatsi Sarvasya Samasta Bandham Naivatmano Bhakta Kritam Tu Bandham. Chinatsi Sarvasya Samasta Bandham Naivatmano Bhakta Kritam Tu Bandham. Man mane se tama sarashi ghore karagre dukha maye nibadha. Manase tama sarashi ghore karagre dukha maye nibadha. Man manase tama sarashi ghore karagre dukha maye nibadha. Labhasvahe chora hare chiraya swacharya dosho chittam eva dandam. Labhasvahe chora hare chiraya swacharya dosho chittam eva dandam. Vraje prasidham navanita chauram gopangananam chadukula chauram. O Vraje prasidham navanita chauram gopangananam chadukula chauram. Choram, chora greganya, purusham namami. Anika jana, jita papa choram, chora greganya, purusham namami. Vaje Pasidham Navanita Chauram Gopangananam Shadukula Chauram Karaghare Vasa Sada Hide Madiye Mad Bhakti Pashadhira Bandhana Nishchalasam Tvam Krishna He Pale Koti Shanatarepi Sarvasya Chora Hidaya Nahi Mochayami Namaste Narasimhaya Paradadadaine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Kanakalae Hito Nashinga Parato Nashinga Hito Nashinga Parato Nashinga Yato yato yarmitato nashinha Bahe nashinga hridaye nashinga Bahe nashinga hridaye nashinga Narashinkhamadim Sharanam Papadim Narashinkhamadim Sharanam Papadim Tavakara Kamalavare Nakham Adbhuta Shinkha Dhalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubrenga Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadi Shahare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jagadish Hare Jayo Narsinghadev Narsinghadev Jayo Narsinghadev Jayo Narsinghadev Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Jayo Prabhupada 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol I offer my respectful I offer my respectful obeisances to the foremost of thieves, who is famous in Vraja as a butter thief, and he who steals the gopis' clothes, and who, for those who take shelter of him, steals the sins which have accrued over many, many lifetimes. I offer my respectful obeisances to the foremost of thieves, who steals Srimati Radhika's heart, who steals the dark luster of a fresh rain cloud, and steals all the sins and sufferings of those who take shelter of his feet.
He turns his surrendered devotees into paupers and wandering, homeless beggar, alas. Such a fearsome thief has never been seen or heard of in all the three worlds.
Mere utterance of his name purges one of a mountain of sins. Such an astonishingly wonderful thief I've never seen or heard of anywhere.
O thief, having stolen my wealth, my honor, my senses, my life and my everything, where can you run to? I have caught you with the rope of my devotion.
I just said. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Amar Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,